for news and the best live sport. This is BBC 5 Live.
BBC News at 9 o'clock. I'm Helen Place. Good morning. The Home Secretary Sajid Javid is facing pressure from some MPs to agree to extradite Julian Assange to Sweden if the authorities there request it. The WikiLeaks founder is accused of rape and sexual assault, but he's also wanted in the US on hacking charges. Our political correspondent is Susanna Mendonca.
70 MPs, they're mainly Labour MPs, but MPs from a range of different political parties, basically saying in this letter to the Home Secretary Sajid Javid that he should stand with the victims of sexual violence and ensure that the case against Julian Assange is properly investigated. Now, what they're referring to is accusations in Sweden of rape and molestation, and these are accusations that he has denied.
This is BBC 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5 Live.
Saturday morning, 5 Live with Danny Baker.
Very good morning to you, everybody. That timpani roll. I could do a timpani roll right now.
Go on.
Oh, no. You get a good timpani roll. You can't know what the best ones are in New York. And a little bit of, and I don't like mustard, a little bit of mustard, a little bit of mayonnaise. A timpani roll around now would be just superb. And that's Louise Pepper on the other side of the table now. And here we go with 3 hours of fun, 2 hours of fun, an hour of fun. There'll be some fun somewhere along the way. Hang on, I've got none of me balls here. I can't do it. Hang on, where is it? Where's previous? Oh, here we go. Hold on. If you've not heard the show before, this is it. This is as good as it gets. That's not an eggy moment. The whole thing is a huge omelette sitting on a timpani roll. Now, normally at the top of the show, before we get down to the brass tacks of the thing, hang on, let's put this on. Before we get down to the brass tacks of the thing, I say, we know today is...
Yes.
We look at, we shine a light where most other radio shows don't celebrate the people involved. We do. But today, if we did it, it'd take up the 3 or 2 hours of the show. It would absolutely, because but I won't do it all. That would bore people, and that's Radio 2's job. So I won't tread on their toes. But Lana Peters today. Lana Peters.
No, I got nothing on that.
Lana Peters died in a hospice in America. Not quite sure how long ago, but it's her birthday. And Lana Peters passed away. And Lana Peters. For years, the press came to the hospice and said, can we just have one interview? No. She eschewed all publicity, and she would not, over decades, talk to the press or anyone who wrote and write books. And Lana Peters would not talk about her life. Lana Peters, whose real name was... Here we go. Well, I'll do the broad outline. And Lana Peters, her dad was Josef Yagashvili.
Easy for you to say.
Better known as Joseph Stalin.
Oh.
And her real name was Svetlana Stalin. She was the daughter of Stalin, who legged it to America in the 1950s and lived very quietly, ending up in a hospice. Oh. Yes, and changed her name to Lana.
It's a great choice of name.
Lana Peters. I know, but then you find out, I mean, what a story that is. You find out in the end.
The old dear lady next door, Lana,
was Stalin's daughter. How about that? It's hers today. Now that's plenty there. That's plenty of the show there. But it's not only just that. Robert Leroy Parker, better known as Butch Cassidy.
Oh!
But his real name is Bob Parker. Robert Leroy Parker, Butch Cassidy. Called Butch, not because of his rugged out demeanour, because he was a butcher. Originally, he was yes, Butch Cassidy is... Honestly, Butch Cassidy's called Butch because he was a butcher.
Oh, that's a bit lame.
No, I know, but that's what it was. And, of course, he was partnered by Harry Longbow, who's the Sundance Kid. But it's him today as well. But the one I really want to get to... Good morning, everyone. We'll start the show in a second. What have I done with my book? Oh, here we go. I read in the week, perhaps, on Twitter, just two friends of mine talking. And it wasn't supposed to be a thread or anything like that. But I just thought this was one of the most peculiar things I'd ever heard.
Oh, OK.
One of them said to him, just following their conversation, and he got round to this, and he said, what do you mean your side of the bed? And he said, well, as you come into the room, my side of the bed, he went, oh, we don't have a side of the bed. Sometimes I sleep near the window.
What?
And I just thought that is just the weirdest thing. They don't have a side of the bed. Whoever goes up first,
weirdos.
I could not believe that.
No matter where we are in the world.
Of course.
No matter where.
You have to prefigure, all right, whatever shape the room is, you have to think, well, if it's at home now, there's the door. OK, that's my side. But they don't. I've never heard anything that made me feel more ooky. They don't have a side of the bed.
But even when I have been in a relationship and then been single, I've still slept on my side.
There you
of
go.
the big double bed.
You do. Of course you do.
My side
A few times, Wendigo, we won the girls off on holiday for a week. Yes, you do. You sleep on that side of the bed. They don't. And apparently they've been together 11 years and do not have a side of the bed.
But that just causes all sorts of... What if one of you goes up to bed before the other? You have to sort of creep around and find out which side they're on?
Well, I don't know. The whole thing amazed me. And then it just kind of vanished when, my friend commented on it. I said, that's odd. I thought, odd? That is the sort of worst excesses of the French Revolution. Not having a side of the bed. I don't think there's anybody else hearing us now who could again say that.
Just confuse yourself every morning. What way do you out of the bed? What?
I mean, as
my
you
glass
say,
of water?
if you do stay away in a hotel on your own, the whole getting the geography and the time I walk into a lot of walls in hotels, a lot of walls. I think I know where it is. I know where the bathroom is. No, you don't. Anyway, if anyone knows anything more disturbing than that, 11 years together as a couple, just any side of the bed will do. Never heard anything. Anyway, but the other thing I wanted to go on for, and this is a tougher one, is Guido di Arezzo, 991 AD.
Oh,
Guido
okay,
d'Arezzo
right.
was born. And Guido Arezzo was a music scholar. And he...
A time to be a music scholar in the 900s.
991. Well, it was. He kick-started everything because he took the 8th century hymn to John the Baptist, written by Paul the Deacon, which begins, so that your servants can, with unrestrained voice, sing the wonders of your deeds, remove the guilt from our tainted lips. That's how it starts. But in Latin it goes, Decaont laxis resonae fibris mira gestorum famuli toiorum solve pollute labe retum. That's how it goes in, right?
Of course.
And if you take the half stanzas of that and just the first two letters, you'll get Do ceant laxis, do, raison ferris, re, mira gestorum, me,
come on,
famali tutorum, fa, solve, so, la. He came up with do, re, mi, fa, so, la, ti, taking it from that Latin.
We'd never have the sound of music.
We'd never have the sound of music if it wasn't. But that's what he took it. And because the chant was done, going up in what we now understand as he took that Latin poem, Do current laxis resani febris mir gestorum famuli tiorum solve pollute labe retum do re mi fa so la ti. How about that?
Aren't we taught that in school? That feels like that's massive.
This is why this is the last bastion on radio, because you can come on here and say, hey, happy birthday to Mariah Carey. Or you can look further and say Guido di Arezzo, without whom there is no Mariah Carey.
Wowza.
I know, and it's his today as well. So very good morning to everybody, and that's the important part of the show over with. Peps, what are we doing this morning?
Number one. The perils of local customs and festivals when abroad.
Yep, you all get mixed up in the local customs. I can't bear local customs. I can't. Local customs, I can't bear them. And festivals, I like a festival. I like when people come down the road with their icons.
Oh, yes.
And that's all good. But you can tell us about getting mixed up in local customs and festivals abroad.
Number two, finding purses, wallets or bags full of cash.
Have you ever done that?
No, we found a purse. My parents live on a corner, so they often... You know, if someone had nicked a handbag or whatever, they'd dump them in their front garden sort of thing. And I was thrilled. We found a purse and we took it to the police station, and Julie said, if no one claims it in a month, you can have it. Oh. And I remember it had about £5 in it, and I thought, wow, this is extraordinary. And Julie went along a month later, and I got my £5.
Trousered that old lady's £5. It's always an old lady's.
Oh, no.
Always.
Oh, don't.
And always who looks like the woman, the old girl who looked after Tweety Pie. She wears that hat with the one flower sticking out of it. That's always, whenever I have found a purse, I think it's hers. Of course, she was tough as old boots are, but if there's when I was young, I found a pound note in Southport Park. And a pound note, I was about 10. And I walked about 10 feet further, and there was another one. And by then, my mates had caught up and said, and everyone ran all over the park, and there was money all over the park. Wow. And we don't know where it came from. We certainly didn't go to the police with it.
Nowadays, you'd expect it to be a hidden camera thing, wouldn't you?
Yeah, no. The worst, I found the £1 notes. Friends of mine found fivers and tenors. I went straight down Grant's. Used to be a toy shop called Grant's in Southport Park Road. And I bought 2 knights, which I'd always wanted, and a Civil War cannon that came with a little ramrod and actually would fire matchsticks out of it. Before anyone said, hand that money back. It's gone. But anyway, anytime you've found a cache of, in both senses of the word, please let us know. Purses and wallets as well. So, go on.
Number 3, what is the world's worst nightclub?
You can volunteer it. Not in terms of violence, but man, that was a paltry, soapy, seedy nightclub or whatever it is you've been to.
I'm insistent that me and my friends went to a club once that had a wishing well in it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
And I can't think where it is. I think it's somewhere in London. I think it might have been Inferno's in Clapham, but I can't be sure. But I am almost certain I have been in a nightclub and there was a wishing well in the middle of it.
Well, I often tell the story, and probably every other week, about crocs in Reuniting.
Yes!
There's a crocodile in there, and I had the very first piece of camera ever did in television. The croc had to be amused by a chicken on a fishing rod while I went behind it and did a piece to camera.
And who was it? You had an amazing band with you.
Depeche Mode.
Yes!
It was filming one of the first shows I ever did. Crocodile. As you went into the club, the poor crocodile in a tank half as big as this studio, and that's where it lived. Crocs in Reuniting. Deborah, coming right to you.
Number 4, celebrities breaking things.
Yep. I don't know how we can get anything out of that, but you've seen them break something.
Number 5, reuniting missing pets with their owners.
Well, every time, most lampposts these days have a photo of a cat or a dog on it. And that break my heart every time. The fact you think, it's just shocking. But have they ever, yielded reward? And I don't mean in the financial sense. Have you ever thought, I saw that dog, I did see that dog, or I saw that cat, and what is it like to reunite someone with them? I'd be to hear about that if it ever happened. What else?
Number 6, a pure lucky guess.
Yep. What is the world's most extraordinary guess? We did the jelly babies in the jar the other week, and indeed we spoke to people who fill those jars and really do count them. But beyond that, the world's luckiest guess.
Number 7, dropping somebody right in it.
I think Wendy's looking at the radio with wild surmise right now. But have you ever dropped somebody right in it? She always used to say to me, we used to go to big do's and that, big showbiz do's. Don't walk away and talk to your showbiz mates and leave me like a dozy girl standing there. But of course not. And you walk into the big after-show party and someone like Vic Reeves would go, Dan, I go, Vic, and walk away. And then I'd come back 20 minutes later and she would be sucking a forkful tooth, husbanding a flute of champagne. Shall I just... If you want to stay, it's fine, but I'm going to go in a minute because there's no point in me here.
Number 8, incidents at the dinner table as a kid.
Yep, we've got a great one coming from Deborah in 2 seconds' time.
9, notable machines you've operated.
Yeah, combine harvester at 4 and all of that. Imperial War Museum in London used to have some terrific machines you could operate.
Yes, you're only allowed in about 1 tank and a couple of bits now.
Yeah.
In the big entrance hall.
I miss some amusement arcades. I haven't been in one in years, but they're electronic now. But there used to be ice hockey with 2 great big steel players. And you had 2 kind of handles, wheels. They were circular, and you'd move them. You had to operate them left and right, and that was concentration. That wasn't your Nintendo. That was a wonderful piece of machinery to operate.
And number 10, things that happened just before you arrived or just after you left.
Richard's going to be telling us about that in 1 second. Here's our friend Deborah. Good morning, Deborah.
Morning, Danny. Morning, Louise.
Thank you for being there, Deborah. You plunged into the middle of the hoopla straight away. What do you have for us, Deborah?
It's funny tales from the dining table.
As a kid?
When you were young.
Yeah.
So, I think it must have been late 70s, early 80s. Mm-hmm. I'd have been late primary age. Mm-hmm. We were taken by my mum to see some old friends of hers. Mm-hmm. Lovely friends, no children. Mm-hmm. You know, those days, kids had to be quite well behaved.
There's a thing. I used to have to ask, unbelievably, until I was about 10, to leave the table. Now, our house was a pretty raucous working-class family, and shouting and hollering, elbows on the table, kinds of food. But you couldn't just get up and walk, where are you going? No. You come back and ask if you want to leave the table.
Oh,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, go on.
So lovely friends, Pam and Doug, no kids, best behaviour.
Yeah.
Sat round the table, and given the time, it was one of those smoked glass round tables. Lovely. Probably very retro now.
How old are you in this story?
Late primary age.
Okay.
10, 11, I would think, something like that.
Yeah.
Definitely not teenager. And so I was known as a really picky and very slow eater. Must have been the bane of my mum's life.
What a combination. Picky and slow.
Picky and slow. And so there we are. Couldn't remember, tell you now what the main course was. Pudding arrives. Pudding is stewed apple and ice cream. Excellent. Things turn up, ice cream. Served in glass bowls. I'm munching away, no doubt slowly, on my pudding, thinking, this is odd. I don't quite seem to be getting enough ice cream. Parent chatting away to friends. Eventually, it becomes clear that the combination of the boiling hot stewed apple and the freezing cold ice cream has split my glass bowl completely in two.
Oh! Wow, like
They are now
Vesuvius.
drifting apart like an iceberg from a continental shelf. I'm supposed to be on my best behaviour, and I'm sat there thinking, why is my bowl now going away from my pudding? And across the glass table, eventually, seeped all my ice cream.
Now you're going to get the blame for this. You're going to, whatever it is, you're going to get the blame for this. And you were too intimidated to flag it up.
No, and nobody else's bowl did this happen to. Just mine. So, and I have no recollection. I don't think I was ever offered any replacement ice cream.
The onus, I've got to bring closure to this. This was not your fault. This is, and I should imagine they said, we're being a bit grand serving them these bowls. They've been in our family since 1712. As yours exit stage left and right.
Yes.
Did you get the blame for it?
I think, to be fair, I probably didn't. I'm sure they were very nice about it.
It's science. That's all that is. I would love to, if we were a television show, we can do it on the radio. I'd love to try that out, to put the hot and the cold there, and it shatters. It shatters.
In two beautifully clean bits. The stewed apple, meanwhile, of course, sits stubbornly in the middle still. Only the lovely ice cream disappears.
While the Weser floods its banks left and right.
Yep.
Wow, thank you very much indeed, Deborah. Incidents at the dinner table as a kid. Richard, we're coming right to you. What you got there, Peps?
This is from Matt in Manchester. This is last week's show this week. Being called up on stage. Morning, Danny and Peps. I was once unfortunate enough to be picked on to be called up on stage at a stand-up comedy night. This was excruciating enough, but was made even worse by the fact that when I got called up on stage, I comprised precisely half of the audience.
Oh.
The only people who had turned up for the show were me and my friend Jill. And now, here I was, helping the number of people on stage to double the number of people watching. It's hard to tell who was most embarrassed, me being called up to participate in a lacklustre stand-up set, or Jill, who was now the sole spectator for this sorry sight. If I'm honest, I'm rather glad the only laugh the entire act got was when I looked Jill straight in the eyes and mouthed, help me.
No, I think Jill gets the worst of it. To be the only audience member, then unless anyone's been in a similar situation, that is as rank as it gets. The only audience member. Here's our friend Richard. Hey, Richard.
Hi, Danny.
Good morning, Richard. Thank you for being there. The subject is things that happened just before you arrived or happened just after you left. What have you got for us, Richard?
Right, it's a bit of both, actually, because it's about 25 years ago. I was on this training course in Dublin, and all the blokes on the course, in the evening, we went out, we'd had a meal and we went out for a drink. We were in the pub next to the hotel. And it was a bit dull, so we said, let's go somewhere else. So we moved on, and there wasn't, and we can't get too drunk because we got the training course the next morning again. So we went back to the original pub.
Yeah.
And the barman recognised us from before and said, it's a shame you left when you did, because just after you left, the King of Sweden came in.
Oh!
And bought everybody a round of drinks. The whole
the King of Sweden. Now, you'd have to announce yourself, wouldn't you? Good evening, everybody. I'm the King of Sweden. Are you sure Are you sure he said that? You sure the pub wasn't called the King of Sweden?
No.
Really?
It's 25 years ago. I don't remember what the pub was called.
Yeah.
Maybe he was wearing a crown.
It's got to be something like that. It has to be something. I mean, I now intend the next time I walk into a pub to announce myself as the King of Sweden. Who would know? And
he looks like Sven-Göran Eriksson. I've just looked him up. Very similar, mild-mannered.
The current King of Sweden, that might be. We're talking about back then. I think he looked like the...
Oh, he's been there since the 70s.
Have I got... Yes, I have. 1 minute, Richard, before we continue. I have my King of Sweden hat with me. That's why this show is protected by the radio gods.
Oh!
There it is. Look at that. That's a King of... I'm wearing the King of Sweden on my hat.
You have a fez for every occasion.
This is actually a playing card king, but I think all kings should look like playing cards. So you missed him, did you?
Yeah, we did. I was very disappointed for a long, long time, and I'd forgotten about it. But when I saw your subject, it came back to me.
And he just popped in for the one, did he?
Well, I don't know. We were out for like a couple of hours.
No, but the King of Sweden, he was on a crawl, was he? Or do you think he...
Maybe he was going around. Maybe if we'd have stayed at the other pub, he would have come in there as well.
I love the way
he's missed him everywhere.
I mean, we often see, Prince Charles forced to pull a pint in a pub.
Yes.
But I don't think he ever puts his hand in his pocket and says, What are you having? What are you having? What are you having? I'm the King of Sweden. Go on, have a large one for him over there. Gil, don't go. Have a drink. That's the King of Sweden talking there.
It's the Scandinavian monarchy. They're very different to our royal family. Yeah. Apparently, the King of Sweden, or his son, I don't know. I remember because I used to go to Sweden to work quite a lot, and he drives around Stockholm on his motorbike.
Yeah, I don't approve of that. I don't. They do that in Holland as well, don't they?
You want them in carriages? Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, no. Our royal family is whatever one feels. That's the model. That's the model. They don't turn up in pubs saying, "What do you want? What you having?" And I think that's right. But Richard, what a beautiful story! Within minutes, he'd missed. Yeah. If he'd only hung on, he'd have.
Yeah, terrible.
Absolutely, you missed the King of Sweden. Thank you very much indeed, Richard. It's our friend Joe. Hey, Joe.
Hello, Danny.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. This is Reuniting Pets.
Oh, I know. It was horrible. What happened when I was living in London, went to visit a friend in Full Beach Gardens in Earls Court. I don't know if you know it. It's right near all the main roads.
I don't know that, no.
It runs parallel with Earls Court Road or round that way.
I don't like that part of London.
I hadn't shut my car door properly. I didn't realise. And Loppy, his name was Loppy. I got him from Battersea Dog Home. Lovely dog. And he got out. So I got back to the car and it was, oh God, I couldn't believe it. It was so busy around central London, around that area. Yeah. So I was up and down Earls Court Road asking everybody, have you seen this dog? I had pictures printed, posters, a lot, up and down Earls Court Road. Oh, and some people that had a bit to drink, everybody'd seen him and wanted a reward, a bit drunk.
Oh, you never you never take a reward for a pet.
I know.
No. That encourages people to steal them.
I know. Yeah. Well, it was awful because I didn't know what had happened.
I can't imagine anything worse. Yeah.
It was awful. So I thought then I'd phone all the vets in the local area, to see if he'd been taken to a vet or something. And Loppy had this Diamante collar, blue collar with Diamantes in. And about the third vet I phoned said, oh yes, we've seen him. These students from West London College had found him.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And took him in because he'd hurt his tail.
Oh!
I know.
Oh, everyone's going here hugely.
I know.
This better have an upswing at the end here, Joe. This better have an upswing. So you're on the trail.
Number. The vet had their phone number in case somebody asked after him. So I phoned them and met up with them, and they didn't want to take a reward. They were so sweet. They were just lovely kids. And I gave them 25.
But when they opened the door, was Lottie sitting there?
No, I met them. I went to meet them just by West London College.
And he leapt from their arms and...
Oh, God, yes. Loppy was reunited with me. It was awful. It was one of the worst things I ever remember.
Well, it would be, and that's why we need the upswing on this. At the end of it, they get reunited. Because we see these things on the lampposts, and I often think anyone who puts those on lampposts should... give us updates.
Yes!
Found. I know.
Thank you.
It's sad. No, thank you.
What a story. Thank you very much indeed, Joe. Beautiful. Very quickly, if you don't mind, Pep's got another Joe, just very quickly. Okay. Dom, I'll be right with you. Joe?
Hello?
Hello, Joe.
How are you?
Good as gold, Joe. Sorry, you popped up on the screen here. I've no idea whether you've got in early for the sausage sandwich game or something.
No.
Why are you tugging our coat?
I'm money, girl.
Oh, you found it. Well, says you. Let's see your alibi. What happened?
Well, I was just driving along. I had my dog in the car. I was in a Land Cruiser, so I was quite high up. Just driving through a village. And went past the village. Was just a country road, lovely Warwickshire country road. And as you're driving along, when you look out the window and you think, is that what I think it is? And you pull up, and I got out of the car and I left the dog and I wandered along and found a bankroll with £1,000 in it.
No, hang on, whoa. You're driving along and your eye can spot a bankroll with £1,000
yeah,
in it.
not a lot gets past me, Danny.
I'm pretty good at seeing a horse in a field or saying to wind, look, cows. But a bankroll.
This was about 15 years ago. I now wear glasses. I probably wouldn't spot it now.
So where was this bankroll with £1,000 in it?
It was just literally not far from where we live, but on a kind of, just a country road, driving along. So I stood there like a lemon, holding it, thinking any minute now, Jeremy Beadle's going to rise up and come out and find me. Nothing happened. The dog started getting a bit kind of, testy because she was on her own. So I thought, okay, so drove off home. Rang the police. They said, can you put it somewhere safe until you can bring it in? Because I was, in the middle of collecting kids, etc. Took it back, took it into them, handed it in, and about 6 weeks later they rang me and said, well, nobody's claimed it. So we went to France.
Well, good for you. Bravo. That
knocked my fiver in the old granny's purse.
And about a week later, my husband was in the park walking the dog and found 40 quid, so we did quite well, really.
The idea we've got to go following you around is the story here. Although, if I'd have been the police saying, you found more money, you seem to find a lot of money. Thank you.
Bank robbing's my second nature, yeah.
Bless you, Joe. Well, he must be an ill-gotten gains or something, because if you don't know... Oh, it might be Chris Evans. It could fall out of his pocket. And
True.
We'll be right back in, by the way, so away we go.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Saturday mornings with Danny Baker on 5 Live, home of Danny Baker's sausage sandwich game. Will it be red sauce, brown sauce, or no sauce at all?
There's a lot of hoo-ha this week about bringing back traditional sitcoms, whatever that means, because no sitcom was ever traditional when it first... Steptoe & Son wasn't traditional, became that. Dad's Army was a weird idea, became that. But if they put more theme tunes like this behind them, this is Harry Worth's theme tune. If you put a theme tune like this in charge of a show, then you got yourself a sitcom. Now on BBC One, Joe Schmo. You got some fun, don't you? Listen to it.
Does anything have a theme tune anymore?
Things do, but they're usually quite... Because of Friends or Seinfeld, they're all a bit edgy and a little bit... No, this says you got some comedy coming, folks. Buckle up. Harry Worth probably knew what he was doing. But, we've got waiting on the line 4 world titles, Olympic gold medal winner, one of the great cyclists in history. And I'm going to face facts for good is Elinor Barker joins us. Elinor, you've got no idea who Harry Worth is, I take it.
No, I don't, I'm afraid.
No, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. And why should you? But let me tell you, if they ever bring back the Harry Worth show, we've got some fun. Good morning, Elinor.
Good morning, how are you?
It couldn't be better, giving off sparks. And there's a couple of things I need to ask you, because looking at the photos of the modern bikes and stuff, you started biking because you was swimming. Is that right?
Yeah, well, because I didn't like swimming, actually. So where I lived, where I grew up, there was an outdoor cycling track right next to the leisure centre, and that's where I was learning to swim.
So were you in a pool?
The cycling sessions were the same time, so it was kind of just a way of avoiding swimming, really.
But were you in a pool looking out at the cyclists and thinking, that's where I want to be, that sort of thing?
Pretty much, yeah, more or less.
And what was your first bike? What did that look like once you nagged the parents into getting you one? Or did you already have one?
Yes, I'd already had some that were like hand-me-downs from my older siblings. But my first racing bike, I can't remember what it was. I had gears on the downshifter, that kind of thing. And it cost my parents £20, but they told me it was £2,000. So I thought
it might as well have been. It might have well have been. And do you remember the first time you went really, really fast on it? Did you go over the park and just keep those legs pedalling up and down?
I don't remember, actually. I remember the first time I fell off it. I don't remember the first time I felt like I was going really, really quick.
Elinor, you've got to get yourself a Boswell. Because that's not a make of a bike. You need... Because you don't remember the first bike you had, and now you don't remember going fast. Your life dedicated to the sport. Do they still have chains? Do bikes still have chains?
Yeah, Yeah, they do.
And what do they look like these days? Because I can only think back now and they used to be, as thick as my finger. What does a bike chain look like these days?
That's a yes question.
They're still the same, aren't they?
Pretty much the same as usual, yeah.
Do they come off?
Skinnier than they used to be. Yeah, they come off on the track. They come off so that you can change the gear.
Okay. And forgive me, because I know so little about your magnificent sport. And are they like in Formula One, teams of people who prepare it and get it ready, or do you have to do that yourself?
In training, I get it ready myself, and then when we get to big races, there'll be someone to get it ready for me.
Okay, yeah. So you were in the White House. You went over to the White House. Is that right?
Yeah, about 6 months ago.
Well, how did that work out?
It was quite last minute, actually. They had a kind of an emergency summit for an anti-doping crisis that was going on, and I just kind of went to be part of it. I supposed to be one of the British ambassadors, I suppose. But to be honest, I just kind of listened to everybody else's speeches and sort of soaked it all in.
and what did you see? Did you slope off anywhere and have a look around?
I tried, but you're not allowed to go anywhere without somebody following you.
Is that right?
You can't really have a look around. So we saw the Vice President's office, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, but see, I don't know how this happened. Because you'd be like China, you had to have people following you around. If you can't walk around the White House, which we built with our tax money, I think, then it seems a bit unfair to have chaperones.
Is it fancy, or is it a bit like, as I said the other week, I have been to 10 Downing Street, which is actually really shabby and a bit messy around the edges.
Really?
Was it shabby, Elinor?
No, not at all. No, it was really fancy.
Was it? Okay, see, that's the Americans. It's the difference between there and our hotels, really, isn't it? You learning signing, is that right? You can learn sign language.
I tried. I had to go about a couple of years ago now. From working with the Hearing Dogs charity, but it was really, really difficult to learn. Yeah, I'd like to eventually get back into it. But
how far did you get with it?
Well, I was learning over Skype. I did about half an hour a week for a couple of months. But it's really, really difficult to do it over Skype because, it's difficult to be able to communicate with each other. Yeah, if only one of you can speak sign language.
There is that. But could you get by in it? I mean, could you get by? Do you know the basics of it?
I can say my name and a very small handful of other words, but I couldn't string a sentence together, really.
Oh. And I don't make light of all of this, but they do. You could learn. They have off-colour words and everything, I suspect, in signing.
Yeah, well, everyone knows a few swear words in sign language.
Oh, yeah. Well, there used to be some twins in a pub called the Jolly Corkers when I grew up, and they were both sign and speak to each other. They were both they're profoundly deaf, the pair of them. They used to sign to each other, and they'd get into arguments. And the more they argued, and the more, like when you type an angry email, you hit the key hard. They used to sign harder. So, which sounds like a film with Bruce Willis. Last thing I want to ask is whenever I watch, you performing, or certainly cycling at the level you perform at, I find it very hard to follow, particularly the pursuit. Is it where one starts on one side of the track and one on the other side of the track? I can never tell who's in front. Is that my fault? Is it easy to tell?
That's probably the simpler of the events to flow.
Is it?
In terms of it being more straightforward, yeah. It depends on the graphics of the channel that you're watching it on. So a lot of the time it's not as obvious as it could be.
And how often do you get to lap somebody? Does that happen a lot? Because it must be rotten to be lapped. Do you get mixed up in the next race almost? Does that happen much?
No, it doesn't happen very often, no. Especially not in the individual races.
No, it's just, if I don't catch the beginning of it and somebody comes in and says, who's in front? I have to go, I'm not sure.
I like those ones where you go really slowly watching each other, eyeing each other up, which one of us is going to go?
And then away you go. We'll be right back with you, Elinor. We're going to find out who's playing the game. Hey, Adrian.
Morning, Danny.
Morning to you, Adrian. Adrian, how many bikes have you owned in your life?
Oh, dear me, I'm sorry now you got me on thing. Well, I obviously had the freewheel at the start as a kid.
The three-wheel? Let me just go. Elinor, did you ever have a free-wheel bike?
No, I didn't know.
No, I do. I had one of those. It's the only bike I ever owned. Yeah, big wheels at the back. Yeah. Fantastic. Adrian,
I suppose three over the years. Altogether.
Two more than me. Peps?
I'm trying to think. I know the only new one I had, because I had everything hand-me-downs from my brothers.
Yeah.
But I got a girl's bike with a bag on the back and everything. That was called a Bianca.
Was it?
And then after that, I think I went back into having hand-me-downs.
And where was the pump? Was it on the little the crossbar that comes down from the handlebars to the back? Because sometimes you get the pump on that. Eleanor's thinking, I've never heard a more basic conversation in my life.
I don't think it had one. It had a very pretty bag with flowers on the back, though.
There you go. So, Adrian, who are you playing for today?
Today, the mighty St Albans City, Danny.
So, how is St Albans doing?
We're just about 2 points off the playoffs, and we've got the Roman derby today. I'm down in Wells at the moment, ready to go off to Bath to play Bath City today this afternoon. So.
No, because you'll go there as Verulamium, am I right?
Verulamium, yeah, we're Verulamium in disguise. We call ourselves St Albans, really, but yeah.
Do you know Marcus Apicus did the first ever cookbook, and it was a Roman cookbook. And in there, and I don't want to tread on the vegan toes here, but in there I was reading some of the recipes the other night, and some of the ingredients were parrots, peacocks. Oh, and they had everything covered in garum, G-A-R-U-M, the Romans, which was intestines left out in the sun and mashed. Oh, we might be missing a trick there. Jamie Oliver will sell that back to you. Wait there, Adrian, here comes Neil. Hey, Neil.
Hi, Danny. Hi, Lou.
Morning.
How many bikes have you owned in your time, Neil?
Oh, quite a few. I remember my first one was I bought with my paper round money.
Did you?
A chopper.
Oh, of course, a chopper. Yeah, worth a lot of money. All those, even the accessories from. A friend of mine makes a lot of money selling the just the pedals. So, Neil, who are you playing for today?
I'm playing for Upton St Leonard's Primary School.
Upton St Leonard's Primary School. How are they doing?
They're doing very well. They punch above their weight in the local area.
A primary school can't weigh a bag of chips. Oh, they're punching above it. Where was your paper round, Neil, then? What street?
It was in Southport, near Liverpool. I used to do the big houses on the posh street.
Listen here, listen. Can I say something about Southport? Do you know who Southport's chairman was and biggest supporter? They had a very famous supporter for years. Do you know who it was?
Go on.
Albert Pierpoint, the hangman of Britain.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
Albert Pierpoint, while he was hangman of Britain, was also chairman of Southport. Poor old Eleanor's thinking, I'm not quite sure what I've wandered into here, but can we get on with the game? So we have St Albans City versus Upton St Leonard's school team. Now, I take it, Eleanor, you've never heard this sausage sandwich game before, have you? No.
I have, yeah, once or twice.
Oh, really? Oh, bless you for that.
Really liked it.
Oh, well, thank you. Bring the old man on next time. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask some questions that only you could possibly know the answer to. And by trying to anticipate your answer, what is it? Adrian for St Albans City and Neil for Upton St Leonard's school team are going to try and score a goal for their team. Now, I stayed away from one subject there, but I think you'll back me up in this. Eleanor, you recently treated yourself to a car, didn't you?
Recently what, sorry?
A car. Did you buy a car quite recently?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did, yeah.
Yeah, you did. Well, I'm going to ask you about the number plate of that car, not the actual thing. Obviously, that'd be crazy. But, Adrian, I'm going to ask Eleanor about her car, because I know that my daughters particularly, and I'm the same. Looking at the number plate, you think, that's easy to remember. I like that number plate. You can't help it. I'm not into personalised ones, but sometimes when you get a motor, you look at it, you think, oh, yeah, I know I can remember that because... The one I've got at the moment, no. I've had the same car for 9 years, and even this morning when I had to punch in the number plate at the car park paying thing, I still have to walk back and find out what the first three... I can't remember it. But, I'm serious, but Elinor Barker, when she looks at her new car number plate, right, it's quite easy to remember. Quite easy to remember. And she'll tell us why. It's very easy to remember why she bought it. We don't know. It could be EB1. That would be very easy to remember. It's quite easy to remember. There's a couple of things in there. Or it's actually quite hard to remember. It's all over the place, like mine is. Not a single thing I can relate to anything in my life. So the number plate on Elinor Barker's car, it's quite easy to remember. It's very easy to remember. It's quite hard to remember. What do you think she'll say?
I'm going to go for... As Emma's quite an intelligent girl, very easy to remember.
There's nothing to do with intelligence, neither here nor there. This is a hieroglyphic you get.
So I'm lucky. Mine's got my husband's initials and my father-in-law's initials.
No, you see, that's the thing. I've got nothing useful. In mine. Nothing. Nothing in mind at all. Do you know what? You put a gun to my head now and say, what is it? I could not tell you. I've had that car 11 years and my memory's good. What did Adrian say?
He went for very easy.
Neil, you're left with, it's quite easy, or it's actually quite hard, the number plate to remember on Elinor Barker's new motor.
Based on the fact that I've got a photo of my car registration on the phone so I can remember it.
Me too. That's what I should do, actually, you're right. Except I don't have a phone.
I was going to say,
what I'll do,
that.
I'll draw a phone in the dust on my car and then put a picture of it on
handy
there.
Polaroid.
What is it, Neil?
I'll go for quite hard to remember.
Quite hard. Elinor, this car, you know, you got it, and the first thing anyone looks at is, I don't like that number plate, or that number plate was all right. But you looked at yours and thought, that's quite easy to remember. Or, that's really easy to remember. Or, that's going to be quite hard to remember. What is the truth of that, Elinor Barker?
It's quite hard to remember.
Is it? Is it? I won't ask you why, but there's nothing that marries up with anything in your life that helps you remember it then?
No, nothing. No idea what it is.
No, but with me and you both. Now, I don't know. I don't think every car having a different number plate helps anything. I don't. It's a hangover from the days of gangsters when they used to rob banks like Bonnie and Clyde. But these days you don't really need all that. What's that done to the score, Pep?
St Albans City 0, Upton St Leonard's Primary 1.
Oh, okay. Well done, Upton St Leonard's Primary. So here we go with the second question. Now this is away from the car, the international events that Elinor finds herself at. When she packs for those, this is going to you now, Neil, and this could give you the game. You get this one right. Game. When Elinor packs to go away on a trip, even if it's a holiday, but you know, if she's competing, all the better. Now, when things like deodorant, toothpaste, as a rule, Elinor Barker thinks, I'll get that when I get there. I'll buy all that stuff when I get there. Or, no, she packs it. She goes to Boots or wherever it is. Be Boots, won't it? And buys all that and takes it with her. She takes things like deodorant, toothpaste with her, as a rule. Or, no, she thinks, we can get all that when we get there. Or, there's no hard and fast rule. No, that's the third option. There is no hard and fast rule. But what do you, Pep? It is tricky. Okay. We always think we'll get it when we get there. But you get there and you think, in a chemist. Have you seen a chemist? What? I told you. I didn't bring.
I don't take any risks with. There's a medical bag with everything. A field hospital goes in every bag. I can sort everything out, and both me and my husband have very set deodorants. And
you have separate deodorants?
No, very set.
Oh, okay.
He always has that one. I always have that one, and I would smell odd if I went somewhere and bought a different.
I'm sorry to get the game bogged down here, Elinor. You're the person who found it so bizarre, and quite rightly, that people don't have a specific side of the bed. One couple. And now you're saying, rules. And now you've got...
Yeah, very specific. If my husband wears a different one, stays at a friend's or something, you smell weird.
Well, Neil, Elinor Barker, when she packs her own toothpaste, deodorant, right? Or she thinks, I can get all that when I get there. Or she has no hard and fast rule, which I think would be weird. What do you think, Neil?
Well, I think she's going to be so busy training that she won't have time to go to a chemist, so she'll pack everything herself.
You think so? I mean, yeah. Well, okay, but this is important, this stuff. Adrian, you're left with, she sorts it all out when she gets there. And I'm not talking about moisturisers and things like that. Well, anyway, we better get on with the game, which is about the... But things like just deodorant and toothpaste and things like that. Yeah, well, no sun creams and nothing. No, don't leave that out of the equation. So you are left with, Adrian, this will be for an equaliser. She gets all that when she gets there, or she's not really got a hard and fast rule about that. What do you think?
I'm going to go now for the hard and fast rule.
Not hard and fast. You don't really... No, doesn't it? Okay. Elinor, when you go on one of your trips, you always take your own deodorants, toothpaste, the basics, or... You always think, I can sort that out when I get there. Or you have no hard and fast rule. The answer, please, Elinor Barker.
I always pack it with me because, I will be too busy training when I get there.
Yeah, I didn't think that logic would work. But it has. And what's that done to the score, Peps?
St Albans City 0, Upton St Leonard's Primary 2.
Elinor, did you stop at what used to be called duty free on the way through, which is now like a massive department store? Hang on, the maestro's in. Jimmy Tarbuck's in. Do you mind? I'm broadcasting to the nation here. Do you often stop in that, those shops before you get on the plane? Do you do that?
You get a little free a tester of perfume, don't you? But I never mind.
But then you're stuck with it for a whole flight, realising that it was horrible and you hated it when you spray it on. No, that's what my massive mistake at the airport. Oh, that smells nice. An hour into the flight, oh, this is awful. I stink.
My Wendy, Elinor, then we go away quite a bit, cannot walk past a sign that says Clarins. Cannot. Sees a sign called Clarins and she's drawn to it like a moth. Say, when? You've got 200 weight of stuff. It's all right. I need a tinter or something, whatever they are. Cannot walk through there. That's it. Our house is every product Clarins sell. And even if we went tomorrow, walk through that part, Eleanor. Sorry, boom, towards that Clarins sign. What's that done to score, Peps? Where are we?
So we're St Albans City 0, Upton St Leonard's Primary 2.
Right, now we come to the question that gave the game its name. Thank you for putting up with this, by the way, Eleanor. It's not easy doing the sausage sandwich game. But it isn't. I'm aware of it. Especially at 24, you've got bigger fish to fry. It's all right because somebody's, clapped out all footballers. They've got nothing better to do, but you have. So here we go. With the question that gave the game its name. Now, we know she's supremely organised. We just heard it. Gets all that before she goes, all packed in there. Do you bring those little tiny deodorants home, or do you leave them there, perhaps?
Well, I try... Oh, this is just...
Go on, what?
As deodorants start to get towards the end, I squirrel them away just for holidays. So you take them, use them up and ditch them.
They'll be pushing together old bits of soap in the end. That is one of the most parsimonious things I've ever heard. Leave them out, they're taking all that home. I hand Elinor Barker, Adrian. This is just for pride, Adrian, and there's not much pride in this. I hand Elinor Barker a sausage sandwich. Beautiful sausage sandwich. It's not going to be much ballast. She can put it in those... No, they don't have the little bags on the back of professional bikes, do they? It's like they don't have glove compartments in Formula 1. I must learn all this. But I hand her a sausage sandwich. She looks at it. She lifts the lid. Then Adrian... Does she ask for red sauce? Does she ask for brown sauce? Does she ask for no sauce at all? Those who are following along at home can see it on my T-shirt this morning. But does she ask for red sauce? Does she ask for brown sauce? Does she ask for no sauce at all? What do you think, Adrian?
Well, I hope the result is not the precursor for today's result.
Who are you playing today? Oh, of course you're playing the Roman Derby, yeah.
Bar City, yeah. And I've just had a lovely breakfast, and I've had lashings of red sauce.
Good man.
I'm going to go for red sauce.
Good man. I'm sorry you're going to lose this particular bout. Not this round, but the bout is over. We know that. So you've gone red. Neil, was you going to go red there?
Well, speaking from another Roman city, Gleven.
Oh, okay. We could call this the Roman Derby.
I'm wearing my T-shirt like you, Danny. I'll go for brown sauce.
You've got one too. Oh. Okay. It was a straight red v brown fight. I never put my £2 thin. I think Ellen has no sauce at all. I think she lives a disciplined life, and she's got no time for such fripperies. Eleanor, I hand you a sausage sandwich, beautiful, mashed down into the crusty bread. The butter's already gone into it. Fat sausages that with the back of the fork you make explode, so you get a good even sausage all over. Do you ask for red sauce? Do you ask for brown sauce? Or do you ask for no sauce at all? The answer, please, the great Elinor Barker.
I would ask for a red sauce.
You do? Good for you. Well, that's good. My hunch was wrong. What's that done to the score, Peps?
St Albans City 1, Upton St Leonard's Primary 2.
How can you say get in there when you've just been defeated no matter what? The very definition of a consolation goal. But appreciate, Adrian. Good luck in the... I favour Verulanium against everybody else. Thank you, Adrian. Neil, you get what everybody who plays the sausage sandwich game gets. Our very best wishes, particularly to the Upton St Leonard's school team, primary school team. Eleanor, when are you in contest next?
Tomorrow, actually.
Oh, it's tomorrow. Oh, I thought it was a week away. This is very good of you to give up this morning. What are you, nuts? You'd be out there pedalling like crazy.
What sort of a race is it?
It's a road race, a national race.
And because I know there's the scratch, which is where everyone just starts and it's a free-for-all, am I right?
Yeah. I'm racing tomorrow, but yeah, that is a race.
Is that what it is? Do you, like a racehorse, do you pace yourself, Eleanor? I mean, obviously you pace yourself, you know the sport. Or is it just, hell for leather from the beginning?
Well, it's very tactical, so there's no set structure to it, really, and sometimes you are just trying to keep up, and you're not really in control of the pace of the race, so, it varies quite a lot.
And beyond that, how are you looking? Because your sister's in the game there, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. Yeah, she's in my road team on my track team.
Oh, there's a sound a little terse there coming up. Oh, siblings, watch out. That's it. You really don't want to be known as, I think it's Meg, isn't it? That's Meg's sister. Hey, I was the big noise before her. That's the thing. Is she good, though? Is she very good?
She's very good, yeah. Really good.
And last thing I want to ask you, and I'll let you go to your saddle. Oh, by the way, just while we're here, the saddle on your bike, is it bespoke? It's made especially for you, crafted, one might say. It's a special saddle?
No, just bought off the shelf.
Oh, because I spoke to a spaceman once, a proper spaceman. He really is, he's an astronaut. And I said about the suit, do you pick them up? He said, no, every suit costs upwards of £500,000. They're moulded to you. And I thought your
bike saddle
specifics would have been. The bike itself, is that modelled for you, or is that one you just pick up?
The bike is modelled for me, yeah. Yeah, but the saddle's just off the shelf.
Well, all the best, my friend. Eleanor, thank you very much for taking part in this morning's nonsense. I'd say all the best for the future, but you're Elinor Barker, 4 world titles, Olympic gold medal winner. Thank you for being with us this morning on the Sausage Sandwich Game, my friend. Appreciate it. And now, the show's own jingle.
Good morning, everybody, it's the Danny Baker Show, radiating out across the airwaves. Come the sunshine or the rain, come aboard the Danny train. We'll kick our slippers off and throw our cares away. What better thing to do than have a jolly jape or two? Don't touch that dial, there's nowhere else to go. Come and join a happy session, wave ta-ta to the recession on the Danny Baker Show. Take it away, Danny.
Always do, Wisby. We'll be right back with Jimmy Tarbuck.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
5 Live News, I'm Helen Place. Law professor Alan Dershowitz was asked in 2010 to provide legal advice to Mr Assange.
It's an extremely weak case. What they say in the indictment is that he encouraged, he tried to find out, he may have gotten half the password, but in the end, at least according to the indictment, it failed. It didn't work. And it may very well be in the end that the jury won't believe that that constitutes a crime.
Saturday mornings with Danny Baker on 5 Live.
Available now on the 5 Live webcam. Go to bbc.co.uk/5live.
Instead of doing it again, they play this piece of music. And when we've got a steamed and pressed guest like we got now, I can't give this music the time it needs. The greats, and I mean that with a capital G-R-E-A-T, Jimmy Tarbuck joins us. Good morning, James.
Sir, what can I say? I'm thrilled to be on your show.
It's World Record Store Day out there at the moment. When everyone goes out and goes nuts and buys records all the time, which I do professionally. I'm a bit like New Year's Eve towards this. The amateurs are out there. You made some albums. You made there's one here, look. There's one of yours. That's one of yours. That was one of the last ones.
Yes.
Let's Have a Party. You made the one on RCA. You made Albert Kenny Lynch. You made a bunch of singles. Obviously, as not looking to rival Tom Jones or anything, but you like singing, don't you?
Oh, I do. I mean, I wrote one song that did okay, called Again.
Yeah.
It charted, and that was nice. Yes, I do. Not a very good singer, but it carries a tune.
You can carry the
What a load of rhubarb that is.
As I say, I've got all the stuff, but and of course, that being a cliche from Liverpool, you're expected to. One thing about you, you got good genes. I mean, forgive me for saying this, but how could this happen? You're getting towards 80, right?
Yes.
So, but that's how did that happen?
God knows. I never thought it would.
Yeah.
And it died when I was a kid. I was taken into a hospital in Liverpool called Alder Hay with, I think it was called lobal pneumonia. And the old man thought he'd lost me.
Oh, well, just did...
And so they lost a child that I never met, a brother I never met.
Yeah.
And so any love that had gone his way and had been lost was showered on me.
Yeah, yeah.
And so it was a very friendly, happy childhood.
I'll bet.
And in the same school, this is common knowledge, was John Lennon.
Yes. In that film Nowhere Boy, I think, which is one of the better films made about the Beatles. I think you've ever seen Nowhere Boy.
I got told at the opening thing about me.
There's some kid shouting at John Lennon from the pavement, and he goes, "I'll deal with you later, Tarbuck."
Yeah, put that Mars bar down.
Yeah, exactly.
I did like them as well, as you can tell.
But the weird thing is, everyone in Liverpool says, "Oh, I was at school with Lennon," but you really were.
Dovedale Road.
Yeah. Do you remember when you got the news that you had the London Palladium job? Do you remember, because you were like 25, I think? Do you remember?
I'd been on it a few times. I drove through the night the first time. I was on Bernard Manning's club the night before in Manchester, which was a reupholstered toilet.
Yeah.
And so I did that. I got in the car, and a boy called Ray Feldman, who I went to school with, Pauline and I, we drove down, kipped in the car and went round. And I'd been strolling around Liverpool for 10 days. I'm on the Palladium next Sunday.
Yeah.
I'm on the Palladium next Sunday. Phew, that was all that. And then it was the day, and the bottle dropped.
Yeah.
It just dropped.
Yeah.
Squeaky bum time, as they say. And it was Nureyev. And I knew, as I do today, a lot about ballet, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
And he was dancing with a lovely lady. Yeah, I'm knowledgeable now. Antoinette Sibley, Dame Antoinette Sibley, the pa-di-da-da-da from Swan Lake. And they, when I knocked on the door, the young host. How are you? Very fittest guy.
Oh.
All the footballers I know, this fellow was the fittest looking man. And I said, I don't know a lot about ballet, Mr. Nureyev. He said, young man, neither do I.
Did he? That's
what I just went, you'll do. One of the lads. I said, if I was to say the part of the perfect. And thank you. And he came on. And for all the little boys and girls and mums and everybody else listening, they are very sparsely dressed.
Yes, they are.
Except underneath they have a box for their private parts. And he had a extra box, to say the least. Mm-hmm. And everybody was talking about that. Mm-hmm. And Morecambe and Wise were on the next week. And they worked on them, and here we are on the wonderful Palladium. Yes, he said, did you see it last week? He said, I think everyone saw it last week. And it got the biggest laugh I ever heard on the Palladium. It just got a roar, because everybody had.
But the idea that you, as I say, I mean, it must seem like eons ago, that then they said, we want you to host it. You're going to do it. You must have thought. Was there a lot of resentment in the industry?
No, totally.
Did they think? Who's this kid
from these old comics?
Yeah,
because a lot of them had been round a long time.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden, and I got well, there was no television in our day. I said no, but there was radio.
Yeah,
think of Ted Ray, Arthur Askey, Frankie Howard. Keep going, great comics.
Yeah. They must have thought, who's this kid? Oh, he's never going to last. He's a flash in the pan.
Oh, another one said to me, you're not timing your jokes right. I said, oh, well, who do I go to for advice? Not you.
I know.
Because I was like that.
Good for you. Well done. With me and you both, brother.
But fun
He Tarby's wall, didn't they? He used to have all the topical jokes written on the wall behind you.
That was John Scoffield's idea, and that worked for me.
Yeah.
Because when I came on the Palladium, I burst through the wall.
Yeah.
And Billy Connolly praised me a great, is someone I admire immensely, compliments. He said, I influenced him. And if I influenced him, I got one thing right, because I feel he's a great comic.
Well, because it's World Record Day, I'm going to play you some songs by some of the greats, and you'll recognise them. And
I know every one of them.
They're old friends of yours. Just put them headphones on there for a second.
Right, sure.
I'll just take these as okay, what do you know about this fella? Hang on.
Might be Max Bygraves coming up. They've changed our local alley into a bowling alley, and things ain't what they used to be.
Who would have thought we live in a time when a lot of people around this building think, who's that? Max Bygraves.
One of the greats.
Was he one of your golfing mates? Did he play golf, Max Bygraves?
Yes, but he was a wonderful entertainer.
Oh, one of the best. Born 2 streets away from me. Speaking of which, Max Bygraves, where I'm from in London, is known for Max Bygraves and one other fella Tommy Steele.
Oh,
right?
very much
Now,
so.
this photo I've had for ages. That's you and Tommy in a pie and mash shop, I believe, in the Tower Bridge Road. That is you, right?
Definitely.
1965. I won't ask you to remember the specifics of it. But did you know Tommy, or would that have been for a publicity thing?
I met him through playing football for the Showbiz 11. And
where did you used to play? Where was your position?
Now it's not there anymore. Inside right.
No, number 8, an exciting number 8 shirt.
My left boot was brand new when we came off at the end of a season. It was never used. That was for standing on.
Let's play another one. And you mentioned a moment ago this fella, but listen to this. When you say the greats, here's top of the shop.
At our church one day last week, say you're listening, I went to a christening. Little pink kid, quite small, brand new, and it was some christening
Arthur
too.
Askey.
Oh, yes.
Arthur Askey is hilarious. All his old movies you ever see, the business he had. Did you know Arthur Askey?
He was my mum in the Palladium pantomime.
Was he?
Yeah.
But what would that have been? You can take your cards up if you want to.
When was it? 68.
Well, you must have been overawed. Think, man alive.
But
Arthur Askey.
He was lovely.
Yeah.
Hello, playmates.
Hello, playmates. He had 5 catchphrases. 5. And there's one's enough.
I thank you.
I thank you. Hello, playmates. Before your very eyes. Doesn't it make you want to spit? He did for it. Doesn't it make you want to spit? And big-hearted Arthur. 5 catchphrases there.
I thank you.
Who was the first comedian you saw at a live? Who would that have been?
Well, live would be a guy called Jimmy Charters, who was on in the Isle of Man.
Yeah.
And it was a pal of my dad's.
Uh-huh.
And I used to go and watch him every night, and I used to love the way he made people laugh.
Yeah.
But I am lucky, Danny, in as much as I did see Laurel and Hardy live.
Did you on that tour in the 50s?
Yes, I did.
Did you?
The old man said, I'm taking you out tonight. Wash his knees. To my mother, me short, wash his knees. So and I said, where are we going? And I was really PO'd about, no, don't want to go out tonight. And I'm going in the theatre with my dad, my cap's on, and then I'm sat down, and I said, who's on? He said, I don't know. He sat me down.
Oh, really?
And all of a sudden the music went dun, 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 and I sat over there, and they were my hero.
Oh. Yeah.
And they walked on, and I just said to the old man, Dad, they're here. They're here. And I run down the aisle in the Liverpool Empire, and the fat guy just went with the tie.
Yeah.
Hello, kid. Well,
No.
I run back to the old man. I said, did you see? He said, I did. He was crying, the old man.
Oh, Oliver Hardy.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, that's that. Oh,
They did a bit of Charlie Caroli's, the car that collapsed.
Yep.
They did a bit with that. I mean, they...
First famous person I ever had my photograph took with Charlie Caroli in Yarmouth.
Clown.
Here in Yarmouth, my dad heckled you in Yarmouth in about 1967. I won't do it.
Do you know, I remember it.
He was in the front row, and
dear.
you did a line you must have done a lot, because my old man was as bald as I am
Yeah.
now. And you said, sir, would you mind switching seats? The light shining off your bald head right into my eye.
Oh, dear.
Got a laugh,
Yeah.
but my old man...
Got the needle.
My old man got the needle at anything, and he went, I'll leave out the...
Yes.
explosive word, but he said, you can go off someone, Tarbuck. And he shouted it. And I shrank into my seat. Anita Harris was on the bill, ABC Yarmouth, about 1967. About ABC Yarmouth.
Is your dad still alive?
No, he isn't, the old man. Peter Kay played him in the series. If you ever saw the series of them based on my books, Peter Kay plays my dad and plays him magnificently.
Peter Kay, good young comic.
Good young comic. Peter's old. Peter, do you hear that? You're a young comic. Let's move on to
They're all young to me.
I suppose so. There's going to be that. Let's play another one. Just stick the headphones on again.
Okay.
I'll play you some of your own work.
Oh.
Oh, great. Here we go. How about this?
Close your eyes and I'll kiss you. Tomorrow I'll miss you. Remember, I'll always be true. And then while I'm away, I'll write home every day, and I'll send all my love.
Pretty good version. Pretty good. It wasn't always the way. This one, perhaps less so. Yes, it's Kylie as you've always wanted to hear her. Shot through the prism of Jimmy Tarbuck. It ain't so bad. This is spirited. It's a spirited version. Just a little of this.
In my imagination, there is no complication.
kind of Kylie thing for a while, Jim. Again. Shove over, Kylie Minogue. Tarbuck's here.
Everybody's doing a brand new dance now.
It's a pretty good version. Better than Grand Funk's.
But I love Carole King's music anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Carole King.
Well, we'll go for you not even knowing about that. Carole King there.
Oh, dear.
No, absolutely, 100%. So one last one, and it's a great friend of yours, I know that. You probably won't recognise the song, but as soon as he starts singing... These are all my own records.
It's all going up, up, up. It's all going up, up,
Wait till we start singing.
It's all going up, up, up. It's all going up, up, up. It's gotta come down, down, down. 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 Rates, rent and gas bills.
Ronnie Corbett.
Papers, petrol, cigarettes.
Ronnie made records. I've got them all. I've got more comedy records. Now, he was your great friend, wasn't he, Ronnie Corbett?
Every day there's something else in the news.
When you turned up on a golf course, I know nothing about golf. Nothing about golf at all. And you ain't from a golfing background.
No,
I imagine
not
there
at
was
all.
too many golf courses near your front door as a kid. What was the first time you walked onto a golf course and thought, this'll do for me?
It was in Allerton in Liverpool. It was a municipal course where you could go and pay 5 shillings and play. And I went with a lad from school called Roger Heath. And we went there, hired the clubs for £0.50 and played.
£0.50?
Yeah, something like
And
that.
did you have a... Because you were good at it. You were pretty good at it.
One time, all right, not now.
Yeah. No, did you still get out there or not?
I played yesterday and I... oh, dear God almighty.
Really?
Yes.
It's and then to say, without being... I mean, you're all your old partners, you know...
There's no one to play with.
The field's thinning.
I'm telling you.
The field's thinning. Maybe that's it. I'll
I mean, Corbett, for instance, one of the last games with him, we had 9 holes, and he fell in 6. And,
Here we go. You see,
no joke.
I knew it. As soon as the red light goes on, the material comes flooding back. That's what it is. So you at the Palladium, you became this sensation on the back of the whole 60s thing going on. But then did you think, well, I've got to make this last longer? How important was getting something like a summer season back then? Because people don't really do that anymore.
Well, I mean, they fell in your lap because that was the scene at Blackpool, Bournemouth, Eastbourne, Southend, Torquay.
Southport would have been...
Southport, you did summer seasons.
Yeah.
I mean, and you would do a summer season, 2 weeks off, and you'd be starting a pantomime. That's how show business was in the days of variety.
Yeah.
And they were great fun, and that led to the golf, Danny, because you'd go to work, we would say at 6 and 8:15, twice a night, but you'd have all day off.
Yeah.
Now, what you either went on the booze, you went gambling.
And most did.
Yes, exactly. Did the gambling. And then you had golf. And I worked with a great man called Dickie Henderson.
Oh, of course, Dickie Henderson.
And he's slightly a young man. He said, come dance.
He went off to Canada for like 6 weeks, came back speaking like this.
And how are
came
you?
back, Dickie Henderson. His dad was very famous, of course.
Old Dick Henderson.
Yeah, old Dick Henderson. And he was your first golf partner, was he?
Well, that was the first big show I went in. It was at the Coventry Theatre, and it was wonderful. And the bill was Dickie Henderson, Pinky and Perky.
Oh, now we're going top of the shop.
And it goes, and at the bottom, with Jimmy Tarbuck. I mean, it was so low on the bill, dogs could wee-wee on it.
Yeah, that's
It was terrible.
Down amongst the wine and spirits.
That's where I was.
Yeah. What was your first telly? Do you remember your first time on TV?
Comedy Bandbox.
What was it? I don't know that.
It went out up north only,
yeah.
And I scored, had a good night, and Val Parnell, it didn't show in London. It showed up north, and everyone said, watch this kid on the telly. And he went in and watched it in Golden Square here.
Oh, yeah,
a rerun.
Yeah.
And they said, put him on the Palladium next Sunday. And the phone went, and then they said, you're on the... I said, don't say things like that to me. Because in those days, to all your listeners, there was ITV and BBC One, nothing else.
No.
no Sky, no BBC.
And the other thing, Jim, before you continue, the other thing is it used to close down. They'd have schools programmes, and then about 1 o'clock they'd say, right, we're going off the air now till 5 o'clock. The news come on, and then it closed down again at 10:30.
But they'd get a course, and believe me, I'm not fibbing. 23 million viewers.
Yeah.
And Auntie Joan up in Carlisle and all that could see Nureyev or Bassi, whoever it was heading the bill. And of course, they loved the Americans coming in, and we all did. Nat King Cole's on the Palladium.
Yeah.
You know, and Bob Hope's on.
Well, we had Lionel Blair in the other week, and he was talking about Sammy Davis had just flown in, and they went onto the stage and worked out the routine that they did that night. And they said they had eight minutes to do the dance routine. He said, but we toe to toe. He said, unfortunately, I knew most of his stuff. I noticed you've got. I passed the Palladium the other day, and there you are, etched outside it. They've put all the greats outside of it, and there you are, Jimmy Tarbuck.
I'm thrilled to be in that company. Tommy Steele's in this.
Yeah, of course, Tommy Steele. Tommy made sure. Tom, he got the first letter in.
Well, on the day we were all doing it, and Cliff came in, and I'd been to see Cliff at the Albert Hall the night before. He was terrific, and he is terrific. He's a good man, and. There was Des, Steely, Cliff, and myself are the four. Someone made an observation. He went, sign this autograph, Jim, will you? Have a look at that lot up there. Half of them are bleeding dead. Well, I went, well, that's nice. Thank you very much indeed. I'm thrilled to be alive, I am.
You say half. You know, you
Three quarters.
You got Tommy Trinder up there and stuff. As far as I know, Tom has passed on. In America, did you ever try and play America? Did you ever have a go at America?
Yes, I did.
I know you met Elvis and stuff. But,
that was wonderful.
Yeah.
That was because of Tom Jones. I'll get to in a minute.
Yeah.
But the States, I did the Jackie Gleason show.
Oh, huge.
Bob Hope's special. Mike Douglas, who was an afternoon guy, but huge.
But just before you continue, the Bob Hope thing, because as far there is nobody to touch Bob Hope in my book. No one. I mean, people from now just remember him in his later years. Bob Hope, I think, is a fair case, invented stand-up comedy, without a doubt. And the road films, I still think, are the marker for all comedy. I take it you didn't get to know him or meet him, but you shaking the hand of Bob Hope?
Stayed at his house in Palm Springs. And I said, give me some advice, Mr. Hope. He said, give them 2 minutes to look at the suit.
What do you mean?
Beautifully dressed. And he went, let them go on, and you want every man in the audience to go, God, I'd love a suit like that.
That's where I went wrong.
Well, a lot of these comics today, they say you're old-fashioned and all that. I said, why do you all look so scruffy?
No,
they don't want to see a fella who's come out of work. They want to see a fella walk on and say, hey, how are you tonight?
I'm not in your game, but I remember somebody who told me that. He said, can I just give you a little advice? Daniel LaRue said to me, if you're going to be a star, look like one, darling. You don't. And I said, well, yeah, he did. And he would not. I saw Danny do one of his last things. I was comparing this evening, and he turned up, and I thought, there's no way that fella can go on. And I used to boost him on the radio show, and it was literally weeks, I think, for him. And I've never believed in that thing about Dr. Greasepaint and all of that. They played his music, he went out there, and he knocked them cold. And as soon as he got into the wings again, he kind of doubled over and said, was that all right? I've never seen the little thing about
30 years on the stage with feathers up my backside.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, that was him.
A star, yeah.
That was him.
Real star. I took you away there from saying about Bob Hope and
he was lovely.
And you met Elvis through Tom Jones. How about that?
Well, Jonesy was on at Caesar's Palace in Vegas. Flew me over with Pauline, and so we go. And it was twice a night then, those Vegas acts, doing the full act. So it played hell with the voices of Sinatra, Jones, Bassi, all
everyone smoking in the room.
Exactly. And that, and they'd have these dampeners for their throats. I don't know if you've seen them. You put your head under a towel and the steam comes up.
My dad used to do that in the kitchen.
Well,
we had some salts. He did.
Yeah. That's a fact. And he did that. So I said to Pauline, we're going out tomorrow night early. This is gospel truth on my mother's grave. This is true. So I phoned up the Hilton, and all the Hilton said was, he's here. Presley.
Yeah.
So I phoned the Hilton and said, hello, this is Tom Jones here. Oh, hi, Tammy, how are you? Could you get a pal of mine, Jim Tarbuck, in? I said, he's a very big star in England. And they went, send him in. I go down there, and we go to the front of the queue, Mr. Tarbuck, and we're in. And on he came to this is the 2001 Space Odyssey plays.
Yeah.
And on he came, and I was out the seat. Well, I was at school when I bought Heartbreak Hotel.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And I've looked, great to see him. Now back to Tom's room. He's done the first show. Where have you been? I said, well, I went down around the strip and all that. He said, I've got a thrill for you tonight. I said, well, what's that? He said, Elvis is doing a late show. I said, tonight? He said, yeah. I went, oh, my God. We're going to walk in there, and the fella on the door's going, your pal Jim Tarbuck came over and we got him in. Well, we walk in, and this fella's on the door, and thank God someone took his attention. Well, I got the hanky out, didn't I? I went, and I walked in round the back of him, and my missus said, you crafty. I said, shush. So we go in, and nothing said. He said, we're going to meet him. I said, you're joking. And there he was, and it's when he was very good looking.
Yeah.
And we went in, there was a lot of wives and ladies all wetting themselves. Because there he was. 2 nights later, he's in Tom's audience, and he's in the dressing room again, and he walked in, he went, hi, I met you the other... And I went,
Elvis said hello to me. When you come to... I know you've written a few books, but when you come to our next one, that's the title. And Elvis said to me...
He finished the show, this is style now. No matter what they write about people when they're dead, a lot of it's a load of crap.
Yeah.
Rubbish. He was a lot of rubbish. He was leaving the room. Now, he didn't just go to the door and went, good night, ladies and gentlemen. He went round every lady in the room and, good night, ma'am. Oh. Good night, ma'am. A southern gentleman. I just watched him. I thought, you got some class, you. And he was great, and that's a thrill of my lifetime.
I think Jim did. So I don't have the idea this is all in the past, but you're the rooms you've walked through and the acts you've seen, and indeed your own act. We could do a 4-hour special on it. But you're with Des at the moment. You're doing the shows with Des O'Connor.
Having great fun with Desdemona.
Yeah.
He's lovely. He's a tough and a big pal.
Another Millwall supporter. Ask him about it.
He is.
Yes, he is. Another Millwall supporter. So we're going to end, because I know you'd feel remiss. We lost a huge one. Tommy Smith went yesterday. Smith went.
Just a great friend.
Yeah.
And a great player. They say, what's the word they say? The tough Tommy. Tough doesn't come in. He was hard.
Yeah.
He was like a lump of granite, this guy.
Yeah.
But a nice fella. And I said, what is it that you do different to the others? He said, I don't let them know they've hurt me. You know, when they tackled him, he wouldn't go, dear God almighty, my leg. He'd go, is that the best, son? And he said, I could barely stand. But he said, I'd get him next time.
Well, Jimmy Tarbuck, it's not standing on the shoulders of giants. You walked arm in arm with them, and long may you do so. And your friend Des, I understand you're carrying the act, but otherwise...
Rhubarb, how dare you? I'm going to have a request for you. No one's done this on your show. For Des O'Connor and myself and the late Tommy Smith, play me, please.
I'll tell you what we'll play out with. We'll play out with a little bit of Des. We'll play out a little bit of Des.
Lovely.
A little bit of Des, and then we'll be away.
Sitting here so lonely in the firelight.
Beautiful song, this. I Pretend. Ladies and gentlemen, the privilege of the great Jimmy Tarbuck on the road now. We've got here Queen's Theatre Horn Church, May the 13th, May the 16th, Cromer Pier, July the 17th, Western Supermere, July the 19th, Babbacombe, and the 21st, Queen's Theatre, Ilfracombe. Des O'Connor and Jimmy Tarbuck. Bless you, Governor.
Danny, thank you very much indeed.
No problem, a pleasure. Thank you.
Saturday mornings with Danny Baker on 5 Live.
Call 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Email nord.reef@bbc.co.uk.
There goes Jimmy Tarbuck. Here is Nick Lowe. Great book about Nick Lowe just coming out. Will Birch has just written it. At last, the great recluse light will be shone upon Nick Lowe. Very good morning to everybody. There's much to be done. Yvonne and Dom and Rebecca and David are all waiting in line. I'll be there instanter, everyone. What have we got over there, Peps?
Recovering from Tarbuck, he told the stories he couldn't tell.
He told a couple... In another era, that would have turned into a session. That would have turned into a session. What have you got there?
This is John in Manchester. Incidents at the dinner table. One night while on holiday in Zakynthos when I was 6 years old, we got sick of the food in our own hotel and decided to eat at a different hotel nearby. The table was buckling under the weight of the spread we ordered for the whole family. And when we were done and fit to burst, the waiter came over and asked what room we were in. The rest of the family were talking and he went unheard, so I piped up with 513. Satisfied, he went off and prepared the bill. Not realising why he'd be asking at such a young age, I had replied truthfully what room we were in, but I didn't appreciate the fact we were room 513 in a completely different hotel. When the bill arrived, my mum and dad, not the most well-travelled of people, signed our entire meal off to room 513. When, upon leaving, we tried to pay our cash and were told, no, it's all been taken care of, we thought we'd had a freebie, and off we went, a bit baffled on our way. It was ages later we worked out some poor family in 513 had been landed with a huge bill for our meal.
Have you ever stayed at the... there's quite a lot of them. The wine hotels, they're called the
Duvan, yes.
Duvan,
yeah.
The Hotel Duvan. Yvonne coming right here. But their rooms are named after rare and expensive wines. They don't have numbers. And I know there's one in most big cities these days. And it's the most, they're not Chardonnay and things like that. These are the most unpronounceable French, German and Austrian wines. And you, especially at night, you might be in the bar and, what room are you, sir? I have you go out of here, you got the first staircase. That's the only way you can get back to your room. It's God love you. I've stayed at many of the hotels on tour and that, and they are...
Speed, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby Union.
Trying to drag him out. Well, he didn't even make eye contact, absolutely nothing. So the joiner said, are you sure this is your dog? And I said, absolutely sure this is my dog. But I physically couldn't get him out of the car. So the joiner went round the other side and he was shoving him from the driver's side and I was trying to pull him out. This is all in front of about 100 cars which were queued up. And we literally couldn't get him out. And anyway, so we swapped round. So the joiner was trying to lift him out and I was trying to shove him out. And eventually, he got him onto the pavement. So I asked the joiner, I said, it's very kind of you, thank you so much. And he said, are you absolutely sure this is good? I said, the dog was not making any... And so then he planted his feet as if to say, I'm not going anywhere.
When they do that.
Returned to a prisoner of war.
You can't move him. So the joiner turned the car around and was trying to join the queue of traffic. Nobody had moved by this way because there was far too much of a spectacle going on to even be thinking about moving on. And I'm trying to drag him down the road. And he literally would not move at all. I didn't have my phone to phone my husband.
What had got into him?
He'd finally made it out.
I think he knew he was in trouble because he was. He was very food obsessed. I know Labradors are, but he was totally food obsessed. And we'd had a lot of builders, and he ate 4 builders' lunch and 2 kilograms of sugar one day.
Did he?
So he was a gannet. And then but it was like school. Everybody had pegs up in the garage with their lunch boxes on.
And he found that pretty soon.
Yeah.
See, I think this fella in the white van who brought him back must have said, it's a shame I've got to take you home. I'll take you straight to the butcher shop and buy you some chops if you were my dog. He's not going to move then, is he?
He was a great dog. I mean, we lost him 2 years ago yesterday, so it's quite poignant that we had this story, but he was a character.
Bradley was his name, mate. Here's to you, Bradley.
His name was Bradley Ken Dodd.
Of course.
Can I shouldn't, but can I ask why it was Ken Dodd at the end of there?
Well, our surname's Dodd.
Oh, okay.
We wanted to call him Kenneth, but my daughter wanted to call him Bradley. Okay. So he got called Bradley Ken Dodd, and we even registered him at the vets as Bradley Ken Dodd.
Well, bless you, Yvonne. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks so much for letting me share
No problem at all. Me and Peps couldn't fill 2 hours. We could fill 2 hours. Just got to Dom Peps. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Danny, how are you?
I'm good as gold, Dom. I'm looking forward to this. I hope this one will run and run. What is the world's worst nightclub? What do you reckon?
It's a nightclub called Castaway.
It sounds so far so promising.
It's outside Bedford. And it's now closed. It's now just a flat car park, I think.
Yeah.
But it had... it had a wonderful fish pond in the middle of the nightclub, which turned into a wishing well.
Oh, you said this. You said you had a club with
I think I've been clubbing in Bedford.
It was actually a place called Soul Drop, just outside Bedford.
Now, it sounds, to me, this sounds actually quite exotic. But I take it the pond and the wishing well was a hazard if one was going to shake a pretty non-stop shoe, was it?
It was a concrete pond painted light blue, and it had velvet sheets around the outside of it.
Yeah.
This was late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah,
and it was full of carp, and at the end of the evening, it was full of beer bottles and money. And beer.
Well, when the fish pop out of the water, they've got a 1 to 10 Benson in their mouth. Well, it to me it sounds a little bespoke. I think it sounds quite exotic.
It was the strangest place I've ever been to as a nightclub, and I was only sort of 17, so it was
Dom?
It was quite alright.
We'll add it to the list of heroically poor nightclubs. There goes Castaways with its pond and its wishing well. Thank you very much, Dom. Rebecca, I promise, be right with you. And you, David. What you got over there?
Has it been Castaways? It was meant to be like a sort of oasis.
Of course it was.
Thing.
I'm
missing its moment.
The theme they went for.
We have the yin and yang of finding a wallet.
Okay.
We'll start with Ed.
Mm-hmm.
I found a wallet in the field behind our house. Football games had just finished and I saw a fella drop his wallet as he walked to his BMW. I picked it up and called after him and he opened it and gave me a £5. 1983 and aged 9, I felt like a millionaire.
I'll bet.
On the other side, Steve. 52 years later, I still recall this story. In 1966, when I was 13, I found a purse at a fun fair on Waters Green in Macclesfield. It contained £12. 1966. This was a fortune to 13-year-old me. I was a good lad and trogged all the way to the police station and handed it in. It was claimed and I sat back expecting at least a thank you or a reward. Nothing. My mum tried to explain that virtue was its own reward, but it didn't wash with me.
No, that how much was in it? 12 quid in 1966?
Yeah.
That's worth like 15 quid now. That's here's our friend Rebecca. Hey, Rebecca.
Hi.
Thank you so much for being there, Rebecca. Appreciate it. Now, Rebecca, this is, again, it's I hope it's good, thick and sentimental, reuniting pets with their owners.
Yeah. We had, my husband was a police officer in the Met, and we had 3 drug dogs living in the house, one of which was retired, and he was a very, very cute black cocker spaniel, and he was known to wander. And very early one morning, my husband was going off to work on a job and was taking the dogs for a quick spin round the park before he left, and the little retired one went missing. So he came back to the house and he said, I can't wait, I've got to go, but expect a phone call. So I got out of bed and had a shower, and surely enough, there was a message on my mobile, I've got your dog, please phone me.
Oh.
So I phoned the number and I said, whereabouts are you? He said, I'm on the train to Gatwick.
Hey? With your foreleg or with...
with the dog.
What was in their bag? He'd sniffed it.
So what does he...
He said, at that time in the morning, there were no staff at the station or anything. He said, I couldn't miss my train, I'd be late for work, so I had to bring him with me. So fortunately, we were only about a 30-minute drive, but then I had to leave a message on my work answer phone saying I'd be late into the office because I had to pick the dog up from Gatwick. and I said, where shall I meet you? And he said, I'll pull into the limo bay at the North Terminal.
Yeah.
So I drive down to Gatwick, pull into the limo bay in my little Honda Jazz, and of course the traffic wardens were on me like a rash.
Yeah.
So I get out of the car and they say, you can't park there, madam. And I said, well, I'm waiting to pick my dog up. And they sort of looked at me like I was, some loony. And then I said, oh, look, there he is. And he was walking along the concourse with this young chap, with a luggage strap as his lead. Very pleased with himself. And I thanked the chap profusely. He said, oh, I'm awfully sorry. I had to get the train. I was going to be late for work.
What an extraordinary thing to do. Really, what an extraordinary thing to do. And of course, it leaves you in a position where you keep saying, I've come to pick my dog up. Because he's been away.
I've got to pick my dog up from Gatwick, because he's coming back from his hole.
Exactly, he's had a fortnight in Marbella, but I won't be long on picking him up. But to put him in the car and take him off to the airport with it, it surely must have had a money.
He was on the train. He'd attached the train to Gatwick to work. But he said he was thinking of getting himself a dog because all the young ladies on the train and at the airport have been all over him.
Of course it is. Well, you see, ex-sniffer dogs.
He was a retired drug sniffer dog, yeah.
Well, the sniffer dogs...
But he was very cute.
Amongst dogs have the greatest chat-up line for other dogs, so he'd have been doing just fine. They do. If you're a male sniffer dog, you can go up to any female dog in the park and say, listen, baby, I'm trained to sniff out, illegal things, and you are dynamite. And that's always a great line for a sniffer dog. Thank you very much indeed, Rebecca. David, promise you, and then you, Stuart. What you got there, Peps?
This is from Nick in Littlehampton, and his email is entitled, Not Cash, but Gold.
Oh, go on.
Back in about 1975, when I was 8, I was walking up the local high street to school, and I spotted something glinting on the floor. I picked it up, and to my amazement, I'd found a heavy, solid gold lady's watch. Being a good boy, I decided the best thing was to hand the watch into the shop outside which I had found it. The shop owner took my details and put a flyer up in the window saying it had been found and inquire within. A few days passed and I heard no more until one day at school I was called and asked to go to the school secretary's office. As I entered, the secretary was talking to a woman who was wearing the watch. She proceeded to tell me how sentimental the watch was to her, and she had cried when she realised it was safe, and she wanted to give me a reward for being so honest and restoring her faith in humanity. Reaching into her purse, she pulled out a crisp £1 note. This is 1975. And was about to hand it over when the school secretary sucked air through her teeth and said she thought that was a bit much.
No.
The woman, slightly taken aback, suggested 50p. The secretary shook her head, and after about a minute, I walked out of the office with 10 pence measly reward.
No.
My faith in humanity and school secretaries was severely dented.
What is this old crow butting in for? You'd have to turn around and say, butt out, old crow, this is my £1 note. Beat it down to 10 pence.
10 pence?
Just before we come to you, David, our tortoise was always getting lost.
Oh.
We had a tortoise, and tortoises generally are filled with wanderlust. And if we left our front door open, because he used to get in the house through the back door and wander around the house, our tortoise, and he would wander around, but if you left the front door open, he would go out. And the amount of times, 20, 30 times, we live in a turning off a main road, and the amount of times that women used to knock on our kitchen window with a wedding ring, that was a bit, don't know, Bet, I've got Tom here, he was up at the bus stop. We don't know how far he would have gone, but he often would be found up by the bus stop, out by the chip shop, and people would go, oh, wow, there's a tortoise, oh, I know who belongs. They'd pick him up and bring him back to us. Our tortoise was always going walkabout.
Oh, bless him.
Here's our friend David. Hey, David, appreciate you being there. Good morning, David.
Good morning.
Thank you for being there, David. David, purses, wallets, bags full of cash, just lying around. What have you got?
I've got a bag full of cash, Danny.
Go on, tell us about this. I know you're in Spain, where I understand quite a lot of people go with their bags full of cash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, this was in my hometown.
Mm-hmm.
We were travelling. My dad used to take it in turns with a few other parents to ferry us kids to swimming practice if you're any good.
Mm-hmm.
Used to swim a couple of evenings a week, swim practice. And on the way home, we used to take a shortcut past the Sports and Social Club. And this Sports and Social Club was all in darkness. But as we passed it, there was a suitcase just lying in the road. Not a suitcase, a briefcase. And so one of the kids jumped out of the car, picked it up, and we got it in the car. And we all said, oh, I hope it's full of money, and cash. And my dad said, let's check it when we get home. Anyway, so when we got back, we opened the thing, and everyone screamed because it was full of cash.
When you say full of cash,
what? Notes and checks.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's £10 notes, 50,
yeah,
£20 notes.
Yeah, all sorts of money in there, just crammed with cash. And it was just like my dad. I could see my dad's face, and he was shocked as well. He said, "Oh, great! Can we keep it? Can we keep it?" And everyone was really excited. But there was also lots of checks written to the same guy. And it turned out this was a secretary of the Sports and Social Club. And he must have been loading his car up at the end of the evening and just left the case there in the dark.
Well, a lot of people do this, don't they? Put shopping on the roof of their car and drive off in it. But he's...
Yeah, that sort of thing, yeah.
At a rough guess, how much do you think was in it?
Well, there was no rough guess. We counted it. It was 630 quid.
And what year is this?
In the days,
what year would this have been?
1973.
Oh, beautiful, what a beautiful windfall.
20p.
So you dug a hole and buried it in the garden till all the heat blew over, did you?
I wish.
What did you do?
We could have done with that. No, my dad said, well, this guy was obviously a secretary, and he would got in a hell of a lot of trouble with all these. How would you explain it? Well, I left it on the road. So anyway, he took it round to the guy's house the next morning, and said, "Have you lost anything?" He said, "No, I don't think so."
He didn't know.
He described this briefcase, and he said, "Oh my God!" And he ran out to the car. Of course, it wasn't there in the boot of his car. What kind of secretary was he? Leaving it in the car, that kind of money. Anyway, my dad, after school, we came back. What did you get, Dad? What did you get? 2 quid.
2 quid. Yeah, no, but there's the lesson there. There's the lesson. There's the lesson. I hate to say this, and I know people purse their lips, but my old man would have took him 2 quid. I found this, mate, and some cheques with your name on it. I don't know what happened to the other 620. How did you know there was 620? Wild guess. Wild guess.
But Dad probably... I don't like to think my dad would have done that. Anyway.
And the thing was, it wouldn't have done my old man no good, because my old man would have seen that as a sign to put it all on the favourite in the second race at Cheltenham. So it wouldn't have gone anywhere. Thank you very much indeed, David. Craig, you'll be our final caller. What you got over there, Pep?
Well, just a reminder, up after us is
Fighting Talk
with Colin,
yes,
and at 12:30, Tottenham versus Huddersfield. Andrew and Karen.
That's a 6-pointer.
Freaks and weirdos. We don't have a side of the bed. We swap around depending on how poorly we slept the previous night. Also, there are 2 possible positions for the bed in the bedroom, so we swap that around intermittently as well. It means on any given night, we're on different sides of the bed facing different directions. We're very happy.
No, this is not... I don't know. I don't know if there's...
Can we expel listeners?
What is the... I used to. What is the opposite of feng shui? Chaos, that's it. But that is chaos. You've got to have a side of the bed, otherwise there's no point getting married. You're just shacking up. With all due respect, that's what they used to call. You've got to have a side of the bed. That's. Otherwise, when you have a row,
yes, the bum, really gonna know
the bum's not touching thing. That's you've got to know exactly where the no man's land is. Otherwise, I love that expression. Mine said that. Went round. You can tell there's a bit of a frost. I said, "Everything all right?" I went, "I had a row last night, and me bum's not touching at the minute." And that is as good a keyhole into a marriage as I've ever heard. Here's our friend Craig. Hey, Craig.
Hi, Danny.
Hi to you, Craig. You're our final caller this morning. Incidents at the dinner table as a kid. What have you got for us?
Well, Sunday tea, bangers and mash. The sister covered her dinner, red sauce. I puts the tip back in the middle of the table. I pick it up. Give it a good shake like you used to have to do with the old glass jars. And
did it?
Claret went everywhere.
An explosive sauce, was it?
It was very explosive. My mum, my sister, the table, the ceiling. But me and my dad...
The ceiling?
Just sat there laughing, looking at them. Not a spot on us.
Wasn't there? My brother once, Craig, walked into the front room with a pie and chips from the chip shop. And my old man, we had a new 3-piece, and the rule lasted about 3 weeks. Don't have no food in the front room. Sit out in the kitchen with it. Don't bring it in here. Watch the telly through the serving hatch, he used to say.
He did.
And my brother walked into the front room with this pie and chips laden with red sauce right around the edge of it. I'm not in the front room, Dad. I'm watching from the doorway. My old man looked up at him, there was this stand-up, and then my brother turned round to talk to me and let the plate go at an angle, and everything on it, including the sauce, slid off. Hit my old man on the shoulder and his bald head and all over the new 3-piece.
Well, dear.
Who do you think got the blame for that? Me.
Of course.
Because I went, right, and he turned round and the pie and chips ended. Anyway, my friend, I thank you very much indeed, Craig. See, if this was a bar, we could just carry on talking. Anything last knockings there, Pep?
Pam in Birmingham, our pet reunited itself with us. A hamster Sammy bit itself out of a wooden cage. 3 days in the wilderness, it came home.
Thank you very much indeed, Louise Pepper on the other side of the table. Of course to Jimmy Tarbuck, but as always, chiefly yourselves. I'll see you next week, everyone.
The Danny Baker Show is a Campbell Davison media production for BBC Radio 5 Live. Saturday morning, 5 Live with Danny Baker.
Very good morning to you, everybody. I do apologise not for the timpani roll. We didn't hear it. Now we got it. Very first show. It's not begun with the timpani roll.
We're under pressure.
Beautiful, delicious. Little salmon, little prawn in a timpani roll. You read that? Anyway, good. Hello. It's old Dr. Schatz from the village, you know. To tell the absolute truth, I don't look at dates, and we should have took today off. There's no. We've got the rump of an audience. The rump of an audience. Everyone's away.
No, we are the blessing of people's long weekend.
Rump of an audience out there. So what we're going to do is we've got a good. It's as thick as a ploughman's wrist.
Yeah.
The mountain of unread emails you've been good enough to get in. And I'll imagine a lot of people say, I'm not emailing them anymore, and they never read them out.
Oh, you wait, those of you who have messaged us in 2017.
Well,
your time is coming.
We've got 2 hours a week, you know?
Yeah.
Shows with a fraction of the entertainment value of the show on every day. And that's where we are. You know, my reputation goes before me, and they won't give us airtime.
This is basically like bringing board games in on the last day of school.
That is, it's accurate. but we have got a show for you, folks. But there's the on-air business taken care of. So let's run through some of the things you might want to know about her. And we never go the usual ones. We could tell you it's Leslie Phillips' birthday, 95 today. So there you go, 95, Leslie.
He's still with us?
Yes, absolutely, Leslie.
And he hasn't been our guest in the last...
I worked with Les many times. I did. I worked in drag with Leslie Phillips.
Wow.
Yeah, I made a little film where he was pursuing a woman he saw at the corner of his eye. That woman was me, and I was my own stunt double in that. I did the full, I can wear a button earring, me. Oh, I can. Look just like my mum. Yeah, I did.
I was going to say, did you look like your mum?
Did. I really did. I really did. And I made a little film with Leslie Phillips once. Anyway, so, we can't talk about Leslie Phillips all morning, although we might have to, with this rump of an audience who are seething. We don't read out any emails. So, you speak French a little bit, don't you? How would you pronounce someone's surname? This is N-I-E with one of those little lines over it. P-C-E. His name's Joseph Niepce. Niepce?
Yeah, I don't think that's very French,
Dr.
is it?
Isn't it? Anyway, that was the first photograph. The very first photograph was taken by this fella in 1826, if you don't mind. The first photograph was taken by Joseph here, and have you ever seen it? The first photograph. Have you ever seen it?
Is it a street view?
No, that's a bit a little later. That's the first human, someone having...
yes, the little child at a window, isn't it?
So here's the thing, when you see those very early photographs, it's the most terrible photograph you've ever seen. It really is. Why he didn't delete it straight away, nobody knows. That ain't no good, deleting that, bang. But it took him 8 hours to get it, right? He put this, what was a prototype kind of camera obscura in his window, left it for 8 hours. But all it is 2 roofs.
Oh.
I mean, if you're going to take the first photo...
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're going to take the time to spend 8 hours on it...
You'd at least... All right, it works. Delete that one, then shout out, Anne, come here a minute. And take Anne. That photo of Anne. No, it's 2 roofs he took in 1826. A shocking, boring photo. Although, Thai Mo. Mo Tai sounds like he works in a bar in Sicily. Hey, Mo. Thai Mo in the 5th century wrote down what a camera obscura could do. I don't know how that works in China.
Okay.
They knew what that was going on in China in the 5th century. But anyway, Joseph Niepce.
Niepce.
He took this photograph of 2 roofs, and that's the first...
He shouldn't have had the glory of being the first, if that's
it is,
going to take a picture,
but it's really, really, really boring. And the reason...
Why didn't he go to, the seaside or some... Well, I suppose...
Well, the thing was probably, the size of a double-decker bus, probably, he was doing it with. But if you see any of those early photographs, there's nobody in them, because Anne, his wife, I presume, wouldn't have sat there for 8 hours. And when you see these street views, which are the early shots, the camera cannot get moving images. So people
have come and gone.
People have come and gone, and all you've got is the permanence of the street, except that one fella having his... Anyway, so this is the first thing. How about this? Maybe we won't get round to any emails this morning either. How about this? This is This is quite heroic, I think. Listen to these reviews. Reeks with revolting and unmotivated horrors.
Is this your tour again?
It admits no moral indifference, affords no edification.
Ooh.
Another review. Seems almost intentionally bad. That was the reviews for Shakespeare's Titus Andronicus in 1594. Apparently, I say I've never seen Titus Andronicus. I've never seen any of them. But that's apparently his slasher movie, Titus Andronicus. It's everyone ends up in blood and guts. But how about that? So you got Titus Andronicus, and the last thing before we begin this morning. Do you know who Stooky Bill is? Stookie. Stooky Bill. Stooky Bill.
Someone from the Wild West.
You'd think so. Stooky Bill is a ventriloquist doll, right?
Oh.
And Stooky Bill wore a little top hat and had a ventriloquist doll face. Stooky Bill was the very first televised image.
Oh.
John Logie Baird, because again you needed 10 minutes in front of blazing heat. No one would do it. Baird himself wouldn't do it. So he went and from a cupboard retrieved Stooky Bill. So a vent act was the very first thing on television. It's all been downhill.
Yes.
It's all been downhill from there. He went and got Stooky Bill, put him in a chair, decided television worked, then got his friend, the office boy, his name is Billy Talon. He said, it can be very hot, Bill. And made Bill sit there, he did that. And then said, OK, television works.
Simon Cowell will be all over.
All over. It's Stooky Bill, everybody. Stooky Bill. So a very good morning to everybody. The first actual person to be broadcast to an audience was his friend Oliver Hutchinson, who looked exactly like James Corden. He did. When he went to their society and said, I'm going to show you what television is, Ollie, sit in that chair. And he got a ripple because everyone thought it was James Corden. I don't, but that's basically the truth. What are we doing this morning, Peps?
We're doing some old classics. Number 1. Why was there a horse in the house?
If ever we only get a sparingly, but what? How? What circumstances could lead to a horse being in a house?
Number 2, improvised plates and eating utensils.
Old friend of mine, from pith helmets to credit cards, whatever you use to improvise plates and eating utensils, please.
Number 3, something no one ever believes you about.
Yep, that says what it says.
Number 4, breaking things in shops.
In shops. I'll even have friends' houses, but certainly in shops. Oh, it's a lovely vase, isn't it? There you are.
Number 5, what have you ridden on?
Yep. Zebras, of course, being the most famous thing people don't ride on. But anything you've ridden on.
With their bony spines.
I don't buy it. Must have heard of a saddle by now. But
Number 6, where you have slept.
Where you've slept, please. In what have you slept, even?
Number 7, famous people talking to you in dreams. Number 8.
We have a good time, even if the audience are a rump.
Now, what have you had to dry yourself with?
Yeah.
In the week. It can't have been this week because it's been lovely weather, but last week Wilbur took a tumble in the park, and the only thing I had to dry him off with was one of his spare socks.
Is it?
I've had to dry a whole child with one little toddler sock.
No.
I'm trying to dry him off.
Well, I suspect that's a rite of passage. Because,
Every pocket I must
have something.
Oh, it's one of your socks.
A sock.
Tiny sock with stars on.
Woman rang and said, go out the shower in the hotel, and there was no towel anywhere, and she couldn't go out into the main. She couldn't have nothing in there with her, so she dried herself with a hairdryer. She did.
That's innovative.
She used the hairdryer. But what have you used to get dry, please?
Number 9, they didn't know you spoke the language.
I love that one. An old favourite of ours. That they didn't know you spoke the language.
Number 10, small bits of pop history you own.
Okay. Remember me that fella years ago? A white porcelain bust on the front of Sergeant Pepper, right in the front. There's like a Head and Shoulders military. Almost.
Garden.
Yeah, the garden thing's in front. And a fellow rang up and said, that was in our front garden. He said, for years that, because it was chucked out at the end of the shoot. And I said, you're joking. He went, no, it really was. And he sent us a photograph, and it was so decrepit by then. He said, where'd you put it in the front garden with all the kind of gnomes and all of that? I said, But and he said, oh, now I realise. He said, but up until about 1978. And I said, what happened to it anyway? I don't know. Must have chucked it out. The white porcelain bust from the front of it. He wasn't sort of just trying to say, oh, how terrible. He just said, yeah, well, I can talk about that. We had it. And he told us how he got it. The white porcelain bust from the front of Sergeant Pepper. Stuart, we're coming right to you, because this morning we're chipping away at the mountain of unread emails. But of course, any of the old favourites you wish to join in, we're here till 11 o'clock. What you got there?
Well, it's topical because it's Easter-based. But it's last September's show this week. But technically, it's 2 centuries ago show this week.
Oh, good. Yeah.
This is food from 1893.
Well, how wonderful. Go on.
I have a hot cross bun baked March the 31st, 1893 by one of my great-great-grandmothers. I don't open the tin very often.
Oh.
Apparently, they believed a hot cross bun baked on Good Friday would never go off.
They don't?
Matthew in Rotterdam.
In Rotterdam. And see, I thought you were going to just have a connection to it. That's the actual piece, is it?
They've still got it. They still have the hot cross bun.
Just give me a second, everyone. Just Good Friday, March the 31st, 1893. Dorothy, Gloucestershire, it says underneath, doesn't it?
Oh, Dursley.
Oh, Dursley.
Yeah.
So it's a Dorothy, Gloucestershire. Beautiful thing. Now, let's see.
They obviously sat round and someone said it and they went, well, let's test it. Stick one of those in a tin and we'll see how long it lasts, and then forgot all about it.
How long do things last in tins?
Aren't we able to eat them?
No, I mean, well, I know we've got a show to do, but I open anything. It doesn't. If I open anything, it gets chucked. You see. How long's that been open? I said, I only opened it yesterday. Bang. Here's our friend Stuart. I know.
Wouldn't have lasted.
I was absolutely.
Wouldn't have lasted to the 2nd of April in your house.
Well, yesterday morning, absolutely dying for a bagel. And I bought on Sunday before we went away. Onion ones. I was just going to do it. Actually, I was going to do it with bacon and egg. I bought them on Sunday before we went away because I've been in Italy all week. And I said, they can't have it all in bagels. I said, it was because they love a bagel, the kids. So where did you go? I chucked them. And I looked, and there they were, sitting on top of the George Costanza in You Rises to the Surface then. Here's our friend Stuart. Good morning, Stuart.
Hello, good morning.
Thank you for being there, Stuart. Stuart, this is last week's show this week. What have you got for us, Stuart?
I've got things that happened just before I arrived.
Oh, forget these subjects. They make me chuckle afterwards. Go on, Stuart, what have you got?
I am a caretaker of a community centre, and a few years ago we had taken a booking reluctantly for an 18th birthday party. We know that 18th birthday parties are trouble,
of course,
but the father had come in personally, begged, pleaded, he and his wife would be there, it'll be okay. So we took the booking. And then on the night of the party, about 10:30, I got a phone call saying the fire alarm's going off. Come and say anything. Indeed. So I leave the house, only 4-minute walk from the house, and yes, those klaxons were going off in my head. But as I walked along, everything was really normal. In fact, more than normal. It was like that Christmas Day feeling when you go out of the house, really quiet. But everything was okay. There was traffic on the roads, but I thought, this is pretty quiet. Anyway, I walked into the hall. Fire alarm was going off, but it was only going off because somebody had smacked one of the glass panels.
Oh, irresistible.
So sorted that out. Total peace. Nobody was in the hall except the father, and he was just in the corner sweeping up. And he looked a little bit hunted, is the only word I can use. So I didn't engage with him. I just wanted to get home. So the place was fine, no damage, no nothing. He's sweeping up, fire alarm's off, went home, went to bed, had a good night's sleep. Went back down in the morning, and I met a friend. He said, did you see the horses last night?
What? The what?
I said, the horses. I said, the horses? He said, yes. The police horses.
What police horses?
I said, no. And now, Danny, I'm going to quote to you from our local newspaper.
Go on.
The following week. Police were called in large numbers to the Cemetery Junction area of Reading last night to deal with a disturbance that spilled out over many local streets. Witnesses reported hundreds of youths running over the junction. Police in riot gear, vans and horses were used to break up the affray.
A local said, you'd think they'd have a caretaker here or something, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Well, and many people were arrested. And then it was on the BBC News website.
Was it?
Yes, it's the whole... And I knew absolutely nothing. And it must have literally finished, like, seconds before I turned the corner. And it was just nothing. Nobody was there, no police, no riot vans, no horses.
You're lucky you weren't bearded by a reporter as you left. Excuse me, sir, are you connected with this building? Yes, I'm the caretaker here. What do you make of tonight's events? Well, you know what? I wish we had more things like this in the area. I'm encouraged. It gives you faith in the youth of this nation to see how they behave tonight. I couldn't...
Poor Dad was sitting there, oh, here he comes.
Here he comes. I know.
Okay.
Probably feeling in his pocket for a tenner to give you. Oh, he seems to be... oh, man. Thank you very much indeed, Stuart. That was last week's subject. Things that happened just before you got there or just after you left. We've got Sharon next and then Gordon. What you got there, Peps?
This is one from the vaults, and I'm not quite sure what the topic was, but it starts with... This is from Kim. Not much of a goat story. So I assume we're
best kind of goat stories. Mm-hmm.
We were at the zoo. Mum, Dad, myself, my little sister in a pushchair.
Actually, the subject was... just great goat stories.
Yes, here we go.
Okay.
In the children's bit where you could mix with the animals, a goat came up to my sister and began chewing on her foot. My parents didn't notice, but I, aged 4 or 5, was enjoying the sight and said nothing. The goat made a mess of my sister's shoe and was just starting on her toes before her wails were loud enough to get my parents' attention.
Nothing cheers you up more than seeing goats eating inappropriate things. I know we have to guard against this these days. But when...
There's everything about siblings.
The first time you ever, and the way their big teeth stick out at the bottom, like Telfer and Thomas, and their jaw moves around when they eat. Yes, of course, a handful of hay. But the first time somebody tells you, goats will eat anything. What do you mean goats will eat anything? If you tin cans, they'll eat a tin can. Now, I wouldn't, but the first time you hear that, you never forget.
Well, let me pan down to goat story number 2 then. Hi, Danny and the team. This is Don and Claire. My father told me when he stayed with relatives in Great Bedwin, the neighbour would sit in his garden reading the paper and when finished, gave it to his goat.
Oh, now, the good life has got nothing on this. People who recycle and got nothing on having a goat in the back garden.
You just wait there. I'm nearly done.
You see, every week in Hope, the producers put on my desk here in front of me every football result there's been this week.
Oh, yes.
Every league table, in the hope that suddenly this show is going to blossom into something more the station advertises. And I never know what to do with this sheath of paper at the end. And there's that bin over there, which is always full of... Well, every journalist puts their copy read or unread into it. And now I know what the studio needs is a goat. Here's our friend Sharon. Hey, Sharon!
Hello.
Sharon, thank you for being there on the Isle of Bute. How's it on Bute today?
It's lovely.
Is
it's
it?
Gorgeous and sunshine. Come on. It's not always raining.
No, I didn't suggest for a second. It's just sometimes I always feel there's a place not too far in the southeast called the Isle of Grain. And I always think they're like Brigadoon. They appear wreathed in mist. And there's never any really real climate. So what are we calling from the Isle of Bute for? What can we do for you?
Well, I don't really have a pop music memorabilia thing, but it's a Disneyland memorabilia thing.
Oh, now you know what you're doing to me now, don't you? Okay, what have you got?
Well, when I was in high school in Los Angeles, we marched weekly. Disneyland has this parade, the marching parade.
I'm aware of it.
Down that main street every day.
Every 3 p.m. and then at 9, and in the summer months at 11 as well. Yeah, I know.
Exactly. And our high school band director was friends with the guy at Disneyland who organized these parades. So we went there every week, once a week, to Disneyland in Anaheim and marched through the main street. And this is the thing about memorabilia, because this is long enough ago, I don't want to say how old I am, but this was the 80s, and we got, as a recompense, every time we marched, once a week, we got a coupon that allowed you entry to Disneyland.
Did it?
And a pack of A to E tickets. Now, you are my vintage, so you know what an E ticket means.
Sure, absolutely. Tell people who, for those under, let's be nice, under 20.
The A ticket was for the really crap rides, like the
crash rides,
Mad Hatter's Teacup,
and
it went B, C, D, E.
Oh, Sharon.
And the E ticket was like the Monsanto thing that got you through space.
Yeah.
So,
I love the idea. You correctly identified the teacups as being very much the low-hanging fruit.
Dumbo.
The queue for Dumbo.
Oh,
the queue for you can go.
Disappointing ride.
You can do that at Southend. The queue for that and the roundabout, by the way. So, Sharon, you've still got some of your tickets, have you?
I've got a pillowcase full of these things because once you've marched through Disneyland once a week, you never want to go back there.
Don't talk to me.
Boring.
Yeah, but how about people who've never been in it? The people in front of us. We'll move on. I promise people who are waiting. Queuing to get in once. And they select a family every day to ride at the front of the parade in a car.
Oh.
And they sit there with Mickey and Minnie at the front of the parade, and they select a family on their way in. The family in front of us got picked. The family in... I stood behind, clearing my throat and pointing at my chest, saying, do you think after 17 visits here they'd choose us? No, nothing. These saps in front who didn't even look like cared less. Sharon, thank you. Send me some of those tickets. I would love to have them. That's our friend Sharon in Butte. What you got there, Peps?
This is from David from Woking. It says, for the 21st of July. I don't know what
today we're just trying to ease through the show to get out of the way and the football can start. And we're going back through all the emails, unfortunately, that are piled up we haven't read. There's old favourite subjects too. We've got Gordon coming and then John. What you got there, Pep?
Morning, Danny. I took my two sons on holiday to the Lake District in 2002 and we flew to Newcastle. A bit fancy, isn't it?
No.
I hadn't overseen their packing before we left and just gave them a list. At airport security, my youngest son, Tom, was pulled over for a bag check at the X-ray machines. They emptied his bag and found a coconut and his entire stamp collection. No clothes or shoes or anything else.
we were saying, because our kids used to always give them a little case to pack. And what kids pack?
Oh. My friend, because of course Easter holidays, my friend's little boy Xavier, they've gone on a camping holiday. And I think there are 20 teddy bears.
Yeah.
All he packed. And they're all around this camp bed.
At the airport in the week, you see them pulling their suitcases out, and they're bulging. And me and we'd always nudge each other and say, how important is the stuff they got in there? Son used to take his dinosaurs and never look at them. Comics and books and bits and pieces and video games you're never going to play. And it's sat in the corner of the hotel room, zipped up through the entire... And then off we went again. Here's our friend Gordon. Hey, Gordon.
Hello there, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Gordon. This is the subject, something nobody ever believes you about, but it happened. What have you got for us, Gordon?
Yeah, but it also is mixed up with something you said about 3 or 4 weeks ago about people arriving that you didn't expect at the door.
Okay, go on, my friend. It's all yours.
In a previous life, a long time ago, I was living in Wimbledon, and my girlfriend's then son had a boy on a sleepover. Well, we got up on the Sunday morning to have breakfast. We're all sitting around the table in our dressing gowns. There's a knock at the door, a ring of the bell, and the boy says, my dad's arrived. So I open the door. Oh, hello. And I bring him through to the kitchen. We're sitting down having a cup of tea, and he said, it's 10 o'clock. Would you mind if we turn the radio on? I said, why is that? Well, I didn't say why. He said, well, because he said, I'm actually appearing on a radio show. So we turned it on, and the guy was talking, da-da-da-da-da. He said, welcome Sunday's guest, David Essex.
Was it really? No. Now, first here, before David Essex, knee cook, sometimes baker.
His son Danny Cook was staying with us, you see. So
he's got a son, Sonny, as well, I understand. But the thing is, before David rings in, he goes, I wouldn't march into someone's house and ask them.
He rang the bell, rest assured, he rang the bell.
Why, there he is now. There he is now saying, I made some pretty good records back in the day myself. If you see, it'd be like me sitting in bed and breakfast on a Saturday when they're playing one of our best ofs and saying, listen, I know this is awfully good and One Extra is very, very popular, but would you mind just going over a few channels? I've got to show my own on. But David Essex moves into your kitchen, did he? Thank you very much indeed, Gordon.
It was always like that, yeah.
Bless you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
That sound effect, by the way, when it's to do music shows, them's were the days. I used to play that a lot during the records, right? The amount of people who went to their door and they used to get in touch. I said, could you stop playing that? 'Cause I keep thinking it's our buzzer, but nothing. That and what sounds like radio interference. John and Kay, if you don't mind, we'll have to come to you at 10 o'clock. Please bear with us. Come straight to you then, because otherwise you'll have to tell your story in like 15 seconds. What do you got over there, Peps?
Well, upsettingly short from Nick in Sussex. Back in 2002, a friend of mine who shall remain nameless borrowed a horse and rode it into a nightclub in Toulouse.
Now, all of this, it makes people think this sort of thing, it shouldn't go on. All we can say is we're collating an oral history to show people how people lived then. And horses in nightclubs. Studio 54 in New York.
Well, of course.
Who was it who came in on a white
Bianca Jagger?
Bianca Jagger, I think you're right. She rode a white horse into a night. There's no evidence that horses don't like being in nightclubs, but we'll have to... 1 second. Unless I'm much mistaken, that's another bassoon.
Oh.
We gave Ivor the engine all the heat, and somebody's got in touch, Mary, and said, I think you'll find Hector's House is another bassoon-led theme tune. Absolutely right. We'll be right back.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Saturday mornings with Danny Baker on 5 Live, home of Danny Baker's sausage sandwich game. Will it be red sauce, brown sauce, or no sauce at all?
When we were talking about the world's first photograph, perhaps, and you said it's very boring and these days will be instantly deleted. It is a very dull photograph, but the originator, the scientist who took it, the word photography was some years off. It was heliography, which means writing with the sun. It's much better word, isn't it? Writing with the sun. And now, speaking of which, the always eternal light, that is the great Grant Holt joins us. Grant!
Good morning.
Good morning to you, Grant. That's a very downbeat of something for a team for Norwich again last night, who left it to the 97th minute for about the 10th time this season.
They can't help themselves, can they?
No, absolutely. I mean, Millwall will win in there 2-1 in the 88th minute, and they managed to rustle up 2 in injury time there. But they're like like inside number 9. They've got to have a twist in the tails. Did you ever doubt it last night? Were you watching?
Yeah, I was watching. I was at the game. I didn't doubt it. They always got an opportunity. To be fair, when it got closer and closer, I thought, this could be it. And then as soon as I heard the free kick, I thought he'll score this, and he did.
What about Leeds?
Oh, God.
I know. I say that as somebody who wanted desperately Leeds to win last night because Wigan are just behind us. But, they could have... just on top of us in the same area anyway. But Leeds got beat. So you're going to stumble over the line, certainly, aren't you?
Yeah, we'll get across, as I said, but it's one of them things. Look, I heard some fan moaning last night, and I'm thinking, are you having a laugh? You've got your 4 points clear with 3 games to go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you give anyone that at the start of the season, they bit your hand off. So
one word here, Grant. Ipswich. Anyway, you're a wrestler these days, is that right?
I'm doing all sorts, yeah. I'm doing wrestling for charity. I've got a big show in Carrow Road on June the 2nd.
Yeah.
Which we're doing for charity Big C.
How on earth did you end up wrestling?
I done it because I got invited to do it for a young lad who had cancer last year with the WAW, and I couldn't do the event. I said, I'll tell you what, because I'm a bit of a man of my word, put one on next June. We'll do it for charity, get it all on, and it started off like that, and then it ended up me retiring a year earlier. Me ended up taking over with the WAW to get the show bigger, then asking stupidly Norwich if I could do it at Carrow Road, and they said yes. and now obviously we're hoping to get 5,000. I think we've sold 2,400 so far.
Well done, by the way. But have you got a wrestling name, or do you fight under the unlikely name of Grant Holt?
Just Grant, no. I've nicked the Incredible Holt, Peter.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Pinch that, yeah.
Me and you could be vaguely related, you know. My wife's maiden name was Holt, Holt. How about that? There's not a lot about. She's a Holt as well.
Money.
You because of wrestling from your original job as a tyre fitter, there's something in there. It's something like tyre fitting, I think. I think wrestling is. I'm not that up on it. How long were you a tyre fitter for?
About 18, 19 months, somewhere.
Well, yeah. Can you still do it? You still got your iron? Can you do it?
Still got it. It takes a little bit slow without all my tools now, but I can still, if I need to, if I get stuck on the side of the motorway, you'll be all right.
Yeah. And you know, your career, the way you've bounced between various clubs, most famous for Norwich, of course, that your career started and ended with two teams, were some of the first teams I ever saw, and I still think are big teams, and they're not anymore. You started at Workington and you finished at Barrow, and those to me are some of the most important and august names in football. Workington was your first club, was it?
Yeah, first ever, what you say, not a non-professional team. They were my first main big one, to be honest with you.
Do you know what?
And then obviously, I've done Barrow twice.
But Workington were the very first closed-circuit team to be beamed live.
Oh.
Yeah, Millwall v Workington in about 1966 was the first time screens had ever been put up at a ground and supporters invited to come along and watch this closed circuit. It was down at Millwall. We was at Workington, and the final score, Grant, Workington 0, Millwall 0. It was a real end. But I remember the papers were all over it showing makeup artists and footballers who knew where we were headed. Be right back with you.
I'm just thinking about two different sets of fans there, Workington and Millwall. Jesus.
Yeah, there's an affinity. Those were at Barrow and Workington and Southport. These were the clubs we played all the time. And now, I think we're the last standing out of that foursome. Wait there, Grant. I'll be right back with you. Here's our friend Anne. Hey, Anne.
Hello, Danny.
Good morning. Good morning to you, Anne. Have you ever been attacked by a swan?
No, geese.
Geese? Oh, did you? Oh, they make very good watchdogs, geese. Because Grant, we're going to come back to. He was present once when a swan went nuts, but we'll come back to what happened with the geese.
We managed to escape into our holiday home.
I don't like walking past.
Goose in the house?
No, you were. They were in the field outside, were they? And they all started making.
They were between the car and the holiday home.
Were they?
Yes.
And how long did they keep you holed up in there?
Oh no, they disappeared soon after, but we didn't venture out without great care after that.
you know what is a myth, Anne, that you can walk towards flocks of angry geese and clap your hands and they'll all go away. They don't.
No.
Let me tell you, they do not. No, go on, go. No, they don't. And neither do herds of cows. Sorry, we're drifting into... who are you playing for this morning, Anne?
I'm playing for Crystal Palace, Danny. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
There is a very good reason for it.
Go on, why is there a very good reason for it?
Well, both my parents, sadly no longer with us in the last 18 months. They were lifelong supporters.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
And actually, season 1953, 1954, I was in the womb on the terraces.
Oh! That is a great phone-in. I must do that.
Into in the womb.
Yeah, I know. Maybe I'll do the other thing. That's a great subject. And do you still go?
I haven't been for a long time. I used to go with my dad when I was much younger. But
you're not missing anything.
Oh, well, now we'll see tomorrow afternoon, won't we?
Let me go back to Grant. Grant, you played at Palace quite a few times, I take it?
Yeah, I've never won there.
No.
There you are.
Well, Anne is now thinking, I've got this, I've got it. But Rob stands in your way. Good morning, Rob.
Ahoy, Danny.
Rob, have you ever been either attacked by flocks of geese, ducks, or any kind of wild animals come after you?
No, I've been greatly intimidated by pigeons, though, I have to say.
How come pigeons intimidate? What happened?
Well, they're evil, aren't they?
No, not. We were in, as I say, we were in Sicily this week. We were sitting on top of not Mount Etna, but we were sitting on a cliff top in a very, very good hotel, and pigeons kept coming to our table. We were right at the front and they weren't intimidated by us at all, and we had a little bowl of nuts that they brought up with our drinks, and this pigeon just started eating them like boom, 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 and the waiter come up, clapped his hands, it wouldn't move, and I started feeding the pigeon. They said, oh, please don't do that. But I like feeding pigeons. What's wrong with pigeons, Rob?
Well, they're rats, aren't they?
No.
They're winged rats.
No, they're not. It's Woody Allen.
Nothing good about pigeons.
We're going to fall out already, Rob, because I like brown pigeons. Where were you attacked by pigeons, by the way?
We've got a pub across the road from our work where they like to land on the tables and eat the food.
I find that soothing.
Your fault.
No,
that's your fault. You could have been there the week before.
The seagulls, yes. Sorry to say that word in your presence, Anne, but seagulls, they're the ones you've got to watch out for. They've got big, slightly pneumatic drills, a lot of them. Rob, who are you playing for this morning?
I'm playing a slightly less controversial team. I'm playing for the Bennett Memorial Under-14 rugby team.
No, I don't know why I gave you the idea. How are they doing, the Bennett Memorial Under-14 rugby team? How are they doing?
They've done very well. They've just come back from a hardly fought contest in Belgium and Holland, those great rugby playing nations.
Okay.
And they won all their matches.
Well, very good. Our reputation's high in the lowlands. That's the headline on that. Okay, Rob, well, we've got Anne for Crystal Palace playing Rob for the Bennett Memorial Under-14 rugby team. Now, Grant, have you ever heard this fiasco before called the sausage sandwich game?
Yes, I have.
Oh, yeah, that's what, hence the flat thing in your voice. So it's come to this, he's thinking. But we'll get out your way as soon as possible. You know what's going to happen. I'm going to ask Anne for Crystal Palace and Rob for the Bennett Memorial Under-14 team, rugby team, to anticipate your answers. Only you can possibly know these answers, and you'll tell us the answer, and by anticipating it, they'll try and score a goal for their team. All right. Now, should we go for the first? OK, here we go. I happen to know, and you can confirm this for me, Grant, you've just come back from one of these centre parks, haven't you?
I have.
Yeah, OK, that's all we need to know about that. Now, Anne, I don't know much about the centre parks. Are those the underground ones in like a dome you live in?
No, yes, they are. There is a dome, but it's only where the swimming pool is.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
I thought
I was disappointed the first time I ever went.
I thought like
the whole thing was.
I thought like Thunderbirds. It went under the ocean or something. I really did. I thought centre parks.
It's just the pool.
Travelled along under the ocean in a dome. Oh, okay, but it's a wonderful organisation. So, Anne, when Grant Holt was at Thunderdome, what is it? Centre Parks. Let's just say, how long were you there, Grant?
4 days.
4 days. In those 4 days, Anne, he took breakfast in his room. The family took breakfast, right? They did that once, they did that more than once, or they never took breakfast in the room. What do you think, Anne?
I think more than once.
More than once. I never know. Is that a discussion for you, Peps, when you're away? Should we order or should we go down at breakfast?
Well, it depends, doesn't it? Because if you've got a little kitchen in your room, and at your centre box you do have a kitchen.
Yeah, but you know. I don't like that first thing in the morning though.
Ordering it in? Oh no, I couldn't possibly have someone deliver me breakfast in a room. Oh no.
Can't find the.
I'd feel $2 grand.
I've sometimes tipped like $50 if I can't find anything else. Here, mate, just go. Rob, you are left with. What did Anne say?
Well, she went for more than once. Now, are you allowing making your breakfast in the chalet?
Yeah, are you breakfast in the chalet?
Okay.
It was delivered to the chalet. More than once. What do you think, Rob?
I think you'll be, if it's self-catering like that, you'll probably be doing it every day in one of those chalets.
That
option's gone.
Nothing like a buffet. You see the old buffet. Should we just go, come on, just get dressed and go down there. That's where you go.
Yeah.
Well,
the famous egg station, obviously.
The egg station. Oh, nothing more uncomfortable at the egg station. I'll tell you, and Grant will appreciate this. This week in Sicily, they can do a boiled egg. Oh, they can do a boiled egg. Yes, they can. Let Wendy be the guinea pig for the first 2 days. Two days running good boiled eggs. Yes, please.
You were somewhere fancy.
So what are you saying, Rob?
I'm going to say the opposite of that. I'm going to say they went out every day for breakfast.
Well, OK, strange. Grant, when you was in the centre parks, you had breakfast in your room once, you had it more than once, you never had breakfast in your room, you always went down for it or out for it. What's the story, Grant?
I had it more than once.
Did you? Did you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did.
And what, cooked it in or they brought it in?
No, we actually done our own in the lodge, because obviously I've got 3 girls now, so they're not going to 8, 11 and 13. They're not going to get up before to go for some breakfast nowadays.
You'd be surprised. See, sitting in the hotel in the week, beautiful spread, fantastic spread, and with a menu with it, or take it from the buffet. And so you order, and while it's ordered, it takes powerful machinery not to make you get up and graze at the buffet.
It's the rules, isn't it?
But you've got to leave it afterwards, because I don't want cakes and fresh fruit before So you sit there thinking, I might just, wait, sit here, come on, and get it afterwards. But that's an uneasy time. What's the score, Pep?
Crystal Palace 1, Bennett Memorial Under-14s Rugby 0.
OK, come on, Bennett. Now, I started the show this morning, Rob, and Grant, I started the show this morning by saying, hello, it's old Dr. Schatz from the village, you know? Because people don't do Inspector Clouseau impressions anymore, and that's who that is.
Oh.
That's from the Pink Panther Strikes Back, I think. Does your dog bite? It is a bum. All of that. Nobody does it anymore. Nobody does it anymore. So I started by doing it. Now, Rob, I'm going to ask Grant Holt about Pink Panther films with Peter Sellers in them. Don't talk to me about the Steve Martin ones. So, Pink Panther films. Now, what do you think? I'm going to ask Grant if he's ever seen one. He's going to say, no, I've never seen Peter Sellers in a Pink Panther film. He's going to say once he's seen one of them, or he's seen more than one Peter Sellers film with a Pink Panther. Rob, what about for your own personal record? Have you seen many Pink Panther films?
I think I've probably seen clips, but not a whole.
Oh, what's the matter with people? Start with a shot in the dark and go from there. Start with a shot in the dark. Peter Sellers. Oh, anyway. But Grant Holt was talking about. Has he ever seen one? He's seen one. He's seen more than one.
I had no idea there were so many. Sorry.
I'm going to say he has not seen a whole one. How about that?
All right. Okay. And you're left with he's seen one, or he's seen more than one Pink Panther films.
Well, if he's anything like us, he's seen more than one.
Yeah. So everyone should. What's the matter with people these days? It should be
the best bit is when he puts his hand on the globe.
No, I nearly said that then, Anne. I nearly said it. When he puts his hand on the globe and goes straight under the thing holding it up.
Absolute classic.
When he's trying to fix the telephone and, and he's not really, he's bugging the room. And his trousers have fallen down through machinations we needn't go into. And they say, do you need any help? No, I'm just putting my tools away. It should be as famous like Malone as any Faulty Towers. Anyway, but Grant Holt, he's seen one, he's seen more than one.
I think, did you go for more than one, Anne?
Yes, I did. Okay. Sorry, more than one, yes.
Well, it's old Dr. Shards from the village, you know. Grant, Pink Panther films with Peter Sellers in. You've never seen one? You've seen one. You've seen more than one. The answer, please. Grant Holt.
I've never seen all of them.
Oh, no!
Grant, no wonder you got into wrestling. Your life's wasted. Come on. Go.
I didn't realise there were 6, 7 of them.
You just want... Right. You want to start with a shot in the dark. Then you go Pink Panther, Return to Pink Panther, Pink Panther Strikes Again. That's pretty much it. After that, it gets a bit shaky. And the first one, he's only an incidental character in. So, what did we settle on the score, Peps?
Crystal Palace 1, Bennett Memorial Under-14s Rugby 1.
Okay, now this is how the game shapes up. Now we move on to the question that gave the sausage its girth. That gave the game its name. I hand. And Grant can. Do you have to bulk up to wrestle, Grant, or you're still pretty much match fit?
No, a bit of both. I'm trying to say I'm bulking up because I've put some weight on since I finished playing football, so I'm going with that one.
Good man. Beer and beef gives a man shape. George III said that. So I hand Grant Holt a sausage sandwich. Beautiful. Norfolk sausage sandwich by way of, well, Workington and Barrow. But I give him a sausage sandwich, Anne. And you're going to get first go at this. You're taking the penalty that could decide the game here.
Oh, God.
I know. Come on, Palace. You had all the talk. I hand Grant Holt a sausage sandwich. He looks at it. How does he look at it, Peps? With
wild surmise.
With wild surmise. It's a beautiful sausage sandwich, mashed down with a fork into the crusty bread, where the butter's already melted. And he takes the lid off of it. Before he cuts it, he thinks, well, it's nice, but it needs perfecting. Does he ask for red sauce, Anne? Does he ask for brown sauce? Or does he think it's fine as it is and ask for no sauce at all? Come on, Anne. You've dreamt about this moment.
I know, but I'm really torn now. Because all my family told me one thing to go for.
That's it.
But Grant Holt sounds like a brown sauce person to me.
Right. But you've been told red, have you?
I have.
Well, you're doing the old, look one way and hit it the other.
Exactly.
Okay, so he's gone brown. Rob, you're left with red sauce or no sauce at all. Grant Holt.
Well, years of waiting to say brown sauce have just been scuppered, obviously.
Oh! But that may be fate.
Thanks, Anne's family. You could have persuaded him all there. Well, I'm going to have to say red, because I don't think he's a madman, is he? He's not going to say no sauce at all.
Well, you've been surprised how many lunatics are running around out there, being chased down by people with butterfly nets. Grant Holt, I hand you a beautiful sausage sandwich, just exactly what you fancy on a hot morning like this. You lift the lid. Then, Grant, do you ask for red sauce? Do you ask for brown sauce? Do you ask for no sauce at all? The answer, please. Grant Holt.
Well, for years of waiting to say brown sauce, I put red sauce on my sausage sandwich.
Yeah, look at that! Look at that!
Anne's family.
Justice have been done.
Oh, I'll never live it down.
I'm sorry, Anne. Wait there, Anne.
I'll never live it down.
What have you done? What's the score there, Peps?
Crystal Palace 1, Bennett Memorial Under-14s Rugby Team 2.
They're unstoppable. And you know when I say all these things about your team, I mean them to the bottom of my heart.
Yes, I do know that. However,
I can't imagine there's much love lost coming across Dulwich to us anyway. But thank you very much indeed, Anne. Well played. Rob, you get what everyone who wins the sausage sandwich game gets. Our very best wishes.
What more could you want?
Thank you very much indeed, my friend. So, Grant, your autobiography. This is the big deal. Out on the 25th of May, day before my dad's birthday. What's that, Grant?
Yeah, pre-sales are out now. I think the full lot, 25th you can start getting them. I think the main sale goes on June the 1st. So, all about my story, all the way from the depths of League 9 in the lower leagues, all the way to the Premier League.
Now, did this being seeing a swan go nuts at Rochdale? Was it? That really happened?
Yeah.
A swan on the pitch.
Yeah, swan flew down on the pitch. Quick story, goalkeeper went to try and be the hero, get it off the pitch because it was a red-hot first week of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Decided to be clever, went to pick the swan up, and the swan took his glove off him.
Did he?
and started to fly off with it, and then luckily dropped the glove, and then it was the big, usual as you thought, everyone cheer and wait for this swan to try and finally get out of the stadium.
That nothing would have cheered up the supporters more than that. Nothing would have cheered them up more than that. The game can't follow an incident like that. And just one last thing, it's all I've got written down here is unusual pre-match meal. Now, I don't know what that is. Is that fair?
It is. I went we went basically to Rochdale, and we went to get pre-match meal one night when we were in the house, and the oven packed in. And it wasn't working for some reason, so what we said, well, what we're going to have to do, and I saw the Chinese over the road, so why don't we just get a Chinese for a change? So for some reason I got curry fried rice and chips and a battered sausage, and then I scored two the next day, so I decided, right, well, that may be a ritual, so for the rest of my time for that year, every home game I had curry fried rice and chips and a battered sausage.
The battered sausage, this is the kind of thing, because when you watch these cookery shows, and we've got a lot on indoors, and let's say it's, I don't know, Jamie, and he says, now I'm showing you the curry fried rice, that's great, but here's the twist, this is what really makes this bad boy something, you get your battered sausage, sticking out of it like Desperate Dan's. Well, Grant,
I think it's a bit of a mix of the northern meat and the middle ground. I think
beautiful, my friend. Well, all the best to you in all your charity wrestling work and the book and everything else, Grant. Come and see us one of these weeks. Thanks for taking part in it.
Thanks very much.
That's been Grant Holt, everyone, and now the show's own jingle.
Good morning, everybody. It's the Danny Baker Show, radiating out across the airwaves. Come the sunshine or the rain, come aboard the Danny train. We'll kick our slippers off and throw our cares away. What better thing to do than have a jolly jape or two? Don't touch that dial, there's nowhere else to go. Come and join a happy session, wave ta-ta to the recession on the Danny Baker Show. Take it away, Danny.
Always do, Wisby, always do. Very good morning to everybody. We've got 10 of our favourite revived subjects this morning for our holiday special. We're putting it under the umbrella of a holiday special. And also Pepsi's chipping away at the famous mountain of unread emails from the last 15 years. So nothing ever gets wasted. But after 10 o'clock, if you want to call us about any subjects, that's good. But what have you got over there, Peps, in the meantime?
This is lovely. I'm rereading them. They're like fresh stories for me.
I know. It's hard to remember what subjects would possibly have given birth to them, but it all comes back to us after a while.
This is... it's only from January. That's positively recent. Mm-hmm. Liam, me and my... Signs You Didn't See. He's kindly put as the title. Me and my friends used to hire a camper van each year and drive around Europe for weeks at a time. On one such trip, as I was driving us towards Vienna in Austria, and about 40 miles from Vienna, I felt tired and asked my brother to take over so I could have a nap. I said, just follow the signs for Vienna. Waking up from my sleep and seeing my brother still at the wheel, I casually inquired as to where we were, to discover we were in Bratislava, Slovakia. Hundreds of miles in the opposite direction. Questioning why he didn't follow the signs to Vienna, he replied he didn't see any signs for Vienna, so kept going. It was only then that I remembered that, in fact, Vienna in Austria is Wien.
Yeah, Wien. That's absolutely right. Well, why wouldn't you do that? I know somebody who tried to find the Florida Keys from Miami, which is about an hour away. But as they exited Georgia... heading towards Texas, basically. So they thought, anyway, it's easily done if you don't see a sign. One more, Peps.
This is Mike. At our wedding in Barbados...
Well done.
One of our guests walked across the pond in the courtyard in the dark on what he thought were stepping stones, but turned out to be lily pads.
Oh, yes.
Returning to his room, he knocked on the door and confronted his wife, soaked head to foot.
And that's going to get you all kinds of sympathy and absolutely no laughs at all. So I've been no, not that. This has been me all week. Man, do I love Italy and the Italians. Only slight cloud on the horizon. Turned on the television on Wednesday when the match of the century was being played to find that Italy wanted nothing more than Porto versus Liverpool.
Oh.
And plenty of it live. And even though I went through, my son was sending text to when he said, is Dad watching it? It's 2-1 after 11 minutes. It's 2-2. It's 3-2.
Oh.
Nah, we were just watching a pedestrian old performance. But anyway, otherwise, my dear friends in Italy have all my best wishes and all my love. We'll be right back.
This is BBC 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
Saturday mornings with Danny Baker on 5 Live. Available now on the 5 Live webcam. Go to bbc.co.uk/5 Live.
Very good morning, everybody. Everything's for the best in this best of all possible worlds. Not many BBC shows say that to an audience.
Right.
Everything's for the best in this best of all possible worlds. So we've got plenty to be getting through. We're chipping away at the mountain of unread emails. We've got Vanessa and Kai and John and Henry ready to entertain you. And just at random, pulling these out of the email pile, I'll read this in a moment. It's one of the most extraordinary emails. And it's from, if you're still listening, sent in November last year. We don't throw any away. We never get the time. We're only on 2 hours a week. And the subject is, it lives under the house. It's something. So here's our friend Vanessa. Hey, Vanessa.
Good morning.
Good morning to you, Vanessa. We're doing some of the, because it's bank holiday, basically, we're doing some of our favourite subjects, one of which is always, what have you ridden on? Vanessa, what have you ridden on?
Right, okay, so in the 90s, I was at a bike festival called the Bulldog Batch, which is supposed to be like one of the biggest bike festivals in Europe.
Bike festival, and
yeah? I was watching the old, the Wall of Death. You know, it's a Victorian thing, really, but the old rotary where the bike goes round and round and higher and higher. And
Vanessa, apparently I can hear you well, but you're breaking up. They're going to call you straight back because I need to talk to you about the rotor. I used to love the rotor, so we'll call you straight back, Vanessa, because you're breaking up a little bit. Here's our friend Kai. Hey, Kai in Kyoto. Kai.
Yeah, good morning, Danny.
Good morning to you, Kai. What business have you got being over in Japan?
Oh, I moved over about 20 years ago just for a new start, and I just married and stayed and had kids.
Oh, what a lovely... Listen, write down the details on a sheet of paper, send it to me, and I'll parlay it up into a rom-com. I'll give you credit. So, Kai, this is, appropriately, I think, they didn't know you spoke the language. What have you got?
Right. That's it. I was on the train to work one day, and as I got on the train, there were two ladies who mid-30s, I guess. And as soon as they saw me on the train, they just started talking about me right in front of me, literally 2 feet away from me. Yeah. And they were saying, he's got a big nose, he's handsome, and all this. They were giving it all this. And I just
Kai, can I just stop there? Have you got a big nose?
Well, I'm English, so yeah, it's not.
I suppose so.
Yeah, it's not.
No, you're some kind of meerschaum pipe hanging down, but okay. So they started talking about your nose and things, yes?
Yeah. And I was just listening, and I looked at them, gave them a look as if to say, I can understand you. They still didn't get it. They still kept talking about me, looking at me and talking about me. And I gave them a few minutes, and then I just sort of leaned in and said in Japanese, arigato.
Yeah.
And they looked mortified.
What did you say to them?
I just said, arigato, thank you.
Oh, is it? See, I didn't even know that. And... did they belt up? Did they change seats or anything?
Well, no. They were really, really apologetic, and they started saying, "Well, we're so sorry. We didn't mean to say that," and all this. And I said, it's fine, you know, what you were saying was nice, thank you very much. But they were all embarrassed and, they were mortified.
And I don't want to be, I use the word appropriately, I don't want to be nosy here, but anything other than the size of your proboscis, did they, what did they say? Do you think he's married, or did you like his suit? What kind of...
Yeah. They were saying stuff like that,
Yeah. And so you leaned forward and said, thank you. I would love that to happen.
I just stood across and said thank you, and they were like, they were very shocked. Let's say that they were very shocked.
Man,
I was surprised, but
do what you see that of course I understand that.
Reader, he married one of them.
Exactly. Thank you, Kai. Thank you very much indeed, Kai. That was wonderful. Would you like that? I think I'd like.
Oh, it's like having a superpower.
Yeah.
Speaking a language that people don't know you speak.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. There was, when I did this years ago, somebody got married in Portugal. And as they were leaving the church, all the aunties, or whoever they were, clapping them. And they presumably didn't speak Portuguese. They were saying, she should have married that David, Yeah, he's nice. He's all right. He's a bit boring. I don't know. I ain't spoke to him. And he stood there listening to all this while the photos were being taken. Look at him. What an idiot. It's a wonderful thing, I think. Like you say, a superpower, wouldn't it?
I think my marriage peaked about day 3 of our honeymoon when I studied Italian at school.
Did you?
My school did French and Italian. They didn't do Spanish or German. We did Italian. So I did it up to A level. And I loved it as a language. But it's been years since I spoke it. So I hadn't used much of it on our honeymoon. And it was our first ever holiday, not honeymoon. First ever holiday we went on. We went to Italy and Sorrento. And basically, me and my husband, both very white, very blonde. Yeah. We were going to take a ferry trip round to Positano, and I think he thought he saw his opportunity to make a bit of money out of the English people, and he told us that the tickets weren't right. We'd bought them at the ticket office, walked 100 yards, and he said they weren't. And out of nowhere, my school Italian came out, and I argued with this.
Did you?
I've just bought, all in Italian, I've just bought these 2 tickets over here. That man there said they are correct tickets. You take us to Positano today. I am not giving you any extra money. You go over there and you... And my husband just stood there like, who is she?
And then the fella leant forward, he said, leave up, I've had one Walthamstow. I'm having a go, that's all. I'm having Walthamstow myself.
But I don't think I've ever spoken as much. I couldn't do it now. I think in the heat of the moment, it came to me, and if you ask me now, I couldn't.
We'll do that and come back in the heat of the moment. And now Vanessa's back with us. John and Henry, promise we'll be right with you. Good morning, Vanessa, again.
Good morning.
There we are. Now you're L&C. Now you're L&C. We were talking about the rota and the wall of death, as it used to be at the fun fairs and things. And so you were at an exhibition, were you?
I was at the Bulldog Bash, which is this huge, massive, 3-day bike festival with bands and bike shows, and it's absolutely huge. And they always have the old Wall of Death, which I think is actually Victorian or something. And it's
I think so.
Changed. Yeah, and where the bikes kind of go round
and round and defy gravity.
The old centrifugal falls. Anyway, when we were leaving, when the show had finished, a couple of the riders came out at the same time as me, and they said, did you enjoy the show? I said, do you know what? I said, I'd love to have a go on that.
No.
And he said, he looked me up and down, asked how much I weighed. He said, right. He said, all right then, love. He said, we've got the next show in 2 hours' time. He said,
no.
You can sit on the handlebars.
The Wall of Death?
All right then.
The Wall of Death?
All right then.
The Wall of Death. The Wall of Death. But I'm scared of heights, but I hadn't thought about this because I had a bit of courage. So I went back. I'm really scared of heights. I went back, and he said, right, he said, well, what I want you, he told me what to do, the instructions. He said, right, you're going to sit on the front with your back to me. I said, and I looked at this bike, and it was a 1937 Indian. Now, what that basically meant was, I'd seen it earlier, as it was going round, the engine kept cutting out completely, and I remember thinking, I would like to go on that one.
But you're the person who said, I'd love to have a go on that.
I'd love to have a go. Enthusiastic, big smile. Anyway, so I thought, well, I can't back out now. So I did that, and I sat on it and, kind of leant back, and as he was going round, he was putting his arm out, and I thought, this is easy, and I'm putting my arm out, and I'm waving to the crowd.
Blowing them kisses.
Glory, And I said to my friend, can you take a photo of me, kind of, while it's happening, because this is going to be a fantastic memory. Anyway, and it kind of slowed down, and he went down, and he came back down. There was probably a couple of hundred people, all their heads were looking over the top watching. you know, they were looking. Anyway, and I got off the bike and I thought, oh, I look amazing. But what I hadn't kind of counted on was the dizziness.
Oh, did you?
So I got off the bike and I was stumbling about, and there's no way you can regain any dignity because you're so
You're
dizzy.
doing that. People think, well, she's had a couple words. But,
yeah.
But you were
exactly
bouncing off the round walls of the wall of death, were you?
Yeah. And then after getting off the bike and kind of staggering around, I then collapsed like a baby fawn, trying to get up with my legs not working properly.
Are there photographs of it, Vanessa? Did you get photographs?
Well, do you know, to add insult to injury, when I got off, I said to my friend, did you get the photo? He said, well, I'm not sure. When I went to the chemist and got them developed, as you did in them days, well, it's like it was a picture of a thumb.
Oh.
It covered the lens. I know.
Then, Vanessa, it never happened. It never happened. It was a dream you had, a fever dream you had. Vanessa, thank you very much indeed. If people don't know what maybe some listening to the Wall of Death is, I think most people, I presume, not allowed anymore. But those big pottery chimneys you see when you're going through the Stoke and stuff, those huge, driving round and round the inside of those. But do you remember the actual rotor you could go to at the fairground when you stick to the wall?
Oh, yes.
Did you ever do that?
Yeah. Well, no, I never did it.
Oh, yeah. You stick to the wall and they go round and round fast and then the floor goes away.
Oh.
Wendy always says, I have dreams like that. No, I don't want to do that, thanks.
Oh, no way.
Just before we come to that one, perhaps, here's John. Hey, John.
Hello.
Thank you for being appreciated, John. Henry, I promise you'll be next. John, this is owning small bits of pop history. What do you have?
So I used to live in Stoke Newington in North London in the 90s, and we had I'm not going to tell you who it is, actually, unless they've told you, because I think you'll get it in one go. Can I do that?
Pressure. Go on, have a go.
Okay, so we this guy was a landlord, and he often got his post misdelivered to my address, which was next door, and I would always return it. But on one particular time, I totally inadvertently, completely accidentally, opened an item of his mail. And it was a royalty cheque from Top of the Pops for the grand sum of 35 pence.
35 pence? Okay.
And it was for a performance of the song I Don't Wanna Dance.
Eddie Grant?
Eddie Grant.
Was it Eddie Grant's royalty cheque? Oh, that should be in the Rock and Roll Hall. Eddie Grant only got 35 pence from Top of the Pops.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought.
You see, and they say there's no money in pop music today. There's 7 bob Eddie would have trousered had you not. So what did you politely knocked?
Do you know what? I tried to politely return it to his brother, who was kind of the maintenance guy next door, collected the rent and whatnot. And I told him what it was, and I explained how inadvertent this was. I was embarrassed, and he just waved it away. He just said, I can't keep it,
And have you still got?
Knew how much it was for.
Have you still got Eddie Grant's 35 pence royalty cheque?
Yeah. I was asked that. I do think that I found it about 2 years ago when I moved house. So it's from the 90s. So I think I've got it in a shoebox in an attic. Let me try and dig it out.
35p in the 90s.
Yeah. Well, it might have been on.
Quite a few.
It's probably on Sky Gold or something. I occasionally get them. And QI is shown in Finland for something like £2.11. No, honestly, you do. £2.11. One of the few shows that give you residuals. But I think I would queue to see that. Yes, go over there and see Madonna's conical bra. In here, sir, we have Eddie Grant's 35 pence cheque from. Oh, I'd love
one more thing, Daddy. If I send a stamped addressed envelope in, can I get a recipe card for Grant Holt's Premiership diet?
Isn't that something? What was it? The chicken curry with battered sausage,
chips, and a battered sausage.
Beautiful. Thank you very much indeed, John. Henry, 2 seconds. What you got there, Peps?
Well, I think I've got 2 here that I think our theme was along the lines of what frightened you as a child.
No, it'd be more
something
more curly-cued than that, but something like that.
Well, one of them involves the Pink Panther.
Oh.
So this doesn't have a name, but hello, Danny. Does this constitute fear? But the end of the Pink Panther cartoon used to make me cry.
Oh.
The show opened with a young lad dropping off the Pink Panther in a futuristic sports car, but it ended with the boy driving off and leaving him stranded. It devastated me. I would cry and cry, and my mum had to switch the TV off or change channels and tell me it was okay. This time he gave him a lift.
Oh, and the next week, of course, it'd be the same ritual. So, see, the Pink Panther, you asked, actually, during the news, is there any relation between the film and the Pink Panther? The opening title sequence, of course, the original Pink Panther, with Henry Mancini is da-dum, 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 and it had a little animated sequence, very influential. And I think that the cartoon series came out of that.
Ah, okay.
But they couldn't license Henry Mancini's music, so they came up with the...
But have you ever seen a panther who was pink?
Think a panther who is positively pink. Well, here he is, the Pink Panther, the rinky-dink panther. Have you ever seen a panther ever so pink? I've not sung this for 24 hours. So what's that? Such a groovy cat. He's a gentleman, a scholar. He's an acrobat. Well, here he is, the Pink Panther, the rinky-dink panther, and it's as plain as your nose that he's the one and only, truly original panther, pink from head to toe. One time, and he's the one and only, truly original panther, pink panther from head to. Yeah, take that, Sonny Awards. What? Go to our friend Henry. Hey, Henry.
Morning, Danny.
Good morning, Henry. Are there many pop songs with your name in it, Henry?
Can't think of many off the top of my head.
I can. David Bowie's Suffragette City.
Ah.
Hey, man. Oh, Henry, leave me alone. I got to, hey, man. I'm in good voice this morning.
And, of course, there's Henry the Human Fly, Richard Thompson.
Richard Thompson's Henry the Human Fly. See, I've done that before. Some people say there's no songs with my name. And a woman called Yvonne rang up and said there's no songs with Yvonne in. Paul McCartney, if you go on YouTube, an unpublished song just called Yvonne. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And then the Saw Doctors did YVONNE, Yvonne. Henry, why have you called us?
Well, it's about breaking things in shops.
Ah, OK, my friend.
Always a great favourite.
Yes, it is.
About 10 years ago, we were on holiday in southern Spain with the kids. They were aged about 4 and 5, 5 and 6, something like that. And we were wandering into a souvenir shop full of all kinds of very easily breakable things. But, of course, being the usual bossy dad, I was saying to kids now, be really careful, don't touch anything, don't pick anything up, because if you break it, then we'll end up having to pay for it.
Absolutely.
So we all had a bit of a nosy round, and I was attracted by a sheet of metal that had novelty fridge magnets stuck to it, all different shapes and sizes. And there was one which I was really intrigued by, which was a little kind of toy paella dish stuck to it. So I picked it up to have a closer look, looked really good. Turned it over, saw that it cost €5. Thought, well, I'm certainly not going to buy that. So I placed it back on the metal sheet, and the magnet failed, and it slowly slid down the metal onto the floor, and of course broke.
Little paella dish, €5 paella dish with a faulty magnet. Well, you're in the clear here. Nobody saw it happen, did they?
And of course the kids saw it, but worse, of course, the shopkeeper saw it, and he had a face like thunder. And my Spanish isn't very good, and I was trying to apologise, and he was just gesticulating towards the broken paella dish and towards the till. So I realised there's nothing for it. I just had to dig deep and pay €5 for a broken paella dish. I walked out with the kids laughing at me.
And did you keep the pieces?
Well, I did, because stupidly I thought, well, I spent this money.
Yeah.
I might take it over and try and stick it back together.
Absolutely. Who's the not Guernica? Who did the bride strip bare by her bachelor's even? Did the big sculpture, or was it painting? And that was in Spain. And when it was being transported to the gallery, it fell off the lorry and shattered. And well, part of it did. And the artist said, it's perfect. It's more finished than I could ever have made it. And that became you could have done that with your little €5 paella dish.
I could have done.
Where do you keep it these days, Henry?
Well, we're having a clear out. And my wife would say, why on earth did you cut this? Well, I thought I could repair it.
Yeah, but you know what? Now you've told that story, and you've always got that story. You could have looked at those pieces, and when the kids are all grown up, you say, do you remember that day we were in that shop? Anyway, Henry, bless you. Things you've broken in shops. Nigel and Martin coming right to you. What you got there, Peps?
This is from Karen in Norfolk. Following on from what we were saying earlier about the little boy who packed a coconut and a stamp collection to go on holiday.
They opened his bag when they got on holiday, and he packed a coconut and it's his own stamp collection. Isn't that beautiful?
We once gave our 5-year-old daughter, who was then the oldest of our 4 children, so she's saying they had 4 under 5. It made me go white.
Your face.
We once gave our 5-year-old daughter the responsibility of packing the bag of toys to entertain all the children on the long car journey. What did she pack? 2 tennis balls and a skipping rope.
Although in a car. if I were, if we were still working on Tier 5 Friday Peps, skipping in a car, can it be done? That'll keep going on and on. Now, Nigel and Martin, if you bear with us, I don't want this to become another unread email, because this fella's been waiting since November to have this read out. We're trying to get through the mountain of them. We will, before we finish here and pack up our tent, get through all of these. Now, the subject is, it lives under the house, and I've only skimmed over this, but this looks like something. It's from Keith, and Keith lives in Indianapolis, in Indiana. Well done, Keith. I live in the USA these days. I used to live in Bermondsey, where I come from, and I always catch up with the show on the Monday when I'm at work. There are no shows like yours in the States. See, that's what we'll be sitting here earning peanuts, and we could be earning chocolate. Here we go. I don't know if you have a category for this, but I thought you might find a slot in one of your shows. It's about things that live under your house. Our house in Indiana has a crawl space. It's about 4 feet deep, and houses have their air conditioning unit under them and plumbing, etc. It was originally built in the early 80s during a time of energy-saving initiatives, so had rock-wool-type insulation between the floor rafters. Despite the frigid temperatures in Indiana, there really is no need for it. And during one of my regular excursions under the house in the summer to check equipment, etc., I noticed that chipmunks had been running rampant between the rock wool and the floor itself. They'd made nests, they'd been eating nuts, having babies, and generally living it up. I decided it all had to come out. That seems a bit mean, isn't it? Chipmunks
ruin their idyll.
That's a selling point, isn't it? It is, isn't it? The chipmunks live under the house. It's not Huey, Dewey and Louie. What are they called?
Chip and Dale.
Chip and Dale, of course they are. Anyway, my wife was dispatched to purchase the necessary equipment for the insulation disposal, which included a Tyvek suit, goggles, gloves, flashlight and large bin bags. Suitably attired, I descended into the crawl space under our house.
Oh. I'm itching.
Having collected my... The first heart stopper was when my flashlight picked up the set of white teeth and 2 beady eyes coming right at me, only to find they belonged to the inquisitive black dog who had followed me down. Having collected my wits, I then proceeded to gingerly tear down the rock wall, roll it up and stuff it into bags for removal. I was already in a nervous state, given the dog incident, which added to my dislike of all things rodent, especially in large numbers. It's not the dog's fault he was looking for a rat. So, to say the least, I was on edge. About an hour into the job, I was at the furthest point from the entrance exit under the house and sweating due to the lack of air. Remember, I'm still very jumpier, but it appeared that the chipmunks had either scarpered or vacated some time earlier. I was feeling better about that. One strip of insulation I pulled down came a bit harder than the rest, but I was trying not to think about anything scary and I rolled it up in the darkness. Having made a substantial roll of it, I stuffed it into the bin bag and was just about to throw it behind me when I heard a series of pops coming from inside the bag.
Oh.
Couldn't think what these could be. But then it dawned on me. I had bagged a bee's nest, and only my hand holding the opening of the bag separated me from thousands upon thousands of stings in the dark, under the house. I then had to army crawl my way back to the house, holding tightly onto the bag. I could hear the buzzing getting louder and louder. It was now alive in my hands, writhing, popping, banging. I managed to traverse the underside of the house despite sweating profusely. My now slippery Tyvek suit fogged up glasses, with only one hand working. I got to the opening and without thinking threw the bag out and closed the metal door with a clang. Me now under the house, the millions of bees out of the house, but keen to return to their accommodation. Using shouts to alert my wife through the floorboards, I asked her to rescue me. Help me, for the love of God. She duly came and calmly removed the bag of bees away from the entrance so I could make an escape from under the house. Closed spaces, bees, and darkness. I still shiver at the thought every time I do go under the house to clean the air filter. Anyway, have fun. Wow, look at that. How was that, huh?
Oh.
How was that?
Follows it up with every time I go.
Every time I go back under the house. Here's our friend Nigel. Nigel!
Morning, Danny. Morning, Louise.
Yeah, Nigel, how about that? Under a house with a bag full of angry bees. That sounds like
I won't be doing that anytime
That
soon.
sounds like a television format if ever I heard one. Richard Osmond, tonight at 9 on Channel 5, Under the House with a bag full of angry bees. That's a show.
Best place for him.
What have you got for us, Nigel?
Small pieces of pop history that I own. I took this to mean it might be like a title you own rather than a thing.
Oh, anything you have, my friend. Go on.
Well, yeah, okay, because I was the drummer in, officially, the worst punk band in the world, as decreed by Danny Baker.
I will be the judge of it. I once decreed they're the worst punk band in the world now.
You decreed it in the NME. You decreed it in the NME. It
Did
was
I?
1979. Take yourself back to Luton in Bedfordshire. I was in a punk band called Pneumonia. Can you imagine the word pneumonia, the illness?
Pneumonia. I'm running
Not
back
like
through
pneumonia, but with an A.
Let me go back through my copy that I carry everywhere with me.
Of course.
No, was I doing the singles reviews?
You were doing the singles with Charles Shaw Murray, the legend.
Oh, yes, the News Brothers, we called ourselves.
Oh, God, yes.
Me and Charlie Murray, and then we turned to your record.
We sent you a copy of the single. It was us and another local band called UK Decay.
Yes, they were rotten as well.
Yeah, they were.
They were very earnest, very rotten. So you were in New
the exact words of which I still have never forgotten, and of course I've let go. It was the 3-year search for the worst punk band in the world can now be ended.
And that was Pneumonia, was it? Now,
that was Pneumonia, yeah.
See, normally, the form would be, I say, I'm so sorry about that. What can I tell you? You know, we've just come back from the Cumberland stores around the corner, and I never shrank from a joke when reviewing the singles. Eric Clapton once sent a solicitor's letter to us about a review I wrote of one of his singles.
After that, I could have been on a 40th anniversary stadium tour now, you know.
How did the band end up? Did you go on to do anything else?
Pretty soon after that, our guitarist left and joined UK Decay, and they had a decent career. They did the whole goth thing and made a few albums and what have you.
What label was your record on?
It was our own label. It was the do-it-yourself days. We had it.
And how much? Do you know how much it's seriously? Do you know how much it might be worth now? Because punk singles.
No, it is actually a collectible. You can look it up. It's all online.
How much? I bet it's worth £100. It's got to be £100, is it?
Something like that. Yeah, something like that.
Now,
it does go for decent money now.
Who has the last laugh here? I do, because I've probably still got 2 copies of it that I'll put on eBay immediately this show's over.
You should look it up too.
Nigel,
I've got several copies as well.
Did you carry on being a musician?
For a little while, but I ended up going into radio news, funnily enough.
Well, good for you. And all I can tell you is, the Enemy was a very robust salon. I once was in a showroom, a car showroom, and a fella come across and he said, "You're responsible for my band breaking up." I said, "Oh, I'm so sorry." He went, "No, you were right." He said, "We were a mod band. We weren't very good, and you reviewed our single, and you said it's like Lambrettas to the slaughter." And I said,
you did us a favour, actually. We had to have another 1,000 pressed up because everyone, after reading that, wanted a copy of the worst punk single ever made, and so we had another 1,000 made. So you did us a favour.
Yeah, some spin on the ball there. Thank you very much indeed, Nigel. We'll be right back.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker, and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Saturday morning, 5 Live with Danny Baker. Call 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Email lord.reef@bbc.co.uk.
Yeah, that Peter Crouch podcast. Gary Lineker said it's Britain's second best podcast, and I can only echo that. It is. We've got Martin and Colin and Alistair. Martin, I promise you, it'll be 2 seconds. What you got over there, Peps?
Well, this is Suzanne in Bristol. And I think, again, this is making children a bit frightened. And I'm quite not...
making children a bit frightened.
Well, we had the...
What is the child catcher FM?
I have to go back to it. was things on telly that scared you as a kid.
Oh, I think I think it was the very first thing you remember being a little trepidatious.
This is Suzanne in Bristol. I recently had to take swift evasive action looking after my 3-year-old granddaughter. I foolishly thought Sooty was a safe choice to watch until Sooty roguishly stepped outside the usual boundaries of mild peril and had a spooky castle episode.
Did they?
The fake ghost sounds were too much for her, and I found myself urging her, "Look at me, not at Sooty."
Did they have a scary episode?
Apparently so. Look at me, not at Sooty.
You know what? I think I've got it somewhere. Mancy was all about Sooty. And I think, yes, it is. There's a 4-poster bed in it somewhere, as I remember. There really is. But they do something to do a rogue episode of things. It's a little bit off. Very good morning to you, everybody. Here's our friend Martin. Hey, Martin.
Hello, Danny.
Thank you for being there, Martin. I'm trying to find Sooty's end music, so forgive me if I just... Anyway, continue, Martin. What have you got there?
Yeah, something to do with breaking something in a shop, although it's not quite a shop.
Go on. What have you got?
Used to live in Snettisham in Norfolk, and they had a local auction, so we used to go down every Thursday for a viewing and walk around looking at all the little bits and pieces, hoping to find that hidden gem that you do on Antiques Roadchip.
Yeah.
And went round the back where they have all the things that never sell, and I spotted a cross trainer. And being somebody who goes to the gym, I thought, I have to get on.
I don't know what a cross trainer is, because something doesn't... Yeah.
You stand on and you move your arms backwards and forwards. And
I'm sorry, I've got you. Yes, they're all motion. I know, I can't help it. Look at me. Do I look like... they're all doing it to me in here now. Yes, you saw one of those.
Well, I don't either now, so... I decided, right, I've got to give it a go. So I worked my way through all the bits and pieces, and I put one foot in, and I put the other foot in, and I stood on it. And my legs started going backwards and forwards, faster and faster and faster, and then all of a sudden it tipped backwards, and I hit a, the old bureau with all the glass shelving and the glass doors.
You hit a bureau behind, a glass top bureau
behind me,
as you toppled backwards on your cross trainer.
Backwards, and that then hit another cupboard and another set of drawers, like the domino effect, and all the glass smashed and all the glass shelving smashed. I jumped up quicker than Del Boy standing at the bar and looked around to see if anybody had noticed. And yes, everybody's standing there staring at me. So brushed myself off, quickly stood the items up and left.
Did you? Oh, you didn't? I thought you said, I'm doing a job lot there. £15?
No.
So you didn't even get your purchase?
No, I got away. No.
And I take it these places don't have CCTV cameras, so you can't even make money out of it on you being framed or something, because I'd love to see that.
It's such a shame. Yeah, I would have liked to see it back as well. It would have been so funny.
But you were going at a pretty fast lick when you went over.
Faster than a hamster on his wheel, yeah.
Well, as we haven't got any, let me try and recreate it. So here's Martin, and he's getting he starts, and he's on his cross trainer. This is for the ages, so we've got... Now, off he goes. He's getting up ahead of speed, and suddenly he finds himself... He's getting a good head of speed up. And just as he reaches the apex of this... That pretty much covers it, doesn't it?
Exactly. That's about it.
Bless you. Thank you very much indeed, our friend Martin there. Now, that is breaking something in a shop. What you got there, Peps?
This is Paul on email. Listening to last week's show reminded me of when I found my own wallet. I travelled to Doncaster from Manchester by train, went to a meeting, and a couple of hours later went back to the station, at which point I realised I'd lost my wallet. I had a receipt on my phone so they would let me get on the train, but I then tried to ring the office where I had my meeting. They said they'd go and look for it. I'm not sure why, but I had a sudden thought that the train I was travelling back on may well have been the same one that I had travelled in on in the morning.
Oh.
I did a quick check to see if it was possible, and the train had gone to Scarborough's, and as they tend to run the same train back, the timings looked likely. At the next stop, I got off, walked down the platform and found the coach I'd travelled on my way to Doncaster. Walked to my seat, and there was my wallet.
How wonderful.
Under the armrest, nothing missing. My wallet had a day trip to Scarborough without me.
How lovely. I am in Bloomingdale's in New York. I was an early investor in video cameras, but this was one that you could hold in one hand. And we were going around New York, and we went into Bloomingdale's for something. And then about 45 minutes later, sat down in a restaurant a few blocks down the road, and I said, "Your camera." And I'm pretty good with my camera. I said, "My camera." Right, where did we last have it? And we don't know. And I said, "I can't..." We had it in Bloomingdale's, did we? I said we did, because I filmed you walking in. Then where did we go out and putting all that together? Now, I had all the holiday stuff on it, plus it cost, about £1,500 in them days. And I went back to Bloomingdale's, and I thought, where did we go? Right, we came in, you went there, nothing, asked, no, we had nothing handed in. So then we went up to whatever department it was, got to the lift, pressed the lift door opened, all people in there, and there on the floor at the back was my camera going up and down in the lift some 2.5 hours later. And I just got to the back and I leant down and just picked it up off the floor. I must have put it on the floor to put something in a bag, and it'd just been going up and down in that lift for 2.5 hours, and nobody had... So this does happen. You got his wallet, you got my camera. Any others, please? Here's our friend Colin. Hey, Colin.
Hello, Danny.
Thank you for being there, Colin. Bless you. Colin, this is our subject, one of our old favourites. They didn't know you spoke the language. What have you got for my friend?
Yeah, well, there's actually 2 occasions because I speak French and Russian.
Oh, well done.
I'm a season ticket holder at Wigan Athletic, and earlier this season I was walking after a few scoops to the ground and went.
By the way, yesterday's result. Shut up.
Oh, I'm still on cloud 9.
No, well, we ain't. We would have done with you getting beat, by the way. Millwall could have done with you getting beat. That would have been handy, but you wouldn't do it for us.
I'm just looking to the last game of the season because we're playing your guys then, aren't we?
That is it. All we're going to do in that game is need not to lose, and we won't, Colin. We were getting on so well. We were getting on so well until then. But anyway,
you're only playing us anyway.
Continue.
Yeah, I was on the way to the game, and there was a program seller there, and I had a baseball hat with Russia on it. So he shouted, "Oh, the Russians are coming! The Russians are coming!" So I gave him a tirade in Russian, and his face, he jumped up, and his face went white, and everybody around him laughing. He just was very quiet after that.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Music, Prokofiev.
Oh, absolutely, of course. As you suggest, the Iron Curtain, always. But Colin, and believe me, if you want to come up with a cover story, and as I'm sure you will, how comes you speak Russian?
Well, I've lots. Well, my girlfriend is Latvian Russian, so I speak Russian with her, and I've got lots of Russian customers as well in St. Petersburg.
Seems very good of you to have. Seems very, very good of you because your girlfriend speaks Russian to suddenly start speaking Russian. I went out of a girl from Bridlington once, but my accent was unaffected.
Hey up! You got to talk like that around there, then.
So they shout out, "The Russians are coming! The Russians are coming!"
Yeah, because I had a Russian hat on, but he just was totally thrown by the fact that I was speaking Russian back at him.
Well, we have sort of get bogged down in, but just yakking on the radio, that's all it is. We had those 2 Russian players. I remember Millwall bought Kolkov and what was his name? We had these 2. Remember. They came down the den and they put on about 4 stone, but we all went out and bought Russian hats. We all used to sit in the stand with the old hammer and sickle on the front as well. Anyway, thank you.
Oh, yeah, I've got that for the winter time in Latvia. It's lovely over there.
Well, my friend, thank you very much indeed. Colin, our friend the spy. Alistair's next, and then Chris. What you got over there, Peps?
This is last November's show this week.
Okay.
From Stephen in Indianapolis. This was
how lovely.
Unexpected animal visitors. I worked in the Middle East for a while, and we used to have geckos getting in the house. Ooh. They were quite welcome because they eat flies and mosquitoes and whatnot, and one lived pretty comfortably behind the wall clock for a while. Similarly, when my ex-boss moved to Brunei, he warned his wife that such lizards easily get into their home and not to worry. While he was at work, she was doing the moving in and she phoned him in a panic. There's a lizard in the house. Oh, don't be silly. I told you they're harmless. No, you don't understand. It's breaking all the furniture.
Oh.
A 6-foot monitor lizard had casually strolled in through their French window. Well, that ends it there.
Oh, come on. Put his old towel swishing around, bringing down your, what do you call your whatnot? That's it. You're bringing everything down. Before we come to Alistair and Chris, I hope they'll bear with me just for a second. Because we are trying to chip away at the mountain of unread emails.
Yes, we're doing well, actually.
This is from Chris in Bransbury. Sent this in September last year. Now, we're not being cavalier here. We generally meant to get round to them. We never throw them away, but the list is now growing. And it looks like the Mueller report into Trump sitting over there. So we thought this morning we would make good our promise and say we never throw them away. The always will get read one day. But this is from Chris, and I certainly got a story on the back of this. A couple of years ago, says Chris, my wife and I were celebrating our silver wedding anniversary. By way of a gift, my wife's extensive family clubbed together and presented us with some travel vouchers for a particular high street travel agent. My wife and I subsequently spent an enjoyable evening in front of the internet pondering prospective trips before settling on a romantic 4-night stay in wonderful old Paris. A lengthy booking process was undertaken and many details were entered before we were in fact informed that the trip we were trying to book could not be done online, and could one of us please attend one of the in-store shops. With no little harumphing, a coin was tossed and it was decided that I would visit the store at midday the next day. Entering the store, I presented my vouchers. Sensing an opportunity to present the case for online bookings and the death of high street sales, I gave forth. You know, don't know why we've got to come here to do it. Everything's online these days. They weren't looking up. They weren't looking at me. My presentation for the future of Thomas Cook probably lasted about 5 minutes. The next 5 minutes were filled selecting our hotel and booking the flights again. With the denouement of the deal approaching, my host informed me that she was unable to apply the vouchers presented to the trip selected. They were no good. Well, I went off for it like a rocket. A 2-minute diatribe followed from my side of the desk, and at one point fingers may have been jabbed towards them. Before I was informed my vouchers, I told them my vouchers were valid, and they would indeed be honoured. They might be, they said, but they'd be honoured by Thomas Cook. This is Thompson's. They're 3 doors down. After a brief pause, I stood up and said, I see. Well, thanks a lot. And I walked out. Now, the idea that he said, I see, well, thanks a lot. That's the only thing you can do. The only thing you can do. As you know, when I picked up our dog one year, and he looked a bit dusty, and I thought I could see his ribs. And I could. He didn't look like he was a lunatic dog. And I picked it up from the kennels. And I said, he looks like he ain't been treated very well. I said, he's very difficult. He's been out this morning, but he won't let us brush him or any. We usually would. I said, yeah, but look at him. I said, I'll tell you what, this ain't right. And I suddenly started getting this head of steam up with them saying, normally we would, you know, but not valet a dog, but, you know, they said, but you've come early and he ain't. I said, do you know what? This is not the end of this. And they said, what do you mean? And I'd lost control of the English language. And I said, yeah, you're going to be hearing from me in very, very due course. And they looked at me as if say, is that a phrase? You're going to hear in very, very... And I thought, how does this sentence end? Due course. Here's our friend Alistair. Hey, Alistair.
Hello.
Thank you for being there, Alistair. Alistair, I like this more than anything. It says, Alistair has his own topic.
Oh.
Go on, Alistair.
You've not got enough.
Go on, Alistair, what have you got?
It was simply inspired by the Pink Panther story earlier on. So, you know, the kids' programmes that left them traumatised in a way, I suppose. But my story was something my parents told me because I was far too young to remember. I used to enjoy Postman Pat when I was a child and had a video with various episodes on. And one evening, my parents were sat with me while I was happily watching Postman Pat. And from nowhere, I stood up, walked across the room, turned the TV off, and went and sat back down again for about 30 seconds. Stood back up, turned the TV back on. And Mum and Dad obviously looked at each other, slightly puzzled, asked me what I'd just done and why, and I simply said, I don't like that bit. And then after I'd gone to bed, Mum and Dad reviewed the video, and it turns out that Pat had fallen out of a tree into a thorn bush and got covered in thorns.
Yeah, delicate boy.
I'd watched it that many times. I knew exactly when to turn the TV off manually and when to turn it back on again, so I wouldn't be exposed.
Well,
to,
perhaps you know this. My kids saw I was an early adopter as have video recorders, and I had every single rainbow, I think, every single one of them. But the one when Rod, Jane and Freddie became animals, and it was only a fox and a goose and whatever it was, but their faces turned into it. I had to always put my hand over both Sonny and Bonnie's eyes, but if they could hear it, they couldn't bear it. It's quite a pleasant little thing. But those little things, like you're saying, you can't.
Wilbur in the last week in bless him. If there's something frightens him, he puts his fingers in his ears.
Does he?
He's trying to say to him, no, cover your eyes. And he just stands there with his fingers in his ears going, I don't like it.
Well, Alistair,
Similar logic to... Actually, Alistair was more clever than Wilbur.
Chris and Nick. The idea you can just turn it off before the fast-forward button is introduced here. But our first video recorder could not... One day went down, could not get a tape in it. They were always putting soldiers in there or, you know, bits and pieces in there. But this, I looked in and I thought, what's that? And it would not operate at all. And I got some, unplugged it, and I got some, you know, tweezers and tried it, nothing. And then I had to call a bloke from DER, possibly Radio Rentals, and he came and they used to take the top off the video recorder so you could see all the innards. And what was in there was a piece of jammy toast. A whole slice of toast with jam on it. Neither of the kids would admit to it, but later, writing TFI Friday again, I said, let's get a toast and see what we did. We put fireworks in one, but it all started with that piece of toast. We've got Angela and Chris and Nick to come. What do you got there, Peps?
Just a reminder that today at 11 o'clock we go straight to Mark Chapman with 5 Live Sports.
Yes,
Commentary today at 12:30, Manchester City versus Spurs. Now this is Simon in Tring, again from July. He says, something on the beach. So I assume that was our topic.
Yeah.
Not exactly, but it was on a jetty. When we lived in Australia back in the 60s, my dad and 2 brothers would go fishing. If our favourite spots was a good trip away from home, I would come too. The only thing was, I hated fishing, so I would wander off to entertain myself. I was at the top of the jetty behind a little hut and heard some thumping. I slowly edged my way around the hut to find a hammerhead shark thrashing around on the deck. I tried to get close and push him back in the water, but he kept thrashing about. I called for Dad and my older brother, and we had 15 minutes of the shark hokey cokey. Is my dad's description, as we managed to manoeuvre the shark, so eventually he slipped over the edge and back into the water.
What was he doing there?
I don't know, it's sort of... Someone landed him and walked off?
No, you wouldn't land a hammerhead shark and say, right, time for lunch, would you?
He leapt up onto the jetty.
Careful, kids. Anyone listening to this?
Simon, if you can remember from last year.
Sharks leaping out of the water at people. We've got, I promise you, Angela and Nick. That little bit of music I played, I stopped it. Because I do like songs that have a verse before they begin.
Right.
And that's one of the more famous ones. This is from an album of music that was played on the Titanic as people boarded.
Boarded, right.
And in third class, despite what you've seen with the Kelly Band and all of that, this was played as people boarded the Titanic. Now, it's a very jolly song, but it goes into a very famous one. Nobody ever hears this bit of it. Here we go. You know this song as well as your own child's face, but nobody ever plays the intro to it, which is this. Here we go.
You've been missing out.
See, I know, there's a whole verse that goes with it. Here's our friend Angela. Angela!
Hello.
Hey, Angela, how you doing, Angela?
I'm really good, thank you. I'm by the seaside.
No.
With lovely sunshine.
Then I'm playing this song just for you. Angela, what have you got for us?
Well, it's about finding an item you've lost. So I work for a tour operator. Do you want me to tell the story now?
Oh, please do, yes. There's 4 minutes to go and we've got Nick to do. Go on.
Okay, I work for a tour operator and I did city breaks in Vienna for the winter. And it was the end of my tour. So the first flight from the tour operator brought out the spring set of travellers on a full plane and I got the empty leg back. So I was the only passenger on this flight, and they gave me a call in the airport and they sent a cabin crew member to the gate with a bus and boarded.
I've heard about this being alone on a plane, and it seems very tremendously exotic.
It's lovely because the pilot talks to you saying, hello, Anthony, you look out the right.
Lovely, yeah.
But the beautiful thing was I was the only passenger on the plane and they lost my luggage.
Oh, no. No, Angela, I won't have it. You stood at a carousel going round and round and round. They had one bag, or possibly two. They lost your luggage?
Yeah, I said you had one job to do and you didn't do that.
And they lost it?
So anyway, they lost it. So they said you'll have to go through the usual channels of communication to reclaim your baggage, X, Y, Z. So I got into Gatwick, it was about 2 o'clock in the morning and it was empty and I just walked along thinking what to do now, and there was this trolley in the middle of this empty concourse with a set of bags on and they were my bags.
Oh, Angela, what a story. This, if I don't parlay this up into a screenplay, I'm not worth my salt. So there's the jeopardy in it. You get the first is the wonderful, boy meets girl stuff. You're given this plane to ride on. Then boy loses girl, you lose your luggage, and you're reunited magically at the end. There was nobody around.
No one around. So I sort of furtively looked around me and sort of whistled and just wandered up to the trolley and wheeled it off and carried on my journey.
That's one of the most extraordinary things I've ever heard. But the idea they lost your luggage and you're the only what?
Or did they? Or did Angela just forget to take it with her to the plane?
I won't hear of it.
Oh, you see.
I had not had a glass of wine at all.
No.
Your Honour.
Anyway, Angela, the point is, when I come to write this up, there was an extra case on there, and when you opened it up, inside was £10 million. And you bought the airline, and you made sure nobody lost. That's how you write these things. Here comes our friend Nick. Hey, Nick.
Hello.
Appreciate you being there, Nick. Sorry to keep you waiting. Nick, you'll be our last call this morning. Famous people talking to you in dreams.
Okay, so very quick. I know you've only got a couple of minutes. I dreamt I'd walked into my local pub in York and walked up to the bar, and there behind the bar, smiling at me, was Barack Obama. As he poured my pint, I leant over and said, "What are you doing here, in all places?" And he said, with a low whisper and a conspiratorial wink, "I'm researching my new chat show on the British."
Did he?
And that was it. I woke up.
I'm researching
I'd
my new...
watch that.
I'd watch that.
I'd watch that.
And where was this pub?
It's in the middle of York.
Yeah, and it's called...
The White Swan. The White Swan.
Barack Obama serves behind the bar in the White Swan. I can't wait to visit there. As far as you know... Say if he does come out with a book on the British. My favourite place in the world is the White Swan. But no, thank you very much indeed, Nick. It's enough in and of itself. What you got from over there, Pepsi?
Well, I thought this was pretty much the law. This is our improvised eating utensils. Both Wisdom Design and Neil say turning the foil top of a yoghurt pot into a spoon.
Got to be more than that. Well, thank you very much indeed to Louise Pepper on the other side of the table. But this week of all weeks, chiefly yourselves.
The Danny Baker Show is a Campbell Davison media production for BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Danny. That's a much slicker handover than when Colin does it. Here we go again then, just a few days after we were last here. We are back at the Etihad for another episode.
Saturday morning, 5 Live with Danny Baker.
Very good morning to everybody. It's Louise Pepper on the other side of the table. And there's plenty to discuss. Whenever I say that, it means I am not quite here. There is much to discuss, plenty to be getting on with. Let's look at our agenda. That means I've literally just woke up in front of the microphone. I was miles away then. Anyway, very good morning to everybody, says Lou on the other side of the table. And you'll be more than pleased to know that today... the birthday of J. Parker Prey. J. Parker Prey.
Okay.
J. Parker Prey. I've no idea what the J stands for, so I cannot gender this person, but it's J. And why should I? J. Parker Prey. Today is the birthday under examination, and you, I'm just guessing that you have used what J. Parker Prey gave to the world more than once.
Oh.
More than once.
Okay.
Yeah, today perhaps. I'll tell you.
A household item.
This is not a quiz show form.
No, okay,
I'm waiting before I arrive. Yes, it is. J. Parker Prey. What year was this? 1883.
Oh, okay. Too late for toothbrushes, though.
And it also involves the input.
I just realised I said toothbrushes, and you said you will have used this more than once. I hope so.
Well, and it also involves the principal export of the Greek island of Naxos.
Ouzo?
No, it's the emery board.
Oh!
The emery board, yeah, is J. Parker Prey, the emery board. And
well done, J. Parker Prey.
You got yourself a good emery board, you got yourself something.
Naxos?
Naxos is, emery is a stone, and its chief source is Naxos in Greece. Emery is a particular kind of stone that does that. That little...
no idea.
Have you got an emery board on you right now?
Probably in the bottom of that cavernous Mary Poppins bag, yeah.
That nail that catches, and you look around in your bag, and you can't find nothing in your bag.
No. Too many pockets. I bought the bag because it had lots of pockets. That's useful. It's got lots of pockets. Terrible idea. I cannot find it.
Again, I'm not just saying this as some kind of generic, but I didn't know whether you could find anything in your bag, but the women in my life can never find anything in their bag.
Not a thing.
Nothing. This bag's useless. You've got it with you. It's absolutely useless, this bag. Maybe it's because it's, it makes Mary Poppins one look like a streamlined. But an emery board you're never going to find in your bag. And we got J. Parker Prey.
Until you scrape your finger against it looking for something else.
Something else.
Yeah.
And but emery is actually a stone. I didn't know that, as in Dick Emery, of course, but emery is actually a stone from Naxos in Greece, chiefly. And there's plenty there. So you might think we tumble on the air with no idea what we're going to do. And you'd be absolutely right, but nevertheless, how about that already? And today marks one of the this is my greatest meeting between two people. Makes Stanley and Livingstone look like nothing. So this is in 1889. This is my favourite of all meetings of people. Annie Oakley, of course.
Oh, yes.
Annie Oakley. Annie Get Your Gun, Oakley. In 1889, today, met Kaiser Wilhelm. Kaiser Wilhelm.
That's not where I was expecting that to go.
That's why it's such a great meeting. You've got the cowboy hat, you've got the hat with the spike on the top. Yeah. You've got yourself a meeting in history. Annie Oakley, sharpshooter Annie Oakley was touring Europe with Buffalo Bill's Wild West show.
Yes.
They stopped in Berlin for a sold-out performance at the Charlottenburg Rail Racecourse. As part of her act, Oakley would tell the crowd she was going to attempt to shoot the ashes off a lit cigar. And they would turn and say, "Have we a volunteer to hold a lit cigar so I can shoot the ash off the cigar?" The line always got a laugh, but rarely a volunteer. Usually her husband, Frank Butler, would then step up and she would shoot the ash from his cigar. However, on this day, the audience was aghast when Germany's Emperor, Kaiser Wilhelm II, stood up and said, "Yup!"
This could have started World War I.
Marched towards the stage. The brash Wilhelm, who'd been on the throne barely a year, waved away the police who tried to stop him, took a cigar from a gold case in his pocket and lit it. Oakley's pride apparently outweighed the consequences of accidentally blowing the head off of Wilhelm II. She paced off 10 large steps, drew her Colt 45 from the holster and took aim. And then, much to the delight of the audience, she shot the ash from the young monarch's cigar. It's been speculated if she missed the cigar, she'd have hit Kaiser Wilhelm and might have prevented World War I.
Oh, well, yes, but and yet we all applaud when Prince Charles pulls a pint in a pub.
And Wilhelm, who had his problems, he stood there, yup. See, I thought it must be she couldn't really have shot ash off of a cigar, but apparently so. And Wilhelm, yup.
Prince got talent.
Yeah, boom. I know. And she did, and that's a steady hand, by the way. And you get your gun, bang. Shot the ash off of Kaiser Wilhelm's cigar. And that, to me, is one of the greatest meetings most unlikely meetings in history, since one of our readers said their grandmother meant Emperor Hirohito at her dance class in Acton. What are we doing today, Peps?
Number 1. Now, this is following on from last week. What children will pack for their holiday?
Yeah, last week we had one of those wonderful lines out of a story of a little boy went on holiday and had his own case, and they went through customs and they got stopped on the way out. And then they opened it up, so what are you taking out? And he had in his little case, he'd packed a coconut and his stamp collection.
It's the coconut.
What's the coconut? Got a coconut in there. And so that leads us to this week. What have you known children to pack when going away?
Number 2, strange things you found in the streets.
Yep, not money, but other things. What was that doing just in the street? There it was. What have you found?
Number 3, underestimating the cost of something.
That's. I think a lot of us abroad may have done that. And then you have to stroke the chin and give it the old, I'll think about it. But underestimating the cost of something.
Jobs, sports and hobbies you just gave up on.
Well, it's a marathon tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
It's my traditional day to walk out onto Blackheath with my shillelagh, screaming, "Get off my land, you terrible people." And of course, the magnificent stories we always hear of. Yeah. This show likes to look at the people who started training and I gave up. But it can be anything you've ever started and gave up.
2 weeks I lasted at.
Did you?
I got one of those apps
that
coaches you into how to run 5K from nothing. And 2 weeks. Then I discovered I was pregnant and stopped. So
that's convenient.
Yeah, exactly. The whole reason Wilbur's here, really. That I didn't have to do any more running.
I mean, we always tear stories from today's headlines, pay rapt attention to the news before we come on. But today we have done that. And I've always thought those things that tell you how far you've walked, how many steps you took, are hooey. Always. Not all of them, of course, but many of them are hooey. I do say this, but I start the tour again Monday, and here we go, York, backwards and forwards across that stage, and somebody.
Oh, I would. Yeah, I would.
How many steps? You should have one of those things. And I thought, how would it know how many steps you took? How? Yeah. How would it know? It's not got a laser on it. And they do work. Well, now we're hearing they don't work. And there's some of them.
10 miles out.
Some have been 10 miles. And how can it work? How can a thing in your pocket say how many steps you took? How? I'm sorry, perhaps I'm cross-examining you, and this is not a call.
No, because my phone tells me, I don't know how to stop it. It will say to me randomly during the day, you've done I haven't done 10,000 steps. No way.
And now, of course, we're getting to like most technology. It turns out it's just a hollow box with a couple of toilet rolls inside, joined by sticky tape. Greg will be joining us in a second. What was that?
That was job, sports and hobbies you gave up on.
You've given up on, yeah.
Number 5, incidents involving an actual skunk.
No reason at all, but last night I was watching a cartoon, and you always see the skunk in the cartoon, and for a long time I didn't think they're real. Now, I know they're real, but I've never known anyone who's met a skunk. The Pepe Le Pews and that.
How big are they?
Like a squirrel, aren't they? Aren't they squirrel?
Thinking more badger.
Well, in Warner Brothers cartoons, they're cats, because they walk under ladders and white paints them so they're the size of cats. Always. My least favourite Warner Brothers cartoon are Pepe Le Pew. It's always the same thing. He falls in love with a cat that's got a white stripe down its back, every single one. And anyone actually have dealings with an actual skunk, please? What else, Peps?
Number 6, novel ways to decide something.
Yeah, not just flicking a coin, but you said, I'll tell you how to decide this. What can you tell us about that, please?
Number 7, weird stuff that's happened to you more than once.
You went in a news agent, Clint Eastwood was in there. And if I would have told everyone that story, 5 years later, you went in the same news agent, Clint Eastwood was in there again. That's a long shot, but things like that have happened twice to you.
Number 8, things you got for free.
This came out of looking at an old comic online.
Oh, yeah.
And the things you came, is to give the sweet bracelets, they give that. Lots of various gags, always in comics. But anything you've got for free per se, but anything that came out of comics I'd like to be reminded of as well.
Number 9, inflatable garden swimming pools.
Don't know where this came from. I think you was going to do it. You going to do it?
Wilbur had already got it because we had the nice weather, didn't we? They were out. Last weekend when we had the nice weather, we got the paddling pool out. It has now been blown around the garden because we didn't think to empty it. But I think the foxes had a good chew. Every year we have to buy a new one because we forget about it.
Every year you have to.
And it gets blown around.
And how long do they take to fill up? More than an Olympic swimming pool.
Icy cold.
More than an Olympic swimming pool. Keep the kettle backwards and forwards, the watering can with hot water, and then. But it's the most labour-intensive thing outside of a Winkle sandwich. The Winkle sandwich is the...
I've forgotten about...
Oh.
We used to go on holiday to Pegwell Bay.
So brilliant.
And my brothers and my dad would go and collect Winkles for a Winkle.
Yeah, but they're like the most beautiful sandwich. The most beautiful sandwich you can have.
I always refuse.
It is the most beautiful sandwich you can have, but talk about labour-intensive. Anyway, garden inflatable... pools, particularly the ones now come with palm trees and pillows on them.
Yes.
10 hours to blow up, 100 hours to fill up. You may want to tell us stories about those. So what else?
Number 10, don't talk to me about lifts.
Yeah, lifts. We'll leave that one there. Go on.
No, number 11, when bluffs get called.
Yep, either you called someone's bluff or they called yours. How could that work?
And I think for the first time ever, number 12, shipwrecks.
Just put that in there. Watching on YouTube yesterday while I had a bit of lunch. Top 10 shipwrecks, and there's something about them, there's Etruscan ones lying around, and just there's. I remember telling my kids out in Sardinia at night looking out to the sea, and the first time I explained the concept of a shipwreck out there under the ocean. There is something mesmerising about them. Here's our friend Greg. Hey, Greg.
Hello, Danny. How are you?
Good as gold, Greg. Thank you for being there. So, Greg, this is last week's show this week, of course. What have you got?
That's right, Danny. I was having a shower last Saturday morning. One of the best things my wife ever got me was one of those radios that you have in the shower with you.
Now, do they work? Because we now know these pedometers you can get don't work. Do they work, do they?
Danny, this is the greatest thing ever. Honestly, it's the best thing my wife's ever got me. I absolutely love this thing. I'm always talking about it. But I love listening to your show on the Saturday morning. And you mentioned something you've broken whilst in the shop.
Yes, you broke something in the shop.
And I heard what your callers were talking about, but it brought to mind an experience my brother had some years ago when he was a young man in his mid-20s. He broke the door of the shop. He walked right through a glass door.
Oh, no. Go on.
He walked right through a glass door and smashed it to smithereens. I mean, absolute smithereens. And there wasn't a mark on him, which is incredible.
I've heard about that happen. I wouldn't encourage anyone to try it out, but I've heard that.
My brother broke his nose when he did that.
Did he?
Yeah. I would have thought that, but... Yeah. What made me laugh, Danny, was that the owner of the shop who I thought would have run to his aid and immediately offered assistance and offered, words of sympathy, etc. Not a bit of it.
Yeah.
The owner of the shop ran up to him and berated him in front of all of the others, and immediately started tallying up the possible damages involved.
While he's still laying on the floor, surrounded by showers.
My brother is still looking around him at this pile of glass all around him. And, I just thought, that is...
So your brother thought the door was open, or he just wasn't paying attention, or... It
was one of those glass sliding doors, but there was nothing to indicate that it was a glass door. He didn't have any markings, he didn't have any plastic, any strips on it. Most glass sliding doors, you'll see something on it that will let you know. It was just completely clear.
There used to be one. What was the name of the shop? Was it Simpsons? It used to be in Piccadilly here in London, and it had a window that looked like it bowed inwards, but in fact it bowed outwards. Now you can imagine, and it was a bespoke stuff in there. So you'd lean forward to look at something in the window, dang. And it was plenty of entertainment, Greg, just sitting by a Simpsons window, watching people coming up and going, "Oh, that's a rather nice one." Dang. The staff must have. I know it's a small pleasure, but before the internet, you had to make your own entertainment. Greg, were there monies to be paid out? Did he actually?
No. My brother very quickly collected himself and very quickly gave the shopkeeper a piece of his mind.
Did he?
And let him know that he was on much dodgier ground than my brother was. And since then, the shopkeeper has a sliding door, but it is completely covered with stickers.
Yeah, exactly. What is that? And when was this, Greg?
Oh, this must be 10, 15 years ago.
Before, before everyone had cameras and you'd have been all over the internet and people killing themselves with your brother. Killing him. He could have monetised that. If you're going to walk through a glass door, monetise it. Thank you, Greg. That was last week. Thank you, Greg.
Lovely talking about it.
Thank you, man. So these windows, not windows, these radios that play in shower.
Oh, yeah, I had one. I used to have one.
Did you? Here's my shower. Can we turn the effects up a second? I just want to play this shower. Now, I'm hoping someone's in the shower with one of those on. Now, all they've got is the radio playing a shower while they're in the shower. And they don't know if it's working or not. It's gone off. Again, a small pleasure. But playing the shower sound effect, now I know people are listening in the shower. They think it's suddenly broken. Caroline, next, what you got over there?
Well, this is virtually live. This is from Andy in Littleborough, just catching up from our short break over Easter. And this is what our 7-year-old daughter packed for the trip.
Oh, here we go. Wow, that's a classic. Is that on our Facebook thing?
It can be, I'm sure.
It will be, because that, any parent knows, is a classic packed kids case. That is exactly. There's what looked like the next generation of My Little Ponies. There's a teddy bear in leopard skin with a ribbon around its neck, unidentified soft toy on top of lots of what looked like maybe pictures or little happy towels, and in the zip compartment are some plastic bananas.
Essential.
That kids' suitcases. Oh man, if this was TFI, kids' suitcases. Caroline, we'll be right with you. Something else, Peps, and then we'll move on. What you got?
This is we'll follow on the same one actually. This is Susan on Twitter. We went to Guernsey on holiday and I had acquired an old-fashioned life jacket because my dad had a second-hand shop. I took it and wore it on the ferry and on any boat trips. It was 1970. I like to think I was way ahead of health and safety legislation.
Here's Caroline. Hey, Caroline.
Hi, Danny.
How are you doing, Caroline? Good to speak to you.
I'm fine. How are you?
Couldn't be better. Giving off sparks. Incidents involving an actual skunk. Here we go, everyone. An actual skunk. What do you have for us, Caroline?
Right, it's a real-life skunk. More than one skunk, actually.
Yeah.
We used to live in the States, in Washington.
Did you?
And we were transferring to Houston, Texas. Mm-hmm. And we'd sent most of our stuff down in a big van, but we were driving down ourselves and... on the way, stopped off in the Great Smoky Mountains in Tennessee, and we were camping. And when we arrived there, we set up camp, and turned around and saw a skunk. Well, as you can imagine...
Well, 1 second. I need detail on this. What was it? It was eyeing you with some eyes. Was it looking out of some bushes? Was it ambling by?
No, it was... I know you're familiar with America, and I don't know whether you've been in many American campgrounds, but they always provide you with a big, tire iron to build a fire in. And it was basically sitting in the middle of that.
Oh, OK. All right, yeah.
What size?
Yeah, of course, size. And how big is a skunk?
I would say, yes, it is probably about the size of a cat or a small dog.
It is? That's a big animal.
Yes,
I thought they were chipmunks or squirrels.
No, bigger than a squirrel.
OK. All right, so
anyway, so of course we were a little bit put out by this. Skunks have a certain reputation.
I'll
we
bet.
kind of skirted around it, and eventually it moved away. And what we discovered after we were there a couple of days was that they were pretty much semi-tame and were used to being fed. So of an evening, they would come and join us at the campfire and beg for bits and pieces, maybe a bit of cracker if we were having cheese and crackers. And they'd actually come and basically lean on your leg while you were feeding them. They were very tame.
Now, before they get agitated, do they have an odour before they've become agitated?
Didn't notice one. No, I mean I didn't particularly, get down there and sniff them. But I didn't notice
you don't have to.
Strong
Apparently,
smell coming from them.
You don't have to, and maybe some.
I want to know what that smell smells.
Oh, you don't. Look, Mum, I'll tell you. 1 second. That's what it smells like. Just like that blast of a fault.
Yeah, apparently it's very, very, very difficult to get off the smell as well.
But you can't have ever been really relaxed when there's a skunk ligging around, even if it's eating your cracker and nuzzling your leg.
Well, to be honest, I mean, originally, at the beginning, we were a bit nervous about it, but they were quite good. And over the years, we'd had friends coming over visiting, and we've, again, camped up and down the East Coast there, and we had a friend with us, and we were on, I think it was in Maine, and we noticed there was a skunk under the picnic table, and we said, now, don't get upset, there's a skunk under the table, so don't make any sudden moves, but it'll be fine. And, of course, she let out a huge scream and jumped on the table. It was fine.
And do they really have that bright white line down their backs like Dickie Davis's hair?
Yes, they do. They are just as they appear in the Pepe Le Pew.
Oh, well...
What a life you've lived.
Exactly, I know. I mean...
Why are you back here?
I always had people who lived in the States, which I'd come home for. But anyway, Caroline, thank you very much indeed. Our first meeting with an actual skunk this morning, and it was fine. Nothing happened. I hope before the end of the show we'll find out what happens when something happens. Sally, we're coming right to you. What you got there, Peps?
This is last week's show. This week it was about school trips. This is from Jono. We lived in Buenos Aires in the 1990s.
We've been nowhere.
If you please.
All we said is inside a radio studio, me and you, Pep. That's it.
My son James, then 8, went to El Colegio San Andres, the international school in a leafy suburb. The annual school trip was always designed to provide pupils with a source of inspiration and reflection. In 1997, James and his classmates were bussed off to the Bimbo Bread Factory. Have a loaf of Bimbo.
Oh, you're always lucky to get it.
You can imagine my joy when James proudly presented us with his complimentary gift at the end of the tour, a large white sliced loaf.
I've been to I think I mentioned
all of Buenos Aires at your disposal.
We went on a school trip, the only school trip I ever went on, paid to go away to Germany and Switzerland. And we went to a cuckoo clock factory. And then, on the way out of the airport, the teacher said, now, if you want to buy any Swiss knives to take home, you did. And we were at the airport. We all bought knives with the little Swiss flag on the handle. It was about 11. All buying
teacher now. Come on, everyone.
And buy your knives before you go. Here's our friend Sally. Hey, Sally.
Hello, Danny. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Sally. Here we go. This is underestimating the cost of something. What is it?
Yeah, so husband and I were on a little road trip to West Coast America. Went to a festival in Missoula, Montana.
What festival?
Curated by a band called, it was Traveller's Rest, curated by the band The Decemberists.
Oh, well done. Well
for
done.
a long time, and the other bands there, Mavis Staples was there, and really wide range of music, but it was a fabulous couple of days.
Oh, bet.
And as a memento,
of the day, they were producing patches that you could sew on your denim jacket. And I took my jacket down to the festival on the second day, and there were no prices on anything, but there were smaller ones and larger ones. We saw it was beautiful, all hand-stitched. And we decided which one it was. And on the day, they were hand-stitching them with a little old-fashioned hand-operated sewing machine.
How lovely, of course. It's very ecological. Yeah.
Yeah, lovely sort of memento of our holiday. And we were chatting to the lady on the merch stand because she was married to somebody in one of the bands, and it was a really lovely conversation. She's pinning this patch on my jacket exactly where I want it. And then so I thought, would you like me to pay you now when I come back? And she said, oh, pay me now, that's good. So how much is it? And Simon said, oh, I've got cash for that. And she said, oh, cash is great. Yeah, if you've got cash, we'll take that. So he handed over $25, and she looked at Simon, and I sort of looked at Simon because I thought I had heard another figure, and it was $225.
No! No!
And we both...
Hang on 1 second, I've got to keep doing this. Hang on 1 second. $225 for a patch? You know, at Woodstock, you could get a good one for $160. No, I'm wow, $225?
Yeah.
Why do they all sit around going, what should we charge? What do you reckon?
They probably looked at us and said tourist or...
But what did you do when they said it's $225 plus tax, plus hippie tax?
We just paid the $225 on the card.
Oh, you didn't.
We did. Totally committed. It was pinned on.
Do you ever wear that jacket?
I haven't actually worn it since. No.
Yeah. $225 patch on a 40 quid jacket.
It is on a 40, and literally I used to take it to gigs and chuck it on the floor and not care what I did with it, and now it's almost like the most expensive thing in my wardrobe. It's just be clever where you wear it.
I thought you were going to say it's 50 or 75, but...
No, well, we would have been happy with 50 or 75, to be fair, with the prices of everything, but it was just a skyrocket and totally committed. And I do say it's a thing of beauty, and I should put it in a frame rather than on a jacket.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, the Mona Lisa is a thing of beauty, but don't put in a bid for it. Thank you very much indeed, Sally. Louise, if you don't mind, if you can be with us at 10 o'clock, you can stretch out and luxuriate, but... how about that? The old hippies knew exactly what they were doing.
No wonder she was giving it all the, I'm a wife of a member of the band, you know, that upped it for another $50.
Yeah, but I won't say what I'm going to say there. But...
Saturday mornings with Danny Baker on 5 Live. Home of Danny Baker's sausage sandwich game. Will it be red sauce, brown sauce, or no sauce at all?
Listening to that. Hello, folk. Hello, world. Hello, world. Hello, England. Hello, world. At last, Marconi. This is exactly what he had in mind. That first bit, that was his early demos. And then he came through and thought, I know what'll make radio better. If we can hear the people. At first, he couldn't, it didn't, and then it snaps in and you get that. So I was listening to the news there. Which came through loud and clear, strangely. And I was hearing that Ajax played Tottenham this week. Ajax, I was saying in the week, are the only football club in the world that have the benefit of being pronounced as locals do. Because Ajax, and then in the next breath, we heard about Barcelona, which of course should be Barcelona. And Ajax, which when I was a kid was called Ajax, and I'm all for calling it Ajax, but it's Ajax.
But was it?
No, always Ajax.
It's always been Ajax.
No, it's Ajax. People say Ajax, and it's Ajax, but they're the only foreign club that get pronounced like locals do, because I noticed they don't do it when we're playing Russian clubs or Polish clubs or any of that. But Ajax alone.
Because we enjoy it.
I know, but
everyone enjoys
Everyone's saying Barcelona as well. But we didn't get that. In the next breath, Ajax and Barcelona. Why? I mean,
do we Paris Saint-Germain?
No, Paris Saint-Germain. I understand the French say Paris. Paris is a non-new way of saying it. And here's Jazz Carlin, but you know, retired in January. Good morning, Jazz Carlin. Jazz Carlin.
Oh, good morning.
Sorry to drag you on the air like that, but that's how this show is. Jazz, you retired from one of the most glorious swimming careers of all time in January. How's retirement going?
It's actually really strange.
I'll bet.
Yeah, actually having to be in control of your own diary and going out and not swimming twice a day, filled with wet hair and everything. It's a bit strange, but no, I'm really enjoying it so far.
You say that, but I'll bet it's... Because I know people who've left football and other sports, not having a kind of something next. Isn't that a bit odd?
Yeah, I think that's what's been really tough. I think every week while I was training, I get sent a weekly plan. I know where I've got to be at what time of day, and then everything. And then you stop, and then you've actually got to be in control of your own diary. And
I know.
It's scary, really.
I know people in rock bands that say that they didn't know what to do once the band had split up because, like record companies used to say, being the hotel for you at 9, we're going to take it to here. You'll travel to here. You'll be in the venue. But once you get outside of that, anyway, Jazz, I don't want to look down. Let's look up. We're going to ring you back, Jazz, because we can't hear you. And believe me, there's been plenty of times I wished I couldn't hear Jazz, but not this one. I know, you see, I recovered.
Beautiful.
Here's our friend Jane, who's playing today. Hey, Jane.
Good morning, Danny.
How are you with the swimming? Because I've got Jazz Carlin, who's retired in January, but did everything in the game up till then. Do you swim much, Jane?
I don't swim as much as I should, but I did a lot as a kid, and then I did that classic thing of, being quite good at it, and then got to about 12 or 13 and being dragged down the swimming pool at 7 o'clock in the morning. I thought, oh, no.
No.
Packed it in, but I love to do it for pleasure.
Well, you see, you said as you came on there, I don't do it as much as I should, and it's just another thing, which should be a pleasure. Now people give you the skunk eye. Oh, don't you go swimming? Oh, it's very good for your cardiac. Just go swimming, just jump in and out of the pool and all of that.
Yeah, but you come out with stingy red eyes and
not always.
Chlorine.
I don't. Is the chlorine still poured into swimming pools? Perhaps you go much.
No, not as often as I should, Dad. But I don't think it's as...
No.
I always felt like it was almost coming off as a gas when I was a kid, the chlorine. I don't think it's as...
I don't think it is.
They've got fancier ones now.
And see, the thing is, but I know when people buy my swim shorts, and I guess swimsuits and including bikinis, you're not thinking about going swimming in them. That's it. I mean, Jane, when was the last time you got a swimsuit wet? Is it not? It just don't happen, does it?
Oh, last year.
Yeah.
And I'm very lucky. I've got rich neighbours with swimming pools.
Whoa, bravo. Already the audience want you to lose. Now, if you wait there, Stephen, we're coming to you.
Wait a minute. I haven't got a swimming pool.
Oh, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh, right,
You've already said you've got rich neighbours. by osmosis, they want you to lose. Jane, you wait there. We're going to come right back to because Jazz is back with us. Hey, Jazz.
Hi, I'm back.
There you go. It's lovely. It's that's the style. Now, the thing I want to talk to you about is Christmas, because you have that kind of indoor Christmas games, don't you, in your place?
Yeah, they do call it like the Christmas Olympics in our family. Yeah, we have all kinds of games, and luckily I was the winner. I was on the winning team last year.
What kind of heats are there? What kind of rounds are there in your Christmas Olympics?
Yes, we've got darts, we've got a little bit of putting, like mini golf. We've got table football. We've got all kinds of stuff.
Oh. Does it include board games? You play Monopoly and Cluedo?
No, we don't actually. I think that might get a bit too competitive. Might cause a few too many arguments.
No, it's like that. What's that thing? That boxing chess thing that happens. You know, do you get this now? You've seen that? It's too ridiculous. But you do boxing, then you go and play a bit of chess. But you could fit a game of Cluedo alongside all of these. I'm just trying to fine-tune it for next year here, Jazz.
Giving me some ideas.
I think so. I'm giving myself an invite round to your place. Jazz, is your middle name Roxy?
Yes.
Oh, well done. Well done. That's what. How comes you got a middle name of Roxy?
I'm not actually too sure. You have to ask my mum and dad that.
Yeah.
But no, it's kind of like a party trick. No one really expects me to have that middle name. It's always quite nice revealing it to everyone.
It's absolutely the best. I think I thought you were going to tell me, well, I've got Auntie Roxy, and it does seem incurious of you to have reached your age and not said, why am I Roxy? It's in your favour. One other thing before we get on with the game here, Jazz. You're a sleepwalker and a sleep talker.
Yes. I'm a bit of a strange sleeper. I've once locked myself out of a hotel room before.
You did what? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, sorry, I've locked myself out of a hotel room before.
Go on, tell us the circumstances of that. What did you do?
So, just walked out the hotel, and then I only realised when I was actually locked out that, I was have walked asleep. So,
what is the sensation of sleepwalking? Are you dreaming? Are you aware you're walking? Have you got any? Can you see anything? Obviously, you can because you walked out.
I'll be honest. I actually have no idea. I've also done it before where I was at a swimming competition and I woke up, packed my bags, left the room, thinking it was time to get up, and it was 1 o'clock in the morning. So,
man, it's very exotic. I find it extremely exotic, bordering on the erotic. I'll tell you. But it's like colour blindness. It's one of those ailments you can have where it's all good. I think so. Jazz, we're still having trouble with your line, so now we're going to Stephen. Hey, Stephen.
Good morning, Danny.
It's up to you here, Stephen. You can go with the swimming line or the sleepwalking, sleep-talking thing. Which one's more you?
Definitely swimming.
Yeah. How good are you at it?
Yeah.
How good are you at that?
Give me a lazy river or a flume, Danny, and I'm there.
You don't get it.
That's not swimming.
It is. Oh, it is.
Floating.
No, it is. Floating's a great part of swimming. I can float. Can you do the floating thing?
Just about.
Yeah.
I'm not particularly buoyant.
I'm
not a very good swimmer either.
Wendy's not great in the pool, but if she saw me and Stephen holding our breath, floating on our back, how'd you do that? How comes you ain't sinking? She shouts from the side. It's good, isn't it, floating along there, Steve?
Brilliant.
Yeah. So, Stephen, who are you playing for today?
I'm playing for Watford, Danny.
You're playing for Watford. Now, Jane, who are you playing for? We didn't get round to that.
I'm playing for Rytown FC, Danny.
How Rytown doing?
They're all right. Well, the season's finished, but they're in the semi-final of the Challenge Cup, which they are current holders of. And there's only 10 teams in the league, and they finished 6th this year. So, yeah. Semi-finals of the Cup, so...
I was looking at one of the Scottish leagues in the week. I think it's one. And there's only 10 teams there. And the team who are currently 4th can still go down.
Oh, that seems cool.
I think that's true. That's exactly what football will be like. If Man City were currently threatened with relegation, they'd buck their ideas up a little bit. Yes, they would. So you actually go to Rytown, do you, Jane?
Yeah, I do. We haven't been as much this season. But and the sad thing is they don't play at the football club anymore. The reasons best known to Rother District Council, but the rugby pitch, the rugby club took them on, so they play at the rugby club now.
And do they change the goal, or do they just have to get in the goal-shaped bit at the bottom?
Just get in the goal shape at the bottom.
Do they?
Black out the... No.
Oh, I would. I've played on pitches like that. Stephen, your season's been beyond anything you could have hoped for with Watford, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah, no, it's been extraordinary. So I first went to my first game back in 1977 and just thinking that we're about to go to the FA Cup. So as long as it's not 2004 all over again, Danny, I can't wait.
Well, Jazz is back with us now. Jazz, we do this every week, by the way. You wouldn't believe it, but this is as smooth as this particular segment gets. I believe we talked about your sleepwalking a moment ago. You left your hotel room, but do you do it every night? How often do you sleepwalk?
I'm not actually sure. I talk a lot, but I'm not always aware at the time, so I wouldn't be able to give how often, but it happens a lot.
And you talk a lot. Do you know what you talk about?
No, I always get a bit embarrassed. I always have to warn people if I have to share a room, like on swimming camps and everything. I have to say, look, don't be alarmed if I start shouting in the night or start walking. It's completely normal for me. I hope it doesn't scare you.
Have you done it since you were a kid?
I think so. I think it's been kind of an ongoing thing. So, I don't really know how to stop it or just... it's just one of those things, I guess.
No, again, as I say, I think it's a personality trait that's in your favour. I would like that. If I met someone in...
I would say that for those that have to share a bed with or share a room, it's not so exotic.
Yeah, I guess so. It depends how loud the exclamations get. Now, have you've barely heard it this time. Have you ever heard this sausage sandwich game before, Jazz?
I actually hadn't, because normally I'd be training at this time.
No, honestly. Let's face it.
I spoke to my family, and they're like, "Oh my God, we watch it, we listen to it."
Oh, that's very nice.
So they are.
Well, afterwards
very big fans.
You might decide to get yourself a new family after you've heard it and been on it. But I appreciate you. Well, what's going to happen is I'm going to ask you some questions that only you could possibly know the answer to. And it doesn't matter if you make them up on the spot. We're just fooling around in a radio studio. And Jane, who's a great swimmer, she said she wants to take you on head-to-head. I think I heard her say that. Jane for Rytown, and Stephen, who's no slouch himself, as long as he's got a rubber ring around him, Stephen for Watford are going to try to anticipate your answer and thereby score a goal for their teams. And that's what's going to happen. You're in easy street. You're going to have to worry about. Now... I'll go with this one first off. See, I was going to ask you, Jazz, but this would have been a terrible question. They're all terrible questions, by the way, Jazz. But I was going to ask you, but this isn't. You can answer this straight away. If you quite like jazz, really like jazz, or didn't like jazz at all, that was going to be the question. But I just figured that sounds like I'm not bothering. What of those would it have been, Jazz?
I quite like jazz.
Yeah.
I quite like jazz.
The modern mellow stuff, or you down there with Bird and Dizzy Gillespie?
Yeah, I quite like some of the modern stuff. I love like the saxophone and all that. Yeah, I love it.
You know what? We had a woman on this. She was an 84-year-old, and I pray she's still with us. She was an 84-year-old saxophone player. This was her. And I like jazz too. And she played she was a saxophone nan. And this is just play this before we start the game. Here we go. That's beautiful. That was live. That was live. It was beautiful. It was one of the Ain't Misbehaving. Where are we? Oh, playing the game. Here we go. So that was going to be the first question. But Jane, I'm not going there for this. Now, I know nothing about, obviously, Jazz Carlin's domestic setup. I don't know. I know she's got a nice place and all of that. But I'm going to ask Jane, I'm going to ask Jazz, who locks up by and large at night? Who locks up at night, turning in to go to bed? Who locks up? And I don't know if there is a partner. I don't know anything about this, but by and large, she locks up every night. She'll do the locking up. Someone else, by and large, usually does the locking up indoors when everyone's going to go to bed. Or there are no rules. There's no hard and fast rules about this. There's no hard and fast rules about you, Peps.
Now, I was about to say no hard and fast rules.
Yeah.
But I know that if it's down to me, my husband goes down and double checks that I've done it.
Really?
He doesn't trust me.
That's a shocker.
He doesn't trust me.
I'd throw the spare keys right at the back of his head as he went down every time. I do, you see.
On the occasions when he doesn't, invariably, next morning he'll go, the back door was unlocked all night then.
Oh, there's a lot of that. I get some of that.
Oh, yes, that was me.
How about the other one? We'll come back to the game, everyone, in a second. How about the other one? You're both laying there in the dark and you're just dropping off and Wendell go, did you lock up? Did you lock up? We came up together as well. Did you lock up? No, I didn't. Well, you better do it. Oh, because, there's your, talk about your patriarchy. I throw that back at you. Anyway, Jane, Jazz, she usually locks up. Somebody else does it. Or there are no hard and fast rules in who locks up her place.
I'm going to go for she locks up.
What about you, Jane? Who does it in your place?
No hard and fast rules.
Oh, that's anarchy.
We still have that conversation. Did you lock the back door?
Yeah.
No, I thought you locked the back door. We have that a lot.
It's down to larking here with that. About the other week, Jazz, how about all of it? The other week when we heard about that couple who don't have a side of the bed to sleep on. There's your anarchy. Oh, it depends who goes.
Freaks and weird.
No proper side. Anyway, I don't know how marriages survive. Here's Stephen. Stephen, you are left with. What did?
She went for she does it, so it's someone else or no rules.
Someone else, or there are no rules on this. What do you think, Stephen?
I think she's normally up early for swimming, so I'm going to say somebody else does it, Danny.
Somebody else? Okay, locks. Yeah. Okay, Jazz, the lock's on your front door. It's down to you. You find yourself usually locking up. Somebody else does it, or there's no hard and fast rules who locks your front door every night. The answer, please, Jazz Carlin.
I lock up the doors.
You do it.
Oh, there we
Good
are.
for you. You see, there it is, Wen. Do you hear that? You hear that? There's no heavy lifting involved. That's if you can find the keys, of course. You had them.
Producer Claire.
You did. You went down the garage and you come back. Oh, yeah.
Producer Claire has pointed out that perhaps it's so the Jazz doesn't stroll out in the night.
Yes. There is that. What's that done to the score, Pep?
Raytown FC 1, Watford 0.
Okay. No. All right, Stephen, it comes back to you now. And here's the thing. We're dealing with one of the great swimmers of recent history in Jazz Carlin. But my mind always goes towards the pool and everything else. We've already been through chlorine. Jazz, do they put chlorine in professional pools?
It mixes, really. Some of the modern pools, they don't actually use a lot of chlorine. They use the different things. So, it depends, really. But it really does dry your skin, your hair, everything.
Oh, everything.
It's not nice.
When we get on holiday, and I say I'm sorry to shoot this through the prism of hotel pools, nothing makes my heart sink. And it's only happened a couple of times when you get to the hotel and they've got a seawater pool. No. About 4 ton of sacks are in it. Don't need that. Anyway, but here's the question I'm going to ask here. Stephen, I'm going to ask Jazz Carlin if she was on holiday and it's the first day and let's say they've got a villa with a nice pool. Why not? She's a successful woman. Well, she can have a villa if she wants. Villa with a nice pool. They visit a local shop to buy an inflatable, to buy an airbed. Okay, they visit the local shop. So, well, something to fool around with in the pool. If Jazz Carlin was looking at the selection they had right now of these, she would go for the classic Lilo, the classic flat airbed. Bang. Or it would be in the shape of an animal. Some animal, because you can get all the turtles.
Flamingos are very
I've asked
popular
swimmers this
at the
before.
moment.
Yeah, flamingos are very big. Shark, you get the big shark. Yeah. Or it would be something else. And it's up to her. And because you get a great big pizza slice now. You've seen that? Big pizza slice. You get what's the other one?
A watermelon.
Watermelon, the big round watermelon one. Takes some blowing up, but it's worth it. So Jazz is in the shop. She's looking. They've got classic airbeds. They've got ones which are based on animals, your shark and all of that. And then there's your novelty ones, just like it's like great big watermelon and things like that. What do you think Jazz Carlin would choose, Stephen, if she had free reign and she's on holiday?
Free reign, Danny. I'm going to say she's going to go with an animal of some sort.
Is that what you do, Steve?
I think so. Rainbow, a unicorn or a dragon.
Unicorn. Oh, the unicorn ones.
Yes, very in.
They don't mind charging for them, by the way.
Yes, talking of things you own.
Oh, I mean, they're all made in China. We know that. I don't know how much the factory in China charges retailers, but certainly not €30 and upwards. The kids go, get a pizza and get a flat one. All right. Okay, so Stephen's gone for the animal of some sort of shark or unicorn. Jane, you're left with a classic flat airbed or something else, the pizza slice or indeed the watermelon slice, etc. What do you think?
Well, I reckon because she has to take her swimming so seriously, I think larking about in a holiday pool in a giant pink iced donut.
Yeah, that's the other one.
Will probably be quite fun.
That's the other one.
Go for something other than a flat one or an animal.
I saw one that was a champagne bottle and it had two little oars with it. You sat in the champagne bottle. How big a pool have you got to have to row in it? Rowing along in a champagne bottle. We only get these 70-odd summers in this amusement park spinning through space. Why wouldn't you go in a champagne bottle and paddle about? Anyway, the Jazz has got the answer here. Jazz, you're in this shop. You've got a few euros in your pocket, but you look at the choice. Classic airbed, one shaped like an animal, or one shaped like a novelty object. What do you choose, Jazz?
Oh, it would have to be an animal every time.
It would?
Every time.
And any particular animal you got sights on there, would you?
Normally unicorn or flamingo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bang on trend.
As you can tell, I do this a lot.
Jazz, the shark, because it's got handles on the side of it. You can easily get back on it.
The crocodile.
The crocodile.
They're not normally as comfortable as the flamingo or the swan.
No, they're not. But it's good if you want to raid the people who are on the ordinary airbed. You raid them in your shark. And looking at the shark on its own in the pool, that cheers everyone up. What's it underscore, Peps?
Rytown 1, Watford 1.
How about this? Come on. Rytown we know is Millionaire's Row. She blurted that out. So here we go with the question that gave the game its name. Apologies, Jazz, for... I could end that sentence there. Apologies, Jazz, for the toing and froing and getting you back on the phone. But if you listen to the edited version of this, it's quite some game. Here we go. Now, I wait till she's off her flamingo, because you don't want to lose the balance with a handful of sausage sandwich. Timber, over you go, listing to port. But I hand Jazz a sausage sandwich, Jane. Here we go. You knew you were going to be in this position this morning, and this is for the game. Jazz looks at it. By the way, the inflatable sausage sandwich, we should copyright that. Hello, merchandise. Hello, merch.
Or two bread lilos and a big sausage one.
See, this is it.
Sauce bottles.
If we'd done like Chris and jumped ship to Virgin Radio, we could actually market those. Market them here. Who gets the money? 6 floors up. So hang on, where are we? Oh yes, I hand Jazz Carlin a sausage sandwich. She looks at it, Jane, and then pronounces she needs red sauce. She wants brown sauce or no sauce at all. Jazz Carlin sausage sandwich. Here we go, Jane. Stephen's got his choice in mind. Are you going to steal it? What does she ask for, Jane?
I do this every Saturday morning.
Well, here we go. You're in the dog bird seat. This matters. Off you go.
Red.
Oh. said that as if to say, if I don't say it now, I'm going to waver. Stephen, would you have gone red?
Every time, Danny.
No, you're left with brown or no sauce at all for Jazz Carlin. What have you got?
No sauce at all is the madness, so I'm going to go straight brown sauce.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. It's a straight brown v red fight. Jazz Carlin, I hand you beautiful sausage sandwich. Mashing it down into the bread beneath, thick, crusty bread. The butter's
You're
already...
making me hungry.
Everyone does. We sell more sausages this way, believe me. Another endorsement we can't get. So you mash it down into the bread, and the butter's melted. Do you ask for red sauce? Do you ask for brown sauce? Do you ask for no sauce at all? The answer, please, Jazz Carlin.
It's got to be red sauce.
It is! Oh! Stephen knew it. He knew it. He knew it. What has that done to the score there, Peps?
Rightown FC 2, Watford FC 1.
He knew it, but there it is. That's the way it felt. They took the penalty, got the first penalty, and the onus was on him. Stephen, bravo. But you got your consolation in your own team actually doing real well. Thank you, Stephen. Jane, you get everyone who plays the sausage sandwich game gets our very best wishes. Yay! Bravo. Now, Jazz, I'm sorry this morning was so disjointed. The whole show's not like that.
I know, I'm just going to blame the storm, Hannah. It's like the wind.
That's it. That's what it was. That's exactly. I should have given us that out. Come and see us one of these mornings, Jazz. It's not quite as ragged as it sounds. Reader, it is. But come and see us one of these mornings. Thank you for taking part there, Jazz.
It's been great. Thank you very much.
What are you doing next, by the way? Where are you next?
I'm actually doing a triathlon next weekend in Lanzarote. Yeah, so I'm flying out next week, so I'm a bit nervous, but it'll be fine.
Where is it? Where's that taking place?
In Lanzarote.
Oh, well done. I'll take part in one of those if I was in Lanzarote. Well done, my friend. And now, everybody, thank you very much, Jazz. And now, if I can find it, the show's own jingle.
Good morning, everybody. It's the Danny Baker Show, radiating out across the airwaves. Come the sunshine or the rain, come aboard the Danny train. We'll kick our slippers off and throw our cares away. What better thing to do than have a jolly jape or two? Don't touch that dial, there's nowhere else to go. Come and join a happy session, wave ta-ta to the recession on the Danny Baker Show. Take it away, Danny.
Always do, Wisby. Right.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the 5 Live News at 10 o'clock, I'm Mitch Mansfield. Sri Lankan police say the bodies of 15 people, including 6 children, have been found after an explosion at a suspected Islamist militant hideout. Officers have been raiding homes, trying to find people linked to last Sunday's bombings, which killed at least 250 people. Our South Asia editor is Ambarasan Etirajan.
I spoke to some of the residents very close to that site, and they said the sound of the gunfight lasted for a couple of hours. We can see that, many burnt out buildings there. The officials are saying that they found at least 15 bodies, and 6 of them are suspected to be Islamists.
A young boy and a woman have been found dead in Suffolk. Their bodies were discovered at a home in Newmarket at around 6 o'clock last night. Police say they're still investigating the circumstances. NHS England says the availability of quick-fix cosmetic procedures like Botox and filler is helping to fuel a mental health epidemic. It's calling for providers of the treatment to be trained to spot people with conditions such as body dysmorphic disorder. Ashton Collins is from Save Face, a national register of accredited practitioners.
A reputable healthcare practitioner, they will take the time to screen people for potential underlying mental health problems. But if you go into a lay person that stressed out themselves up a week ago, probably ordering their products over the internet, it's unlikely that they'll do that.
The government's being investigated over its decision to cancel 36,000 student visas due to accusations of cheating on English language tests. The Home Office has also deported more than 1,000 people since it started looking into exam fraud in 2014. The National Audit Office says the response is coming under renewed scrutiny following the Windrush scandal. Storm Hannah's hit the UK with winds of over 80 miles per hour and heavy rain. It's left at least 10,000 homes in Ireland without power overnight. A yellow wind warning's in place for Wales and central and southern England. And the consumer watchdog Which says some fitness trackers are inaccurately measuring running distance. It's tested almost 120 devices using a treadmill to complete a marathon. Some underestimated the distance by more than 10 miles. That's the news. Hugh has the sport.
Tottenham Hotspur boss Mauricio Pochettino says his side will welcome the massive emotional challenge of a London derby against West Ham in the Premier League later, before the first leg of their Champions League semi-final against Ajax next week. A home win for Spurs today would consolidate third place in the table, and Pochettino says it's more important than their game on Tuesday. You can listen to the match in 5 Live Sport from midday. It's followed by Cardiff's trip to Fulham. The EFL says it will consider whether or not the championship match between Bolton and Brentford will be played at all following its suspension just 16 hours before it was due to kick off. None of the March wages owed to the Wanderers players have been paid, prompting their decision to effectively strike. Newcastle Falcons have been pushed ever closer to relegation from Rugby Union's Premiership. They were beaten 31-17 at home and could now by Northampton Saints and could now go down this weekend if other results go against them. Sale Sharks moved into the top 6 with a win over Bath. And third practice ahead of tomorrow's Azerbaijan Grand Prix in Formula 1 begins over on 5 Live Sports Extra at 10:55 this morning.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live on digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
And the weather, it's going to be a windy day for much of England, Wales and Northern Ireland. Spells of rain for a lot of the UK, with the rain heavy for some, but sunny spells and scattered showers for southwest England and northwest Scotland.
BBC Sounds, music, radio and podcasts.
Discover the tracks that have inspired the Chemical Brothers in their Behind the Album Takeover mix.
I was dancing in the rain, I felt alive and I can't complain.
And subscribe to Obsessed with Line of Duty.
What an episode!
Oh, wow.
Oh my days!
Back with a bang.
This podcast contains spoilers.
Let's recap the show.
Well,
Bradley.
We'll give it a go.
BBC Sounds.
Download the free app now to listen without limits.
This is BBC 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
Saturday mornings with Danny Baker on 5 Live. Available now on the 5 Live webcam. Go to bbc.co.uk/5live.
Reading in the week about Walter Arnold of Peckham in London. Walter Arnold, first person to get a speeding ticket ever.
Oh,
first person
Walter.
First person to get and he was in Kent, and he was travelling 4 times over the 2 mile an hour speed limit. Absolutely true.
Herring along.
2 mile an hour the speed limit. He was going 8, and he was apparently pursued by a policeman on a bike for 5 miles. That's a slow old.
Oh, that's got to be a sort of famous 5, really large police officer on a tiny bike. Plowing along behind him.
He got the first ever speeding ticket. And someone called J Bean, B-E-A-N, was the very first licence issue. How about that?
Oh.
First driver's licence ever issued, because he didn't used to have them till about 1970. And but he did the test, paid about the equivalent of £400 these days, and was issued with the first ever driving licence.
But he lost it 2 weeks later.
He probably was. He got a lift from Walter Arnold of Peckham. Louise and Lana coming right to you. What you got there, Peps?
This is from Adam, who's made up his own topic. Subject: death by lion.
Oh, okay.
I live in a small Bedfordshire town of Potton, which tends not to get mentioned on the national news too often. However, 193 years ago this week, it was reported a man was killed by a lion visiting the town.
Oh.
I can give... Right, you can read it out.
But on the few news shows on this channel, it brings all our news from the 19th century. Go on. So, death by lion. Here we go. On Thursday the 13th instant, an inquisition was taken at Potton on view of the body of William Circuit, 45 years, who came to his death in a singular manner. It appeared that on preceding Monday, a show of wild beasts was exhibiting in Potton, and the deceased, although in a state of intoxication, went into the show for the purpose of seeing them. Being, however, under the influence of liquor, I knew this was coming, under the influence of liquor, he was not sufficiently cautious, but imprudently approached that part of the caravan in which a lioness was confined, and supported himself by leaning against the side of her den. The savage animal immediately struck at his arm with her paw and inflicted a wound, which was described as... it goes on to describe it. The wound, however, was not considered to be of danger. The deceased was not confined to his bed for the day or two when symptoms of mortification appeared, and the deceased died in a sudden manner. During that time, a person was in fact dressing the wound at the time. Verdict accordingly, misadventure. In Potton, the Lions of Potton. Poor fella. What's his name? William Circuit. And so we're bringing you 19th century news all day in celebration of it's been 200 years since the 19th century. That's what we're celebrating here on Radio 5 Live. That's where we are. Here's Louise. Hey, Louise.
Hello.
Good morning, Louise. Welcome to our Celebrating 19th Century News Day. Louise, thank you for coming back to us. This is what children will pack for their holidays.
Yes.
What have you got?
Well, basically, we were driving to France on our annual holiday, and it's a very long journey. Mm-hmm. So I've got twins, and at the time they were about 7. Mm-hmm. And we said to them, you know, pack your own things, whatever it is you want to entertain yourselves in the back of the car while we're driving through France. Mm-hmm. So we got to the tunnel, and we're going through the tunnel, and we hadn't asked them what was in their bags at that stage. And we said, oh, what have you packed? And my daughter started pulling out colouring books and random little toys and dolls and things. And then my husband looked in the mirror, the rear view mirror, and it was taken up by this huge sombrero. Pulled from his rucksack. It was a tiny rucksack and this huge hat. And we're like, what are you going to do with that for 2 weeks?
It unfolded out like one of those tents that pop up. And when you say a large sombrero?
Yeah, like an adult sombrero, because I think we'd had like a Mexican party at the house at some point, and it was left over. We were clearing out one of the spare rooms yesterday, and we found a piñata in there. We don't know where it came from. There was a piñata in the room. I know.
Yeah. Taking one of those away on holiday, there's some fun. And of course, people normally bring those back. They used to bring them back from Spain, along with bullfight posters and brandy in the
and a donkey.
Yeah, and
we went with it.
You went with it, and was it a success while he was away, or was it never looked at again?
Well, yeah, I mean, we were with friends, and they said, well, maybe we can have a Mexican night one night, but we were in France, so it wasn't really easy to get hold of any other sombreros. So.
Well, bless you. Thank you very much indeed, Louise. This is on from last week's show where somebody's child had packed, when they found out when they got away, a coconut and his stamp collection. So we're asking what children will pack. Is it Lena or Lena? Lena?
It's Lena.
Lena. Hey, Lena, thank you very much for being there. Now, this is odd things you found in the street, plus weird stuff that's happened to you more than once. Both of them are in this. It's all yours. What have you got for us, Lena?
Well, I was walking home one day, and on the street I saw a pair of car keys, and so I thought, I'll pick them up. The police station's just around the corner from where I live. I'll drop them off over there on my way home. I'd walked about 15, 20 feet, and I found a second pair of car keys. I thought, that's a bit of a coincidence. I'll drop them off as well. I kept walking, found another set, and another set, and another set, and I thought, that's a bit weird. And as I'm thinking to myself, this is really dodgy. I mean, like, to walk into a police station with 6 pairs of keys.
Yeah.
So I walked in. I thought, I'll just drop them off, and I walked, because there's nothing else you can do with them at that point. I picked them up at this point. So I thought I just walked into the police station. I popped them through the little window in the plexiglass and said, "Burn these keys," and then walked straight back out again.
Yeah, because there's no way they would have security cameras or anything on you. That's scot-free. You've been away.
Dear departed Jeremy Beadle filming you.
Yeah, I only said I'd have to answer the questions. Be safer at least at the first point.
So what happened beyond that?
I didn't hear anything from them. Nobody said anything. But I don't even know how you can trace keys at this point. So,
this is a genuine mystery. I mean, because Pepsi and I both looked at each other and thought, there must be some car thief. But why would 6 cars have left their keys in the car, or how would they have arrived back at them?
Mechanic, maybe? Car mechanic?
I was thinking mechanic, yeah. I mean, who else could it be? Mechanic in their bag.
Why scatter them every few yards?
Well, he had a hole in his bag. We do that next week, having a hole in your bag.
What were they doing with them walking down the street?
I stood this as a short story writer. Well, one day maybe. I find this is intriguing. And they were spaced out about every 6 feet, were they?
Yeah, just about. I mean, about every 10 feet, sort of 10, 15 feet. And just going down the street. I kept looking for more after that.
All different vehicles. Like, yeah, it might be a mechanic, but let's not, play Schrodinger's cat with this. Is it Schrodinger's cat or Occam's razor? Occam's razor.
Oh, okay.
Schrodinger's cat was killed with Occam's razor, wasn't it? Lena, thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. I have no idea how that could have happened, but that's exactly what we're looking for. There's 2 separate items, strange things you've found in the street, plus weird stuff that's happened to you more than once. Tom, we're coming right to you. What you got over there, Peps?
This is from Andy in Toaster, who's, again, made up his own topic for us. This is an event that happened earlier this week. I think we've done weird coincidences, actually.
Yeah.
I attach a picture of some specialist books that were donated to the charity shop at which I volunteer, Willen Hospice. By one of the authors. So John Patterson, the author, has donated these books to the charity shop in Toaster.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, donations are placed in the back of the room, but due to the number of customers that were there, they just stayed on the counter after he dropped them off. After I'd taken this photo to send to my sister Kathleen, who's an NHS consultant, to see if they'd be of any help to anyone at the hospital, a man came to the counter asking the price of a leather belt. Whilst I told him, he said, "This is extraordinary. I'm a clinical virologist, my name is Mortimer, and I'm the co-author of one of these volumes, the 4th from the top in the pile." And all sort of medical books, aren't they?
Yes, I've got these out there. They're called Principles and Practice of Clinical Virology.
Yep.
Principles and Practice of Clinical Virology 4th edition. Principles and Practice of Clinical Virology 5th edition. Principles Practice of Clinical Virology 6th edition. Principles and Practice of Clinical Virology 3rd edition. And Lady Don't Fall Backwards. No, that's not. The other one is Principles and Practice of Clinical Virology Volume 1. All of them by this Patterson, one by the fellow who walked into
So, my name is Walter. I'm the co-author of this volume. We had a brief chat in which he said he knew Mr. Patterson lived in the area but hadn't seen him for many years. However, he was just passing through. The chances of this occurring seems extraordinarily slim, requiring so much chance it's almost inexplicable and impossible. I went out and bought a lottery ticket and tried to find any horses in evening race meetings with some connection, but my bank balance has not improved.
I'd love to hear if they actually did ever sell them. It's a niche, and these are big old doorstops. Don't you worry about it. Principles and Practice of Clinical Virology, the 4th edition, makes that 3rd Harry Potter book look like a slim volume. These are big books, and probably up in the old J.R. Hartley stakes. But I'd like to know if anyone ever bought them. But for one author to bring them in, and then moments later, a second author to say, "Oh,
that's one of mine."
No, exactly. I know you don't want to see it in a charity shop, do you? Believe me, I shut my eyes every time I pass one. Here's our friend Tom. Hey, Tom.
Hi there, how you doing?
A man called Tom. Thank you very much, Tom, for being there. This is our subject today, when a bluff gets called. What do you have for us, Tom?
That's right. Well, my granddad was, he's from your neck of the woods, really. He was an old East End piano player.
I'm South London, never called something South London, East London. That's it. Otherwise West Ham and Millwall are dear friends.
he grew up in the shadow of the old den, anyway.
Oh, well, it is South London, yeah, OK.
And he moved to Margate after the war, and through his entertainment, he was his best friend was a drag queen who I always knew as my Uncle Reg.
Oh.
They drank in various pubs in Margate, and one of them got a new landlord who installed behind the bar a series of headshots of celebrities. They were all signed to him, and his story was that he used to run a pub in the West End, and he'd helped them all out, and they were all so grateful to him they'd given him these headshots.
These are famous people, all signed to the governor of the pub, yeah?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
They were a bit suspicious, largely because the handwriting looked fairly similar on all of them. But one of them was Danny LaRue. My Uncle Reg asked him to explain the story behind it. So the landlord came out with some story about how he'd helped Danny LaRue out in his career, and, he was so grateful he'd given him this headshot, as a way of thanking him.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks later, my granddad and my Uncle Reg went into the pub. My Uncle Reg brought a friend with him, who he asked the landlord to recount the story about Danny LaRue. And at the conclusion of the story, my Uncle Reg's friend said to the landlord, "Well, I've got something to tell you. I'm Danny LaRue, and you're a liar."
No! He didn't recognise Dan out of slap?
Well, I guess not, no. So.
This is like when Marshall McLuhan turns up in Annie Hall. We'll have Marshall McLuhan right here. You know nothing about my work. How you got to teaching it is a mystery to me. And he shrank like a salted snail, I suppose.
No, quite the opposite. I said to my dad, was he embarrassed by this? And he said, no. He said from that day on, his story was about how Danny LaRue had come into his club and called him a liar.
That's a pro. That's how you turn those things around.